Washington. He knew that hundreds, possibly even thousands of banks teaming up would probably raise alarms about anti-competitive behavior at the Department of Justice. Suddenly, the stakes were ratcheted even higher. If a bureaucrat wanted, they could shut the whole thing down before it even got off the ground, and they'd have a reasonable case, because D was basically proposing a cartel. So he decided to approach the problem in an unorthodox way. Instead of arguing the point, he took it in stride. Yes, the whole premise of the network he was trying to build was to get banks working together, and that was anti-competitive. But the end result would be so valuable to consumers and businesses that the U.S. government should let it proceed anyway. And amazingly, that's exactly what the DOJ did. They even provided D with a letter confirming that it wouldn't try to outlaw the network. Now that he had Bank of America, the old participating banks, and even the U.S. government on board, D was ready to launch the new network. The old Bank of America licensing system became an entirely new standalone entity, National Bank of America. And the self-educated boy from North Utah who turned down 3 fast-track banking jobs because he just couldn't go against his principles was appointed its inaugural CEO. D allowed himself employment through quiet success. After years of disappointment, he finally had the opportunity to shape an organization according to his own principles. He was excited about its potential, but he also knew that establishing the network was just a small part of the job. As CEO, his first priority was to build a back end that would enable member banks to interact smoothly and efficiently. After all, that was the whole point. D knew that he could talk about decentralized organizations all he wanted, but if he couldn't build a system that actually worked and fast, then the whole thing was toast. And so was he. D had sold everyone an idea, but turning an idea into a working payments network needed a lot of technology to be created. So let's talk about how that happened. The first technical problem that needed to be solved was authorization. We talked about this earlier. Authorization is basically the name given to the process of determining if a customer can afford the purchase they're trying to make. One of the reasons that the old Bank of America licensing system collapsed is because it relied on a chain of bank-to-bank phone calls that could take 20 minutes or fail entirely. The authorization protocol needed to be better, especially because D had actually received buy-in from overseas banks. So even though the new network was called National Bank America Inc., in practice it was global from day one. That meant authorization couldn't just work a little better. It had to be a paradigm shift. D quickly wrote the project description. Technology companies to bid for the work. All of the bids came in over budget and way over time. So D did something unusual. He decided the network would build the technology in-house. He recruited a guy from the firm that impressed him most during the bidding process and told him he could have all the resources he needed to build a tiger team. Oh, and he gave him 9 months to build the tech from scratch. The first step was building a nationwide telecom network to ensure that banks could communicate efficiently with each other. Then the team had to build and install computer systems in each of the member banks and train bank staff to use them properly. Finally, they needed to build a new data center to make sure the system stayed online. Miraculously, they pulled it off. The second technical problem D and the team needed to solve was settlement, moving the money where it needed to go. Whereas authorization is the front end of the transaction, settlement is the back end. This was a really complicated computer science problem. Think about it. Under the previous system, banks had to manage their individual relationships with every other bank in the network. So as the network grew, the number of interactions increased exponentially until the whole thing collapsed. Everyone working on the problem knew that the solution was simplicity, not more complexity. So they approached the problem from a different angle. What if they created a massive ledger that sat between the banks? That way, instead of manually managing the relationships, banks could just log their debits and credits in this ledger and then settle them at regular intervals. By adding another level, you could radically simplify the whole process. The concept D and the team proposed is called an automated clearinghouse. Today, an ACH is the standard way of managing complicated relationships. But back then, it was a new concept. And yet, D and his team had it up and running within just a couple of years. Automating the authorizations process of transactions can now be processed 20% every single time. We were settled every single day. Authorization time is dropped from average 5 minutes to just 50 seconds. And overhead costs were reduced by 17%.
That the gold that you receive is the original gold. So the only way to do this properly is to melt the gold bars down and recast them. It's very expensive. And so we have this situation now where Russia, the nation, one of the biggest economies in the world, has been kicked off to basically off the global monetary system. And the U.S. is confiscating their reserves. I don't have political opinions about the war. It's not something I'm very familiar with. It's going on. But the implication of this is that effectively the U.S. might be shooting itself in the foot because it's telling everybody in the world, your money in our system is not really your money. It's just a token to play in our arcade. And at any point in time, if you misbehave, we kick you away out of the arcade and take your tokens. And so, I mean, this is something that China, Russia, Iran, and many countries have made a lot of noise about over the past decade. It got really this year. But it's been decades of China, Iran, and Russia to some extent saying that we want to build an alternative to the US dollar basis. And yet they haven't. I think there's very good reasons they haven't. The reason is, what do you do based on how you build it? So you can do a credit-based system based on, but then who's going to be the big boss? Is it going to be China? Is it going to be Russia? Is it going to be Iran? Is it going to be India? None of these countries want to be, they don't want to jump out of the US-based system to get into somebody else's. So China doesn't want to use the Russian system. Russia doesn't want to use the Chinese system. And so therefore you can't use their own central bank tricks.
Don't you think they have enough leverage? India, China, Russia combined with several other nations have enough leverage and incentive to create their own system. So any one player, yes, but if they collaborate.
Yeah, but then, okay, so what are you based on? Like, who's going to be the boss? Who's going to be the one who can, in this case, China, right?
Because China is becoming increasingly an economic power in the world.
Yeah.
That's hard to deny.
Yeah, it's true. And it's the most likely scenario, perhaps, if we were to witness something like this, is going to be a Chinese based system.
Is it possible that like a split in what is the driving currency of the world?
It's possible, but I don't think it's sustainable. And that money wants to be one. That's the kind of thing that I argue in that seminar. So we could see this emerge based on the yuan. And, likely, I mean, Russia is obviously going to hurt economically from what happened, from the confiscation of the reserves and from the sanctions. So it's not going to be in a position, and of course because it's outside of the US-based system, it's not in the strongest negotiating position with the Chinese, so the Chinese might be able to get them to join their yuan-based system. But I don't think that's sustainable in the long run because these governments can issue their laws and make their designs and make their monetary system, but ultimately there are billions of Chinese people and billions of dollar-based people, and they're going to want to trade with one another. And the power to want to trade with one another is too strong that we can't just split the world economy into two monetary systems that don't trade with one another. So then they're going to want to trade with one another. Or the dark possibility is if the inability to trade as opposed to being a forcing function for trade, you become a forcing function for conflict in cyberspace and potentially about war. yes, this is the scary part. And this is basically how World War II happened, because there's an old historian who used to say when politics is automatically in accordance with different standards, if moves don't cross borders, then bombs will. If you trade with one another, they have an incentive for each other's well-being, and that they have less of an incentive to fight. And it was this death of global trade in the 1930s because of the failure of the fiat system that brought about the rise of the populism and the rise of all those leaders that hated each other and how finances weren't bringing about. So that is the scary possibility. And of course, we can't discount that with all the escalation that you see. That is a possibility of turning into real war. But then, even so, I think ultimately, you can't fight wars forever. There's going to end at some point. And we're going to be back at square one, or not square one, we're going to be back at the same dilemma of who's going to have the global monetary system. And so one alternative is that what the Chinese and Russians could do is they could base it on commodities. So a lot of people are now saying, well, they're going to base it on copper and corn and agricultural commodities. And that's the analysis of sustainability that we discussed in the Bitcoin standard, the fiat standard. I don't think that's good. If you end up basing the monetary system on copper, as you said earlier, it doesn't matter how many governments say that we're going to make a new monetary system based on copper, grains, and nickel, and iron, and so on. It doesn't matter. You're just going to stockpile. You're going to have to stockpile those things in order to make a market in them. And then if you stockpile those things, you're just raising their value, inviting them producers to make more plus the market. I hope they don't try this because it's going to be a devastating impact on the world economy. You're going to have central banks bidding up the price of essential commodities that people need for real uses in order to back their currencies with them, and then just incentivizing the producers to make more and more and more of it, and then bringing the price back down. So it's going to be a very expensive mistake when we raise the price of copper, destroy a lot of industries dependent on copper, not just copper, but also food, and then increase the supply beyond what we need. And the end result is copper miners make out well, governments go broke, and we end up with a lot of rusted copper in government warehouses. That's why I don't think it works for the to use commodities that are not monetary commodities. Then the question is maybe gold. Can we go back on another gold standard? And I mean, Russia seems to have done that. I'm not so sure. It's very difficult to get reliable information. I'm trying to look into this more. But they seem to have said that they're fixing the price of gold in rubles. So they will buy and sell gold at a fixed ruble rate, which effectively means you're on a gold standard. Now I'm not sure how serious this is, how they managed to stick to it, but it seems to have stabilized the ruble and in fact brought it back to its pre-war level, which I found absolutely astonishing, considering all the sanctions going on. But in the short run, it's obviously much better than having a currency pegged to nothing. But in the long run, I also don't think gold is going to cut it in inflation.
Do you think there's any chance they go full gangster move and go into the digital space like blockchain or Bitcoin?
I think, the point of this discussion is that, we run through all these other options. You had Chinese-based system, why it probably won't work. Commodity-based system, why it won't work. Gold-based system, why it won't work. I think they might have to learn this the wrong way, the hard way. But eventually, I don't see them doing it now, but eventually I think the winning move is going to keep going a Bitcoin-based monetary system.
But I don't know if everything always has to be the hard way.
I'd love it not to be, but it doesn't look like there is any kind of desire in China or in Russia to switch to a Bitcoin-based system. So unfortunately, I think we're going to go through a few years, maybe many years of learning the lesson the hard way, of trying to accumulate these commodities and seeing the limitations that make them unsuitable as money today.
One of the things I'm really concerned about is potential amount, the increasing amount of hate in the world, and the increasing amount of power centers in the world, between which hate is making a regular appearance, and because the weapons of war become more and more powerful as they have been many decades, I'm really concerned about nuclear war. So where does Bitcoin fit this? Yeah, Bitcoin fits into all of this. It's a problem. Bitcoin fits it. I have some personal questions for Bitcoin and that my life is pretty fucked up, so I don't have the currency. Quick talk about the big deal. Sure. But in terms of the basics, what is Bitcoin? We start with what is money. What is Bitcoin? We talk about hard money, inflation, fiat, the history of money, the history of war, 20th century, and that takes us into the 21st century. What is Bitcoin?
Bitcoin is a software, and it's a distributed software to operate a peer-to-peer network between members who are all equal on the network, they're all peers. And what this software does is it allows you to operate a payment network between those peers, and that payment network has its own currency. And that seems like, just a simple software game. But the reason this is such a big deal is I believe Bitcoin is the most advanced form of money ever invented. And the reason for that comes from two properties that this network has. The first one is that the currency is the hardest money ever invented. It's the money whose supply is the most resistant to inflation. It's the first monetary asset that we've ever invented that is guaranteed to be fixed in its supply. It cannot be increased beyond a certain number, so there's only ever going to be 21 million Bitcoin. That's a qualitative leap forward in our technologies of money. All of our money leak essentially eventually, because people can always make more and more and more of them. The best money is the one that beats the least, which is gold, because it only beats 1.5%. In other words, your share of the gold stock is diluted by 1.5% every year. Ideally, you'd like it to be zero. Bitcoin is currently at around 1.8%, headed towards zero. So it's the first money that we've ever had that goes to zero in terms of terminal supply. So there'll never be more than 21 million. I think that's a huge deal because, as I said earlier, money is always whatever is the hardest to make, and now Bitcoin is the hardest thing to make. And then the second property, which is extremely important as well, is the fact that it operates without the need to trust in anybody. It doesn't have a party that is in charge of it. It doesn't have a central authority that can, as I said, it's peer-to-peer. So it only has users. It doesn't have any admins. There's no authority in charge of Bitcoin that can take your Bitcoin, that can stop you from using Bitcoin, that can change the rules. They can't make more. So it's fixed. It's available for anybody in the world. It's the hardest money ever invented. And it is absolutely, I think, an enormously significant invention. Because if you read the fiat standards and the Bitcoin standard as well, you see my perspective for why I think a very large number of problems on the world in the world are caused by easy money, are caused by inflation, and caused by government having access to essentially an infinite recourse to people's wealth. And I think Bitcoin fixes this because it allows us to have money that has the stability of gold across time, meaning it holds its value across time, like gold, but much better than gold. But also, it is similar to fiat in that fiat can travel quickly, but Bitcoin can travel even faster than fiat. So it combines gold stability across time with fiat stability across space in one immutable package that nobody can change and nobody can control.
Can you define what stability is?
Stability is the essential property of money. It's the ability of a good to be sold easily on the market, specifically to be sold without much loss with that. So houses are great for living in, but they're not very stable. If you want to sell a house, you can't just click a button and sell a house. You have a giant market for you to buy a house. You need to find somebody who wants the exact house that you have with the exact specifications that you have. And because houses are not identical, there's no big giant market for you to buy and sell identical houses from. Gold, for instance, has good stability as money because it's a liquid good, it's uniform, and people are always buying it. Fiat dollars have great stability because everybody's always buying and exchanging dollars for other goods. So if you have $100 bill, you can easily get rid of it, and you'll get $100 worth of stuff. If you have $100 worth of stuff, it's harder to get rid of it. If you have $100 worth of phone, it's not as easy to spend it as $100 bill. That's stability.
What do you mean that Bitcoin, I understand that Bitcoin has the stability of gold across time,
Better, even better.
it's like underwater or whatever, and then has the stability of fiat across space. What does that mean?
So remember when you asked me what is the advantage of fiat, what advantage offers us, it's cheaper to move fiat across space than it is to move gold. With the current fiat monetary system, for all of its flaws, you can send money. I can send money from my bank account in the U.S. to a bank account in China in a couple of days, or in Britain, in France, in a day or two, which is much faster than you could do with gold and much cheaper than you could do with gold. But in reality, with fiat, the reason Bitcoin improves on that is that with Bitcoin you're actually you're sending final settlement in a couple of hours. So you send the Bitcoin transaction, you get 6 confirmations in an hour, you get about 12 confirmations in 2 hours on average. With 12 confirmations, you're pretty definitely clearly safe on this. So within a couple of hours, you can send $1 billion across the ocean and have final settlement on it. It's not just that you've sent a credit obligation that's going to need weeks and months to settle, which is the case with fiat. So it is faster than fiat, effectively. So it's harder than gold and faster than fiat. Good way of putting it.
One other aspect of Bitcoin I have to ask, to me, at a human level, is fascinating. was founded by Satoshi Nakamoto, an anonymous founder. There's no leader, so it's another aspect of the decentralization that's leaderless.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, it's not a monarchy. Unfortunately, yes. Who is Satoshi Nakamoto? Do you think? And first of all, is it you?
It definitely is not me. I don't know who it is.
If it was, would you tell me? Trick question.
I know, trick question, but I mean, everybody who knows me knows I can't really code, so you would say that even if you could.
But
That's true.
do you think it's one person? Do you think it's multiple people? Is it interesting to you? Do you think it's fundamental to the coin itself, to not the coin, the entirety of the concept, that its founder is anonymous? And how much guts do you think it takes if it's one person to just walk away from so much money?
I've considered all these questions many times. It's very hard to formulate a definitive answer to all of them. I don't know who it is, and I don't know why he or them, she, are not spending the coins that they most likely have. I think what really matters in Bitcoin about Satoshi is the fact that he's not there. And this is what's truly astonishing about it. The most important fact in Bitcoin is the fact that the creator disappeared and the thing has continued to operate now for almost 12 years without him being there. Or 11 years, I think it's been since he's left. And this is really the most important thing. And maybe he died or she died or they got into an accident on a road trip or whatever, and that's why they haven't access their coins. Maybe they're incapacitated for some reason. But whatever reason it is, I really think it's fate or serendipity that is giving us this very vital, very vital building ingredient in Bitcoin, which no other digital currency would ever recreate, which is that, because it was the first, it was the one that was able to establish the first mover advantage and get all the people who are interested in technology to get into it. And so that's an enormous advantage. But the cherry on top, or what made the whole thing really function well, is the fact that the guy who made it disappeared and that it continued to operate, which is just a clear illustration that this is a network with no admin. And I'm tempted to think that they're incapacitated in some way, probably dead or gone, because I can't believe the I don't believe any human being would have this level of self-control to not get into, not want to meddle with their invention so much. Um, even if they might have had the self-control to like mine the first million coins to get the network going and then throw away the coins or send them to an address that they don't have the key to, because they really just wanted the network to take off. They may have no access to the coins, and that's why they can't move. And I could see that happening. But I find it harder to believe that they would resist the temptation to mess with the network.
It's funny. I find that the founders of ideas are often principled and have the integrity that the eventual users of those ideas don't fully have. I tend to, we have a kind of cynical view, power corrupts, absolute power corrupts, absolutely. And we tend to, in our mind, generalize that all humans are corruptible. And perhaps that's true to some degree, but I think that some people are more corruptible than others. And I find that there is, I like to think that Satoshi Nakamoto is out there, and just like George Washington chose to walk away. And it's a principle, and the principle is more powerful than the financial reward or any of those kinds of things. It's a principle that stands for freedom, and there's a lot of people throughout history, even recent history, that are willing to die for these principles or live a life full of suffering and sacrifice because they're still living a life. A principle in choosing that day after day after day. So, and there's power to that. Money, what's the worth of money in the end? In terms of just personal financial gain versus knowing how much positive impact there is. So the person that chooses to walk away like that, I think, is the same kind of person that chooses to live um, by that person. You have people like that, Grigori Drisha Perlman in mathematics who turned down the Fields medal because he was,
the medal, not $60 million.
well, that's,
I know,
short term number go up. Does a long term number go up? That's more like investment and so on. And there's a short term number go up. Just a good feeling that you can't, you have to, in your mind, keep those distinct from the power of the idea to transform the world. And if you focus on the power of the idea, maybe a billion or billions of dollars don't matter as much. At least that's what I would like to believe.
Perhaps, but what matters ultimately is that the thing works without. The thing's worked for 11 years without, and I think this is the really important thing. If they have stuck around for whatever reason and they have continued to meddle with it, it's not clear to me how decentralized it could have been. This is the problem with the other currencies. It's like how do you um, lose control of the Frankenstein that you created? The only way that this Frankenstein continues to survive is if the person in charge of it continues to feed it, and so it continues to be yours. That's the problem with all the other digital currencies. If you've heard about any of the other 16,000 digital currencies out there, you've only heard about it because there's a small group of people behind it that are working on it, that are promoting it, and that's why I think Michael Saylor's discussion with you was a magnificent illustration of the difference between Bitcoin and altcoins in that they are security. I think he makes a very compelling, brilliant case for why this is makes them categorically different from Bitcoin. Bitcoin, you're buying property.
I think he mentioned he's a huge fan of Dogecoin, but I might be misremembering.
You are misremembering.
Okay, maybe I'm quoting him out of context.
Yeah.
Okay. So to me, it's just asking about some possible criticism of Bitcoin. So on centralization, so there's a criticism on the mining and on the node side, or the node is not really the criticism, but Bitcoin mining is not fully decentralized because a small number of miners control a majority of the hashing power. I looked it up. There's 10,000, 15,000, whatever the number is of computers that have that are full nodes that have the full that are actively connected to the network. So you could argue that's decentralized. Global is all about the world, but the miners, they're still it's more centralized. So if you're thinking of making a case for Bitcoin being decentralized, do you worry about the miners being somewhat centralized? Is the node the important thing to think about?
Yeah.
And what number of nodes counts as centralized and not?
The nodes are what matters. The nodes are what determines Bitcoin's consensus parameters. I think the the best way to think about it is that miners simply sell a commodity to the nodes, and that commodity is Bitcoin blocks. So what a miner does is they solve the proof of work problem. So they keep operating their computers until they can get a solution to the problem, and then they attach that to a bunch of transactions and present it to the nodes for the nodes to ratify and approve it. So therefore, I strongly recommend people learn about the 2017 block size war to understand why miners don't control Bitcoin. I discussed this briefly in my Bitcoin Standard, but there's a recent book that discusses this in detail called The Block Size War by Jonathan Deere. It's a great description of, in 2017, essentially the miners thought that they could control Bitcoin. There was one mining company that produced the majority of the machines that were on the network, and they and their allies had control of the machines that were out there, and they controlled the majority of the hash rate, and they thought that they could change Bitcoin's they could change Bitcoin's block size, which is a tiny little detail, technical parameter. It's not even all that big of a deal for the economics of it. But they thought that they could pass this change, they could force this change on the network. And the members of the network rejected it, and they weren't able to do it. So the nodes are what is sovereign. The nodes are what determine the rules of the game. The miners are a service provider. The miners invest capital up front. They buy the machines, they buy the electricity, they buy the storage, they buy the locations, they pay the rent, and they invest all of that money based on the idea that if they behave according to what the nodes want, the nodes will reward them with Bitcoin. So the miners are in no position to dictate terms for anyone. They put up their capital up front, and they will only recoup it if they do what the nodes want. So therefore, what really matters is the decentralization of the nodes. So you want to have as many nodes as possible. You want to have a system where there's a large number of nodes, and this is of course the biggest problem with cryptocurrencies is that because basically Bitcoin has cornered the market on a digital currency, the only way that you can really get traction um, is to generate a whole bunch of buzzwords about we're doing this and we're doing that, and so other digital currencies are optimized for bells and whistles and buzzwords, and that means adding computational load, which makes the nodes bigger, harder to operate, and therefore you have a very small number of nodes. In fact, very few digital currencies are keen to publicize how many nodes there are, and they don't have full nodes in true sense, and it doesn't even matter how many nodes they have because um, de facto, you can spin up a million nodes tomorrow on AWS. Doesn't really matter. What matters is de facto do the nodes dictate the rules of consensus. And the fact that with most digital currencies you can have hard forks very frequently and they can change the supply all the time means that there's a small group of people who agree amongst themselves how to move forward.
Yeah, so you threw in a few criticisms of altcoins there. So one is the small group. That one we could talk about. It's a tricky one. We talked about that with Toshi Nakamoto. But the other one is small number of nodes. So we push back on that. As computational power increases, you can argue that enables more and more cheap computers to serve as nodes. So at least it paints a future where nodes are always increasing because computational power is always increasing and getting cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. So at least there's a hope for the future for greater and greater decentralization on the node front.
Yeah, but I mean, ultimately, again, it doesn't really matter how many nodes you have if you have if the way that the currency is run is that you're going to have a hard fork every few months, which is the case with most other currencies. Bitcoin is the only one that does not have a hard fork. Basically, the unique thing about this, in a technical sense, is that you could get the original software that Satoshi himself ran in 2009, start the network, and you could run it today, and it would sync with the blockchain. There's one bug you need to fix, one mistake that would have only appeared, I think, in around 2013 or 14 or something like that, that he wasn't aware of back then. So you just need to fix this one tiny little bug, and then the consensus parameters are still the same, so you're able to sync to it. This is not true for most other digital currencies. I'd say probably all of them, because they've all had many hard forks, which they think of as upgrades. They market this thing as, well, Bitcoin can't upgrade, but we upgrade all the time. Well, yeah, you know what else upgrades all the time? Facebook, Apple, Amazon. Anything that's centralized is very easy to upgrade. And that's precisely why, as Michael Saylor says, these things are somebody's liability. They are secured. You're carrying on somebody's technical and economic liability. They can hard fork, they can 10x the supply tomorrow.
Yeah, and they can fall victim to the same corrupting forces that governments fall victim to. Sure, for people who don't know, yeah, hard fork is a reverse incompatible change to the underlying function of a cryptocurrency. Of course, there is hard forks of Bitcoin as well. I'm sure all of which you love dearly. Anyway, but that doesn't matter. The original Bitcoin, for the most part, has not undergone any changes, and that's one of the.
I mean, it has undergone changes, but none in the important parameters of the network.
So another criticism is about energy.
Mm-hmm.
So the proof of work consensus mechanism uses a lot of energy. What's the response to that?
Yes, because it's worth it.
Okay,
The airplane uses a lot more energy than a kayak. When you're going to cross the Atlantic next time, what are you going to take? A kayak that is environmentally friendly according to this same definition? Or are you going to take an airplane that consumes a lot of energy?
so the cost benefit analysis here, essentially you have to consider both the cost and the benefit.
Exactly. And I think it's an astonishing testament to just how far backward people's scientific and technological thinking has devolved to the point where we think of energy consumption as a bad thing. I think it's just, and in the fiat standing, I discussed the whole hysteria around energy, and I think it's a product of fiat inflation, because it's a way of trying to cover up the fact that energy fuels that are reliable and necessary for the current world are becoming more and more expensive because of inflation. And so governments are always looking for excuses for why you should not be using those things. And so they promote all kinds of stupid pseudosciences to tell you about why these things are bad. But really, you know, all technology is, well, not all, but the vast majority of technological innovations involve economizing on human time and judgment and replacing it with machines, with reliable machines that spend a lot of energy. So that's what a telephone does. Instead of having to send somebody across the world to tell somebody something else or send a letter, the telephone allows you to do it. A car is like that. You could walk, but a car consumes a lot more energy, but it allows you to travel much faster and safer and more reliably. And the airplane is like that. Modern telecommunication, human prosperity is an increase in the consumption of energy. And I think it is an absolutely criminal thing, and I genuinely mean the word criminal, to portray energy consumption as a bad thing, because it is truly depriving people of the chance to live a life that makes life better. It's truly criminal to tell poor countries that they should not consume the same energy sources that are being used in rich countries, that on which our modern infrastructure and modern life relies. That's what life is. If you reduce the consumption of energy in the U.S. to the levels that you have in poor countries today, the U.S. would become desperately poor. A lot of people would die. Cities would collapse.
The quality of life would decrease significantly. A high quality of life often requires, given the current technology, a high expenditure of energy.
Yeah, and I should be clear, it's not the quality of life in the sense many people think of this as, oh yeah, well, taking needless flights or vacations. No, these are the cherries on top of the cake. The substance of the cake and the real benefits of energy is the fact that children, premature babies, survive in countries that have reliable 24-hour cheap electricity. If your child is born premature, they put it in an incubator, put them in an incubator or her, they're highly likely to survive. If you don't have 24-hour electricity, that child is not going to make it. And you see it, the level of energy consumption per capita is highly correlated, not just to income, but also to health outcomes, to infant mortality, to all of the things that you care about. And Bitcoin is just another technology. It does consume a lot more energy than central banks. A lot of Bitcoiners like to take a cop out of this by saying, well, central banks consume money and ATMs consume a lot of energy. And I think if you calculate how much central banks and banks consume, I think it's a rounding error next to what Bitcoin consumes. I think Bitcoin is just maybe not a rounding error, but still, Bitcoin, I think, is going to consume a lot more, and that's a good thing.
What's humbling is to look, because even just looking into this forces me to look at the energy expenditures of many of the things we take for granted. Obviously, computers and our digital lives, it just Bitcoin becomes a rounding error relative to how much energy is spent on all the computers in our world. But also, like things like home appliances, microwaves, and hair dryers and stuff.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
This is the thing hilarious. Like, all these things that are just part of our modern life, they're either the same order, at least the same order of magnitude as Bitcoin, and they seem like trivial parts of life.
Yeah, and this is the thing. All of the people that complain about Bitcoin's energy consumption, I presume they use washing machines. Now, why should their desire for clean and dry clothes to consume energy? And I mean, I used to live in Lebanon. Lebanon had hyperinflation. I escaped from hyperinflation. I prevented. My life could have been ruined by hyperinflation. And the reason that it wasn't ruined is because I have Bitcoin. So I don't know. Am I allowed to swear?
Yes.
So fuck your washing machine. Given the choice between my washing machine and my Bitcoin, I'll choose Bitcoin. It's a technology that has already saved my life, and I think it's going to save the lives of many, 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 many more people. So, but of course, I don't have to choose between my Bitcoin and my washing machine because we're just constantly consuming more energy. We continue to consume more energy in this world. And that's just what progress is. And a small remark. So, in principle, I don't think this is a problem. But the other thing about Bitcoin, where it is different from washing machines, Bitcoin is truly unique in this. It's the only thing whose energy consumption can be produced absolutely anywhere. Your washing machine needs to be in your house where you live, and you live in a city surrounded by 10 million people, and they all have their washing machines that they're all connected to tend to do their laundry around the same time. And so you have to put the load of the washing machine on the grid at the same time. There needs to be one power plant, and all the infrastructure needs to work at the same time. And the electricity is pretty expensive because it's being done in a place with high demand. Bitcoin does not need to buy electricity from places where it has high demand because it can buy electricity from anywhere. This is what's truly mind blowing about it. You can buy, what you need to, the electricity you need for mining can be done anywhere. So you can mine, you can have a waterfall in the north of Canada, 300 miles away from any population center. There's water falling, there's energy. You can put hydroelectric dam there, and then you can use that energy to operate the miners. And then the miners just need a satellite internet connection. And effectively, you're selling that energy that is isolated to the grid. And because of the way the Bitcoin functions, because of the difficulty adjustment, the only profitable miners are the ones who can get cheap electricity. Basically, if you're mining at grid cost, if you're mining at the average electricity price in the world is around 14 cents. If you're mining at 14 cents in Bitcoin, you're most likely not going to make it. If you're running your miners at 14 cents, because everybody could mine at 14 cents. And so what happens is if everybody's mining at 14 cents, 14 cents stops being profitable. And then only the people mining at a lower price are profitable. So that's why Bitcoin mining is not competing with your washing machine. This is the absurd thing about this kind of energy scarcity viewpoint where, oh no, it's a catastrophe, Bitcoin is taking all the electricity, as if the electricity is just one fixed buy that we all have to share and fight over. And this is how I keep making fun of these stupid headlines they put out where Bitcoin is consuming more electricity than Portugal. All right, well, maybe we should shut down Portugal then. What the hell is Portugal giving? Obviously, it's not.
Now, he doesn't mean that I've got so much criticism for saying Cristiano Ronaldo is not in the top five. I apologize. I love Portugal.
That's another discussion we should get into.
Because you posted a few soccer things. I'm not.
Yeah.
I realized how passionate people are about this. Listen, it was a joke. All right.
No, I love
people potentially in the top five.
Yeah, I love Portugal. And even though I'm a Liverpool fan, I still respect Cristiano Ronaldo a lot. In fact, I hold a very unpopular opinion where I think Cristiano Ronaldo is the greatest football player ever.
Number one, over Pele, Maradona, Messi, better than Messi.
Yes, he's been doing it for 20 years at the top. Nobody's ever done that. He's won everything everywhere. Everywhere he goes, at the top, at the Champions League.
I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace, period. It is essentially like a real life Truman Show, period. You can watch me whenever you want, period.
Versus the genius of the actual play on the field.
I mean, the genius is Ronaldo's the top scorer of all time. He's
the genius in the scoring, not the actual dance of the play, the creativity.
Well, I mean, I don't know, Messi's been absolutely mediocre since he's left Barcelona.
Strong words.
He's put, what, 2 goals in PSG season this year? They're out of the Champions League.
What about Mohamed Salah? You posted.
Oh, yeah.
Is he climbing up?
I think he should win the Ballon d'Or this year. He probably should have won it last year as well. He's been absolutely outstanding. But just people are so crazy about Messi. They keep giving him accolades. He hasn't deserved. I think Messi the last couple of Ballon d'Ors that he got. I mean, he's a great player and everything, but no, he did not deserve it last year.
We can agree to disagree.
You're a Barca fan or a Messi fan?
I would say. No, I wouldn't say I'm a Barca fan, but Barca fan because of Messi. And I think it's like there's certain things. So when I was growing up in the Soviet Union, Russia, I remember Maradona. He was the first person I saw that I was like, oh wow, this could be. This is greatness in sport, not just football in sport, right? And for some reason, I mean, it's something about like Diego Armando Maradona, like the way they were commentating, the genius of his play, the mix of ego, and again the performance, but being able to carry a team on his shoulders. That I just fell in love with whatever he represented, and then by that Argentina, and then Messi I saw when he was like 16, 17, when he was just like in the early days. When you first see a person and you see the genius and you notice that, and then it turns out to be actually a great player, for some reason you're invested. You're emotionally invested. I don't know. So you kind of just fall in love and then you pick sides. I mean, that's just the thing about football. It's hard for fun
they've got giant power plants in Portugal. They've got millions of people, and they've got enormous amounts of infrastructure. Where are all these infrastructure for Bitcoin mining? You don't see it in the city. It's all isolated. It's all out away from the city, or it's connected to grids that have serious overcapacity. So Bitcoin is not out there buying the expensive energy, taking energy away from people who can't afford it. It's out there buying its own energy because it doesn't need to buy the expensive energy people really need.
So one other criticism from an investment perspective, from a gambling perspective that people see is the volatility of Bitcoin. Of course, that's been somewhat decreasing over time, but what's your answer to the criticism that Bitcoin is too volatile? I want to stay away. It doesn't seem like a safe place for me to invest either short term or long term.
There's no denying there's a volatility and there's a high oscillation of the value in the short term. So I think the safe way to approach that is in terms of position size. If the volatility bothers you, then you were overinvested perhaps. So maybe you should reduce the size of your position so that the volatility doesn't fall. This is the short answer. Like stack as much as your conviction will allow you to tolerate the volatility. And of course, the reason you should try and consider tolerate your volatility more is the options are you hold fiat assets, which only go down stable, relatively stable, not a lot of volatility day to day. The value of your dollar doesn't change 40% overnight, 20% overnight, or something like that. But it does go down reliably. It's going to go down 40%. You can count on it. It might take a year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. Compared to the things that you want to buy, it's going to go down by 40%. And it's not going to come back. And it's going to go down another 40%, and then another 40%, and then another 40%. So the option really is um, uh, relatively short-term stability with long-term decline, or short-term volatility with long-term rise. And so that's another way in which Bitcoin teaches people to have a low time preference and think about the long term. So stack, accumulate, and think of it in the long term. It's a function of the fact that Bitcoin is new. Bitcoin is currently less than 1% of the global money market. So there's about $100 trillion of money out there in the world. $100 trillion roughly of fiat and about $10 trillion of gold. And Bitcoin is less than $1 trillion. So one rich guy decides to get into Bitcoin. That's going to show up on the Bitcoin chart. You look at it, Elon Musk decides to buy Bitcoin. You see the buy. You see the news, it happens, and you see the pump. Elon Musk decided that he doesn't like Bitcoin. You see the drop. But a few years ago, it used to be that one random millionaire would cause that. But now you have to be the richest guy in the world to do that. In a few years, you're going to have to be the richest country in the world to be able to do that to the Bitcoin price. Maybe many years, maybe not a few years. But as Bitcoin grows, think about it as a liquid pool of money. Currently, it's a small pool next to a much larger ocean, which is the entire money market. And so one person jumps from that to this small pool, they can make a big splash. As the pool grows, essentially the salability increases, and the likelihood of one individual purchase affecting the price so violently decreases. And so over time, as the size of the market increases, I think we're going to see the volatility decline more and more. Ultimately, if you look at gold, historically, gold's been very, very stable. It did not achieve its stability because the central bank was in charge of gold supply, or because there was a gold committee that decided how much gold gets produced. It achieved that stability because it became the most saleable good, and so therefore it became the good that contains the most cash balances in the world. And at the end of the 19th century, everybody held cash balances in gold, and the new production was a tiny little addition to global production, to the supply. So that's what made gold the most relatively, I shouldn't say stable, because nothing is stable in economics, but relatively it holds on to its value, and it's much less volatile than digital currency, than national currency. That's because it has the highest stock to flow ratio, and that's because its supply is a tiny fraction of the liquid market. As the liquid market grows, as the size of cash balances grows, trades in Bitcoin cancel each other out. You get only slight changes in value. So I think as Bitcoin matures, that's going to decline. So effectively, I think the the end game is Bitcoin is um, a huge. Bitcoin is worth something like I think the total addressable market for Bitcoin is not just national currencies and gold's addressable market, but also government bonds. That's the really big one.
So how do bonds compare to gold? So you're saying it'll surpass gold with the 10 trillion?
Yeah.
With bonds? Where does bonds stand?
So then there's also national currencies, which are about 100 trillion, and then there's government bonds, which are around 120 billion dollars. And sorry, trillion.
The trillion, sorry.
Yeah.
We're saying billion, we meant trillion.
Yeah.
So you think bonds can move to Bitcoin?
I've always held this is the prize. This is the main dish. And the gold is the appetizer. Bonds are the main dish because bonds have replaced gold, guys. Yeah. I mean, the bonds have replaced gold in people's portfolio. People remember when we were saying gold was you'd hold it as a saving, as a secure part of your portfolio, and then you take risk with the equity. Currently, people do that by holding a part of their portfolio in bonds. That's the part that they treat as their saving account, and then the rest they use for not speculation, for investments in which they take risk. Yeah, speculation, and that's stocks and equity and other high risk assets. I think Bitcoin is not going to replace equity. There will always be equity. There will always be companies that people will want to have equity. But it will probably replace a big chunk of current equity markets because right now, if you want to save, it used to be that you hold bonds. Now, if you want to save, you go into stock indexes. So I think Bitcoin likely eats a big chunk of equity markets because currently it's people are using it as saving, and I think it eats all bonds. That's my most ambitious.
So the question is the scale of time that happens across, but the most important statement you're making is about trend.
Yeah, and also, I mean, let's also remember currently bonds nominally don't beat inflation, and in real terms, they don't come close to beating inflation. So currently, with bonds, you're taking on credit default risk to buy a bond, and also getting less money back in real terms. Well, Bitcoin doesn't offer you returns, but in real terms, it appreciates much more, and it has, I believe, a lot less risk associated with it than any company or government.
So let's make things spicy and ask if Bitcoin fails in the long-term future. As all you just said, economics, volatility, things happen in this world. Human civilization might end in this century. I hope it doesn't, but it might. It could be catastrophic events. If Bitcoin fails, it goes to zero, loses its number one spot, what would be the reason? If you're an alien visiting Earth 100 years from now, just were to analyze the situation, Bitcoin is a pretty new thing. So the possible trajectories of how the world evolves together with this new monetary technology is nearly infinite. So if it fails, one of those trajectories surely involves Bitcoin failing. What would be the reason?
I think the most likely reason that it could fail, I don't think this is likely in general, but I think it is the most likely of all the unlikely things that could destroy Bitcoin, is governments go back on gold standard.
So they make, in your view, a better decision than the current system, just not the best decision. Okay.
Yeah,
I thought you would go much darker. But so that's okay, interesting. So maybe because of Russia, because of China, and so on, because of the current war, they might reconsider the power that America holds because of the monetary, because of being the primary currency. And they'll start thinking about going on the gold standard.
yeah, but it would also require the U.S. and the Europeans and everybody to want to join in this system and sing kumbaya and play nice with each other around the gold standard. I think, even the gold already is about 10 times larger than Bitcoin, so it has a first mover advantage. If governments were to go and tag their currency to gold again, the price of gold would shoot up 5, 10x, and it would rise in value a lot more.
Of course, that doesn't necessarily kill Bitcoin.
No, again, I'm not saying it's likely to happen. I'm saying I imagine less likely, less unlikely than all the other unlikely scenarios. Because even with a nuclear war, like, 90% of the planet is destroyed, but 10% continue to run.
That's a quote. Okay, there's a movement, a community of people referred to as Bitcoin maximalists. referred, at least in the past, as the leader of of the Bitcoin maximalists, probably because of your book, Bitcoin Standard, there's Bible in general. You're one of the leaders in the space. Do you regret any of the toxicity and derision that often, or perhaps sometimes, originates from this community?
Definitely not. I'm not in a position to regret other people's actions. Let's just be clear. I think the rhetoric of community is. I reject this rhetoric because I think it's a way for kind of political manipulation and subversion to try and portray people as part of a community and hold people responsible for other people's actions, which I think is ridiculous. So, some guy on the internet said something mean to somebody, and then this is very common, and I always try and not get involved in these things. So, some guy who identifies as Bitcoiner says something to somebody that's very wrong. Of course, it happens. Tens of millions of people use Bitcoin around the world. And a lot of these, I'd say, parasites, people who don't have anything productive to do with their life, outrage merchants, they'll come out and say something along the lines of, the Bitcoin maximalists are toxic, they're holding Bitcoin back, and and of course it's manipulative. The point behind it is they want to get to you, they want to get people who are, not that nobody with 300 followers who said something silly, they want to get the notable people to basically change their message. So the idea is, I'm supposed to apologize because somebody with 300 followers I've never met in my life who calls himself a Bitcoiner said a mean word, and then I need to apologize, and I also need to cut down on my rhetoric about other digital currencies, and I need to do that. So I'm only responsible for my own actions, and I don't recall regretting anything.
Okay, but let me push back or push further into that direction. Fine, let's the community aside. Labels suck, for sure. But you have a spicy way about you on Twitter. Even in this conversation, you had some good, strong words
Yeah, I mean,
to say about
I've always believed life is too short to mince words. One day I'm going to be dead, and I'm on my deathbed. I'm not going to look back and say, I wish I was a little bit more circumspect in expressing my opinions. I'm far more likely to think, you know what, I wish I had said what I really think.
yes, life is too short to hold back your opinion. The question is, what is really your opinion? Because you're many people in one. So there's a person that loves, that has kindness for other human beings. There's a person that gets annoyed. There's a person that enjoys disagreement. There's a person that enjoys collaboration. And you can emphasize all of those different things, each of those different things, weigh it differently in your online interaction. There are some aspects of online interaction that encourages in different communities. Online interaction is one community that encourages kind of derision and mockery and so on. So you can choose if you want to engage that part of yourself or some other part of yourself. Economics is another community that enjoys being like very straightforward about their disagreements, pretty harsh. It's fun to watch. It feels like you arrive at the truth much faster if you tear each other apart. But that's a choice. That's a deliberate choice. I don't want to label an entire community of people by its extremes. I don't think you should do that. But there's cultural characteristics you start to notice. When you go to France, it's a certain way. When you go to Britain, London is different than rural Britain. New York is different than Iowa. You start to notice it. I mean, you don't want to generalize. There's all kinds of people everywhere, but there's a certain way of communication on crypto Twitter in general, but also Bitcoin maximalists that I even early on received a bunch of heat. What the hell? So listen, there's definitely a difference when I go to the computer science community, machine learning community. It's way friendlier than the cryptocurrency community. I have much more freedom to actually be what I enjoy being, which is asking simple, dumb questions. Even when I've already spent years, sometimes decades with an idea, I like asking dumb questions anyway. Crypto folks punish you for this, for curiosity, for like exploration. I understand the mechanism because so many other people come into that community and they might masquerade as curious, but a filter to mark how charlatan community. So if the fraction of charlatans is low, maybe you can afford to be more loving and kind and so on. And when the fraction of charlatans is high, you have to be harsher. Perhaps. But
And I think also, the stakes are extremely high in this situation. And I think, if you don't like Bitcoiners, if you think Bitcoiners are toxic, wait till you meet fiat. The fiat community has financed world wars and genocides and tyrants and mass death and destruction. The fiat community, if you want to use that term, I don't believe you should, but I mean, fiat has destroyed the savings of pretty much anybody who's lived through the last 20th century. Pretty much anybody who's lived through the 20th century, no matter where you live, Switzerland, US, Ethiopia, Russia, you've gone through fiat problems. You've had hyperinflation, you've had bank confiscation. There isn't a family in the world today that hasn't had its wealth destroyed over the last century. They all have a story about inflation and the hyperinflation. And Bitcoin offers us a way out of it. And shitcoin, altcoins are essentially fiat world's last gasp attempt to try and salvage fiat, to try and salvage the idea that some people will continue to be able to print money and other people will have to use that money. This is Twitter, it's a free market, it's the internet. You don't have to follow anybody. That's the thing. And so what I find really objectionable about the people who are so butthurt always about Bitcoin maximalists is you don't have to click follow on people you don't like. There are 300 million Twitter accounts, and if you choose to follow the accounts that say things that annoy you and then complain about the fact that they say things that annoy you, I'm sorry, but you're an idiot and you don't know how to use Twitter. Just follow the account that you like. It's you don't have to be part of it. You don't have to listen to those people. You can choose. There aren't a lot of Bitcoiners that don't act like this. You can just unfollow the ones that
and
like.
I've lost since in the past year, man, past life, I've met a lot of them. I enjoy them a lot. You feel them creating people that you enjoy. They're less to communicate the way you enjoy. And it's becoming a meme at this point that I block with love.
Yes,
Because I did not.
I block very prolifically, and I strongly recommend that people continue to block. I think Twitter is, you're not going to get to interact with 300 million accounts anyway. So you want to be constantly curating the experience by getting rid of people you don't like and following people that you like. And that's just how, after 10 years of using Twitter, you accumulate a block list, which is very big, which is very happy for, and I pass on to my children.
It's your deathbed. Your grandchildren are gather around, and your grandfather can finally share.
Yeah.
The full list. Yeah.
So, again, it's just a Twitter account. If it bothers you so much, ask yourself why it bothers you that some people are so. I'm not referring to you, obviously, but I mean the people that are constantly aggravated about this. I don't get bothered by anything on Twitter. I just block immediately, and I get to curate the experience that I enjoy. And I recommend people do that. It's really a lot less pathetic complaining about strangers saying things you don't like, which a lot of. And of course, the reason for it is, when I say it's stupid, it's not really stupid. They're going to hear the motive there. When they'll hear the motive is, hey, I have this Bitcoin that I made with 5 other friends of mine, and I'd like to drive your coattails, Bitcoiners, and I'd like you to tweet something to motivate you. And I get this practically every week, whether through email or through Twitter, where, hey, this is our Bitcoin. It's just not Bitcoin, but it's better because it does this and this and that. And, basically, how can we get you to promote this shitcoin for us? And being straightforward and forthright is a great productivity hack because, you just tell those people, no, I'm not interested in stupid shitcoin, and I wish you quick and swift failure before you take a lot of people's money. And that's what I genuinely think.
Well, but I'll just be upfront with it. At least for my case, just labeling everything as a shitcoin worries me. So that's just my own preference. It's not a judgment on you. It's just my own preference that I'm afraid I'll miss good ideas. I think me personally, when I'm too certain about things, when I'm too tribal about things, I'll miss actually really strong ideas, outlier ideas, totally new ideas. So that worries me. One of the downsides of the way Bitcoin is, how much the is at stake financially is that it's less open to great, and actually by design, that it's not changing like the hard forks and so on, that there's not a kind of curiosity about exploration of ideas. Of course, in some way, that curiosity can start getting injected when you start talking about other layers built on top of Bitcoin. You start talking about applications or different things like the Lightning Network. That's where the curiosity can emerge. But still, that's why cryptocurrency in general, I just try to keep an open mind. And just the shitcoin as a term is just like a statement that I'm going to close my mind to. That's the way I hear it. And but coming out of your mouth, as you say a lot of other edgy stuff, it's just more you having fun. That's the way I hear it. But if I said something like that, that's I would feel like I'm closing my mind.
I mean, let me give you the counter argument to that. How much time do you spend emailing back all these Nigerian prince email scams that email you tell you send me $5,000 and I'll send you $15 million?
No,
None. Why are you being closed-minded to all of these great ideas?
no, but I'm also,
Maybe one of them will actually send you 15 million.
but I don't know if I know the difference between a Nigerian prince and many other people I do talk to, who are colleagues and so on, that are also emailing me. And they're also offering me things, but they don't sound as ridiculously spammy.
Yeah, but I mean, the moment that somebody tells you, "Hey, I'm going to give you $15 million for nothing, just if you send me $5,000," you're getting something for nothing. And essentially, with all digital currencies, it's the same pitch. Say, "Hey, come use this thing that'll allow you to do things that all of the things that they pretend that they can do that can be done with computers without having digital currencies. We already have AWS that does cloud computing, that does everything that shitcoins pretend to do. The only difference is AWS doesn't have its own monetary system tacked on top of it to allow Jeff Bezos to basically print his own money.
But don't you think there's some great? So let me go. Let me see if you think as a philosopher, economist, human being. If you 3 years ago,
Oh, well,
anyone who believes proof of stake can work is either one, completely clueless at how and why Bitcoin works at all, or two, a con artist using it as a buzzword to promote a worthless scam like Ethereum. Do you still believe that Ethereum is a scam and in general proof of stake? You're either clueless, if you think it's interesting.
yeah, no, I still stand by that. I think
Would you classify Ethereum as a shitcoin?
for sure, it's the mother asshole from which the shitcoins spring.
The king of Bitcoin? No.
Yeah. I think the key thing was the way to think about it in a tweet from a couple of years ago, which is essentially proof of work was like the invention of flight. We've got this machine and we managed to get it to fly off the ground. And proof of stake is, hey, we found a great way to make airplanes cheaper and faster. Why not making them fly? By keeping them on the ground. Like the invention of proof of work, the reason the entire digital currency space exists is because Bitcoin operates based on proof of work. If Bitcoin was based on proof of stake, it would have died or been shut down from day one.
But that's a hypothesis. A lot of people believe that, and I think they have a lot of strong support. Basically, proof of work is just grounded in physics in the real world. The proof of stake is more about
Politics. It's the Federal Reserve. It's exactly what we have. It's exactly what we have. It's just a group of people who get to decide the rules. And it's essentially a system that is, it's a security, it's a company. So it's not an innovation. In a sense, it's a step backward to what we already had, which is you get a bunch of people in charge of the money. Now, the only reason it survives in this, the reason I call these things scam, and I have no problem with calling them scams, because they fraudulently present themselves as being decentralized. They present themselves as just being a different way of doing decentralization than Bitcoin, when it's not. It's just they're riding Bitcoin's coattails, and they're riding the fact that most people don't quite understand what Bitcoin is and how it works to portray themselves as a cheaper, better, more efficient way of doing what Bitcoin does. It's not. It's a less legally accountable way of doing what central banks do.
right. So, and the basic criticism is that there's a group of people, sometimes a very small group of people, that can control the parameters of the operation of the system. So over time, you can't trust. It's not gold under the mattress. It's not that kind of.
It's not software. I really very strongly recommend your discussion with Salem. We'll want to collaborate more on this. There's people in charge, which means that legally they should be doing this under securities law. But even as an anarchist, if I don't want to care about that, the technical implication of it is this is never going to be adopted as a neutral way of transferring value on the internet because you need something that enemies can trade with one another. You can't have something that has a small group of people in charge because A, the small group of people themselves can be corrupted, and B, they can be coerced. You can put a bunch of people in a room, put a gun to their head, and you can change everything in any of these digital currencies. And that's why I think you find a lot more sympathy among fiaters to shitcoins. The Keynesian economist to Ethereum fanboy pipeline is a very strong one because it's the same thing. It's like you like the idea of people being in charge of money, and you think you're going to be the one who's going to be in charge of money. So you see a lot of this phenomena, and you see the same people that want gold and don't like central banking. They get into it.
Yeah, so just to actually push back on a couple of things. So one is theater. It sounds like I'm trying to be a sophisticated Brit talking about theater, but for many reasons, not making me feel good about that. So day by day things change. You used to be one of those. So people evolve, people learn. People that are supporters of Bitcoin might eventually become supporters of Ethereum or go back to supporting fiat. We don't know. People evolve for different reasons. You grow up, you mature, or you become enlightened. So I think every single person, as this technology is evolving, as this world is evolving, as wars break out, as geopolitics change, the monetary system constantly put under stress, people will evolve. So we're trying to all figure it out together. That's why like open-mindedness here, I think, for people like me at least, it seems essential.
I know, so I expect you to be answering all of the spam emails we get.
I would. But no, I don't have a clear understanding what is good investment of my time, what is good investment of my money. Let's be clear because things are good at promoting yourself. I'm not talking about all the different kinds of things like Ethereum, altcoins, and so on. I just mean life, like dating, jobs, um, friendships. Like everybody's advertising themselves as a great investment, right? So we don't know. You have to keep an open mind, and also I don't and be sort of self-introspective about how the biases I operate under and ways I delude myself, like hallucinations that I'm living under, like breaking out of all these hallucinations. It's very hard to introspect, thinking like, what are the assumptions under which I live my entire life that might be actually false assumptions. It's a really difficult thought process. It's a dangerous one. The Nietzsche view it gives only to be this, this gives into you. It's like Alex Jones. He's living, he's got demons in his head, but he has like all these conspiracy theories over his head just to destroy him. So it's psychological burden carry. So if you question authority, if you question government, if you question culture, the way things have been done, it's really difficult. And the biases you operate under, it's really difficult to question them. So I think like being constantly open-minded and self-critical, not constantly, but a little bit every day is important.
Yeah, but I mean, you're talking to somebody. I grew up in Ramallah in Palestine, the West Bank. I've changed my mind on all kinds of different things. The fact that I was even open to the idea of Bitcoin has required an enormous amount of. It's a heck of a journey. So I'd much rather appreciate direct argument rather than these kind of general fluffy. You should be. Oh, of course, yes, you should be open-minded, but also you come up with conclusions and you delete spam emails sometimes when you know that it's spam because you have to move on with your life. You can't. There's an opportunity cost to considering every spam email. So,
Well, to me, okay, so I'll just say from my relatively sort of shallow perspective, almost like a technical person, mostly my understanding of economics is weak. Proof of stake is not obviously weak consensus mechanism of war. So that's not obvious to me that it goes wrong and becomes corrupted in the way that get corrupted because it still seems decentralized. Now, your criticism of governance is an interesting one, but if you put that aside, it still is a decentralized mechanism, and it's more transparent than the mechanism that governments operate on.
It isn't. It's exactly what the Federal Reserve is. The Federal Reserve is the proof of stake system. The Federal Reserve is owned by its constituent banks. And so the rules of the Federal Reserve and the regulations are determined by the ownership, which is the banks. So it's exactly what the Federal Reserve is.
But it's too backdoor. The agreements between the banks and the Federal Reserve, it feels like a lot of those agreements are made between individuals that sort of behind the scenes. It's not hard to, it's opaque.
Yes, but the only way that a proof of stake system will take off is if you have a military to force people to use it. That's the thing. Ultimately, there's no way that it's going to take off on a free market. And that's why, for all of the bluster about wanting to move to a proof of stake system, Ethereum have been saying this since 2014. It's not been 8 years. They've been talking about it. We still haven't seen the proof of stake system operational in the wild. It's vaporware for all practical
The
purposes.
Cardano proof of stake.
That's potential. I mean, you can do it in a centralized way, but um, can it survive? Can it last for a long time? I don't think so. And I think, it can last perhaps initially with marketing, with centralized marketing, you can promote it, but ultimately, user demand. The people that are not interested in speculating because they want to get rich on this, because they're going to use it. They're going to want to use it because they can trust that it is not going to be messed with.
Yes.
So,
But there's also applications that I'll let you know. But there's applications on top. One other reason I'm interested in things like Ethereum is you might think it's ridiculous. I thought it was ridiculous, but NFTs. Right? So what you can have NFTs probably on top of Bitcoin.
no, but you don't because there's no marketing element in this one because all these ideas get promoted on proprietary shitcoins because
Yes. But there's the network effects of ideas and applications. So they just take off for some reason. Human civilization is such that you get excited about stuff and large amounts of people believe a thing and they start to get excited and it actually has impact. Like the fact that NFTs can have an impact on the art world or the world in general is wild to me. But it worked. So the question is,
David Rothschild has an impact on the art world.
well, things ideas have, we're collective intelligent beings and we can believe in things that has power. That has led to major wars and all those types of things. So it's interesting to me that NFTs took hold. And the question is, if they're distributed dApps, if they're distributed apps built on top of different blockchains that might somehow transform the world. You have to kind of keep an open mind to that. Because right now, I'm the same place with that as I am with virtual reality. Like, all right, this seems like a really intellectually promising set of ideas here. But there's something either technically or socially not quite taking hold. Why? And I don't know what the right answer is. And so with virtual reality, what's the right answer? Is it just technically the latency is too high, or the games are not good enough, or is it a fundamentally flawed idea that you can live in the virtual world and enjoy it, that the physical world is just orders of magnitude better, or a two-dimensional display is just as good as a three-dimensional world? I don't know. Why is virtual reality not taking off since the 80s? Right?
I don't have strong opinions on it, on the prospect of the technology. I don't want to ever imagine myself having something on my eyes. I'd rather just go out into the real world. But I don't have strong opinions on virtual reality. I do have on dApps and NFTs.
Yeah, what's your criticism of dApps and NFTs? It's a distraction. It's a way to sell a flawed.
The problem with apps is, it's just the economics of it make no sense in the sense that currently, um, if you wanted to run an application, whatever the application is, you want to run it on AWS, you pay a specific amount of money. You want to run it on your own laptop, you pay a specific amount of money per kilobyte of data. If you wanted to run the same thing on a distributed ledger, where you're distributing data over thousands of computers worldwide, it's infinitely more expensive. And that's why we haven't seen any of these dApps take off. And that's why I've said this many years ago. The only working application of blockchain technology is Bitcoin. Because with Bitcoin, you're with a few hundred bytes of data, with a few bytes of data, you could move $1 billion worth of economic value. safely and reliably. So that power, I can't see it being justified for anything that is not as mission critical as moving large amounts of value, which require very little amount of information. So when you look at all of the buzzwords that the Ethereum and other altcoin marketing people like to use, and if you want to wonder really why we come to this kind of aggression, it's because we've heard all of this. I've had all these customers come to me for years. I've had people in 2016 talk to me about how um, Ethereum blockchain technology is going to revolutionize real estate deeds in India. And I remember this guy. I'm not going to mention his name, but this guy was 2016, and he sold a lot of shitcoins and made a lot of money off of shitcoins based on all these silly ideas. We're gonna have blackjack on a distributed ledger. We're gonna have Indian real estate on a distributed ledger, and it's concern for the market. There's a problem with real estate in India, real estate deeds. Blockchain fixes this. Buy my shitcoin, and then people buy the shitcoin. Indian real estate isn't fixed, and the guy gets rich, and they move on. But I mean, I'm still waiting for that to actually emerge. It's the promise that we keep feeling is something completely world changing, world transforming, and the reality is not one app. Like there's one of my good friends, Jimmy Song. Eventually, they refused to go ahead with it, but he wanted to bet with one of the Ethereum people about these dApps. The Ethereum people are constantly saying those dApps are going to grow and they're going to have so many applications and they're going to have so many ideas. And the reality is, all the apps that work are centralized apps. So there is no Uber on the blockchain. There is no Twitter on the blockchain. There is no social media on the blockchain because these are businesses, and businesses require a centralized authority to make decisions. You can't have it be decentralized.
Yeah. Listen, you're frustrated, and I can see it over a few years of just having dealt with a humongous influx of charlatans.
I wouldn't say frustrated. I mean, it's water off my back.
No, but a man that uses in a community that uses the word shitcoin is a little bit. You call it amusement, and I think amusement is a way to deal with the frustration, to channel your frustration. Like sometimes when you have to deal with bullshit, the best way is just to laugh at the absurdity of it all, and that's what you mean by amusement. But the fact is, like, there's things like artificial intelligence for what is it? How many decades? 6, 7 decades has been off and on promising to change everything, and it has failed time and time again to deliver to the promise. But that doesn't mean there's something fundamental and really powerful about both the small and the big things going on within the actual research and development within those communities. There's a lot of exciting development. The scale at which those developments might actually have a transformative impact, the time scale is unclear. It seems like we certainly overpromise. We dream too big and too aggressively in the AI community, but a lot.
Yeah, and I'm happy to give people the benefit of the doubt when they're overpromising, but not when they're making their own money. When you start making your own currency, then you don't get the benefit of the doubt. Because if your idea needs you to have a new currency that you print when Bitcoin is out there, then I'm gonna go ahead and assume that you're doing this for the
Every time they mention that I am actually launching my coin called LexCoin.
Give me shitcoin. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to block you with love. Okay. One thing I wanted to ask you about is that's this paper they released in January 20th on the potential central bank digital currency (CBDC). What are your thoughts about that? Is it just another, like, is there pros and cons to this? Is it at all interesting to you that they're doing this kind of thing?
I used to think that it's just basically waffle. It's meaningless because as it exists, the dollar is a central bank digital currency, right? The vast majority of dollars are digital, and but I think the way that over the last couple of years I've changed my mind on this. I think there's some serious substance behind these ideas, and what they mean effectively is the disintermediation of the banking system and giving everybody an account at federal reserve. This is kind kind of a really dangerous idea, and I think this is enormously significant. Effectively, as somebody who's lived in the Soviet Union, what this is the return of the ghost back on a global scale with modern technology. So under the Soviet Union, there was something called the Ghost Bank or People's Bank, and that was the only bank in the country. And you had an account with the national bank, and if you said something wrong, your money got terminated from the Ghost Bank. Now imagine that combined with the power of digital technology, and you can see that this could be an enormously powerful technology because if banks are out of business, then we change the fundamental reality of fiat as being the creation of money through lending, and then it becomes the creation of money truly by fiat, by government fiat. So we move to a system in which money is just basically, it's like we have money that is pieces of paper, and every time we've had money, we had fiat money that was just pieces of paper, it collapsed very quickly. Um, with the current system, money is credit, and the creation of credit is restricted to some point, and the creation of credit is self-correcting, as was this in the fiat standard. If the central bank allows banks to create too much credit, that creates a bubble, and then there's a collapse in the money supply, which prevents hyperinflation from happening because the money creation is self-destructive, self-correcting. So you end up with an average of like 7% per year increase because you have 10% for 5 years, and then you get negative 20% for 1 year, and it's correcting. But now if you get rid of the credit creation mechanism, it's just assigning money directly, we're likely going to get much faster inflation. And I think that's obviously a huge problem, and perhaps an even bigger problem is the enormous amount of power that it gives to governments. It allows them to create an awful dystopia where you've got your money on your phone, and anything you do is completely supervised and controlled through your spending. So they want to introduce a new lockdown, then they'll just make your money not work. Your money's broken today. You can't spend money. Or you can only spend money in your local supermarket for the next 3 months because you can't leave your neighborhood. Your money stops working outside your neighborhood. The Chinese social credit score system is an example of this. And I think, I don't know, I don't have a crystal ball, so I don't know what the likelihood is of implementing something like this in the US. I've discussed it with Michael Saylor. He thinks it's highly unlikely. He thinks, the people who've been pushing this are very far from a position of power, and the traditional monetary and financial system is going to survive intact. I certainly hope so. I think this would be a terrible thing if it comes to pass. But I don't think many people think that it is something that would undermine Bitcoin. A lot of common objection to Bitcoin is, well, governments are just going to launch their own digital currencies and then Bitcoin's going to die. And I think this is completely missing the point. People think Bitcoin is important because it's digital. It's not. National currencies can be digital. Bitcoin is important because it's not inflationary and because nobody controls it. Central bank digital currencies are likely to be very inflationary, and they're likely to have very strong control at the top. So if anything, they are an advertisement for Bitcoin rather than a replacement for it.
Because Bitcoin could go the way for multiple nations to partake. So if you were to imagine a future where we move from the fiat standard back to the gold standard and then to the Bitcoin standard, or skipping that, going directly to the Bitcoin standard, what would it take? Is it gradual? Is it immediate? What are possible trajectories that take us? Well, basically, where the final sort of empirical observation is that you overtake Bitcoin overtakes first gold and then bonds in terms of its monetary power in the world. But like just specifically from a government perspective, how do we move the United States, China, Russia, India, European Union to Bitcoin standard?
I'm not entirely concerned about whether governments move or not. In fact, I'd be very happy for them not to move as long as possible, so that individuals can accumulate more and more Bitcoin while it's still cheap.
So the people will move, and the governments will catch up.
Yeah, and I think this is kind of what I allude to. I mean, the point of the fiat standard is really a Bitcoin book. That's talked about fiat most of the time, but it does so to analyze Bitcoin and the rise of Bitcoin. In the final chapter, I discuss how I think this relationship plays out. increasing amounts of surveillance and inflation. And then, if you want, you can just opt out of that. We get into Bitcoin, and it's likely going to be difficult for governments to stop people from getting into Bitcoin for all the technical reasons that make it very hard to stop Bitcoin. So then we have this alternative as Bitcoin, which is not inflationary and does not have a central authority that can censor it. I think um, gradually is my hope, and I also think my most likely scenario, but maybe I am biased because everybody thinks what they want is what's going to happen. I think we're just going to witness, the same relationship because governments make their currency so that they can devalue them, and Bitcoin thrives on that. And more people are going to learn, more and more people are going to find out, and whether it's through curiosity or self-interest or through the destruction of the national currency, all roads lead to Bitcoin. So more and more people are going to buy Bitcoin, price of Bitcoin is going to go up, and as it goes up, Bitcoin becomes a more significant part of the world economy. And then this is something that the skeptics don't get. Like a lot of the academic skeptics to Bitcoin, they offer up all of these theories about why they think Bitcoin can't work, and then they present it, and they think, they've delivered the knockout blow as if Bitcoin needs their permission or the world is going to need their permission. Well, the reality is people are going to join Bitcoin out of greed, out of self-interest. Number go up technology is it's really what's going to get everybody in.
Yeah.
And that's really the Trojan horse for fixing the world. Come for the greed and stay for the revolution. It's gonna keep going on because people don't like to be poor, except for most economists and academics. People don't like to be poor. People don't enjoy getting their wealth destroyed, and they care more about their self-interest than they care about economic theories about whether this works as money or not. They see their cousin escaped hyperinflation and managed to get a bigger house because they bought Bitcoin 5 years ago. They realize maybe I should stop mocking my cousin and start buying more Bitcoin. This is, I think, an indomitable force that's going to continue. And one thing, um, most Bitcoiners tend to lean toward an apocalyptic transition. Like the fiat's going to collapse, we're going to get hyperinflation, everything's going to be terrible, and then we're going to move to Bitcoin. And I present the case for why I think maybe that might not be the case. Maybe we won't get this kind of apocalyptic scenario. And it's because, and this was like the conclusion of the fiat standard, which is once you realize that mining fiat is creating debt, and Bitcoin is allowing, so in order to have fiat money, we need to have people borrow, we need to have people make loans. And the problem is that fiat money runs into today is that if you want to save money, if you want to hold savings, you have a problem. Where do you put your savings? So you put your savings in debt, in the creation of more bonds. Wherever you take your savings, you create a bubble in those things. And this is why we see a bubble in the stock market, a bubble in the bond market, a bubble in housing. It's because people are looking for savings, looking for a place where they can save. All those things are crappy saving instruments because they're like copper in that there's nothing to stop the people behind them to make more of it. House builders can build more houses. Governments can issue more bonds. Um, Crappy fraudulent companies can list on the stock market and make more stocks. Well, Bitcoin finally offers us an outcome. We don't need to keep creating more debt. We can invest in this asset that is hard and that is internationally liquid and that nobody can make more of. So there is no bubble in it. There is no mechanism for somebody to increase the supply and bring the price crashing down, like with copper and real estate and bonds. So Bitcoin is the way out, and this is why I think there's a good case to be made for why the fiat authorities might embrace Bitcoin, because they'll see it is their way out of this enormous debt bubble that everybody is stuck in. Particularly, the richest and most powerful people in the world and the richest and most powerful governments in the world are the ones biggest wallets. They're the ones in a lot of debt. So a continuous slow devaluation of the value of that debt as people upgrade and move on to a hard asset that continues to appreciate is the way that is the peaceful way that we wind down the fiat policy. I think
You could see it being like a part of a political platform for future people that run for president, those kinds of things to address. Obviously, it's not just for the powerful and the rich. The people are bothered by the debt. The people are bothered by everything that you describe with fiat. And if you want to sell yourself in a democracy as a good leader, you might want to make that part of the platform. You mentioned you know Michael Malice. He just texted me asking me to ask you, what do you like best about Michael Malice? You could spend 5 to 10 to 20 to an hour talking about the genius of Michael Malice. What do you like? Where does one even start? Well, obviously the haircut first. Yeah, he just gets sexier with age. That's for sure. That's
Yeah.
Do his ideas, his trolling and humor? Have you gotten a chance to interact with him?
Yes, yes, I've met Michael maybe 10, 12 years ago in New York. I used to live in New York, but he used to live in New York. I met him a couple of times. There was a bunch of anarchists in New York used to throw a happy hour once a month. It was called the High Time Preference Hoppe Hour in honor of Hans Hermann Hoppe. So I met him there a couple of times, and we followed each other on Twitter for a while.
Is there interesting that you're aware of philosophical differences in your worldviews?
No, I think we pretty much see eye to eye. I think the difference is mainly he spends a lot of time focusing on American politics and American pop culture, which I don't pay much attention to, I guess.
You're more like the monetary system, the economics of it all, just the history, and just looking at it, zooming out at the big picture. But although recently he's working on a book called The White Pill, and he's been every time I see him, I mean, he's in some dark aspect of the 20th century. He's just like, I just finished writing about Holodomor. As you might imagine, he's not taking much, I believe, from a monetary perspective on things. His book, his writing at least for Tom, is a kind of philosophical ideology perspective that has outside of the monetary system. But you argue that those are actually inextricably linked. But
Yeah, and I don't think you would disagree, but
but a book has to be, can only be so long, I suppose.
you can only focus on so many things.
If you could put on your wise sage hat and give some advice to young people, I mean, the past 4 hours have been a kind of advice, but if you can focus on somebody in high school or college is thinking about what to do with their career, to have a successful career, or to have a life they can be proud of, what would you tell them?
I'd say probably the most important advice that I would give is to find a way to give value to other people. This is really the key thing. You need to wake up every morning and figure out how to serve others. This is the key to everything you want in life. Everything that you want is on the other side of you serving others. So figure out how you can serve others in a good way. How you can do it with big value and
Really
another
impressive on that.
incredible mechanism for figuring that out, which is the market. Go out there and do
What the
things
fuck
for
is
other
this?
people, and the market will tell you. The market will tell you exactly. If you're young, you have the enormous advantage of being able to make mistakes, essentially, and learn from them. So go out there, do things of value for others, figuring out how you can do something that will contribute. What is it that you can do to contribute the most value to other people's lives? And increasingly, I think with modern technology, this is increasingly becoming online. And I think you should consider how you can create value online because that scales beyond anything you can do in the physical world in a very, very, well, maybe not beyond because there are profitable businesses in the physical world. But I think online is enormous potential. And coding, I think, is enormously powerful. I'm not a coder myself, but I strongly recommend people get into learning how to code. And I think it's probably the thing that carries the most uh, power. So initially, we were working with our hands. We started working with machines. Machines are much more productive. Well, code is an even higher level of productivity where you basically program the machines to produce things. So, few clicks of a keyboard and you can move millions of machines around the world in certain ways. So it carries an enormous amount of value. I think I always tell all young people to learn to code. It's the best thing. I used to tell it to my students when I was at university. Tell them to drop out and go learn to code. It's probably a better use of their time and money.
We could probably do both.
Yeah,
The university has an interesting function. I mean, probably you and I have different perspective on this. Probably has to do with a little bit of a different journey creative field. And so I've stayed engineering focused for a long time, and there's less some of the troubles you might highlight in the education system. There's less troubles of that kind in the engineering because math hasn't changed for a long time. But it's a lot of it is just doing hard things, being forced to do hard things, and becoming a bit of a generalist. While on the side, you're also becoming a specialist based on your own passion, driven by your own passion. So, school, at least high school, I don't know about university, but high school, that's a really nice, one of the only times in your life, at least in my life, I was forced, but now I see, given the opportunity to spend my entire day learning broadly. And that's something, I don't know, the way time works, it just runs away from you. You never really get a chance to learn quite that broadly. Again, it's the curse of specialization. You gotta never get a chance to study biology, chemistry, if you're a physicist. I'm not doing it. So it's enjoy the broad education. But yeah, like you said, trying to think that value by the market. And on the other side of it, you said all the good stuff. So that's also really good happiness.
Yeah, and I also add the first that I like to with all time is the low time reference aspect of things, saving with Bitcoin. So I think that my idea, because when you're young, you think of the world in a very short term. Generally, you're focused on the present, and you think that everything that's happening in the present is the most important thing that's ever going to happen in the history of humanity. Lower your time preference, think about the future, think further down the line, think about the consequences of things you do, and then so you do this now, feel good today, but then what happens tomorrow? Go out, you drink, you enjoy yourself, but think about the hangover. And more in long term, think about the implication of living this kind of life. Think about every decision you make, the long term implication of it. And part of that is Bitcoin. Part of that is saving in Bitcoin. I urge everybody to put savings in Bitcoin for the long term. Don't buy Bitcoin for the short term. Don't buy Bitcoin today so that you can sell it. You don't put your savings in Bitcoin today so that you can sell it all next month and buy a house. Put money in Bitcoin that you expect to keep in Bitcoin for another 5, 10 years or so. At least 4 years is what I recommend for people. So keep a low time preference, focus on the future, and saving Bitcoin.
And learn about how to buy Bitcoin, how to learn about all this technology. Part of this conversation. There's so much awesome material out there. Thank you, by the way, for this gift of a hardware wallet. So you should definitely invest in it yourself. And what would you call this? These are
Open dimes.
Open dimes. Yeah. So this is like USB that you can, like a hardware device that stores Bitcoin.
Yeah, so you don't have to worry about knowing the password. It contains the password within it, and it's tamper-proof. So you can save the Bitcoin on it. And
So when the apocalypse comes, you need the value to be stored an actual thing that you can have in your physical possession. Yeah, that's exactly what this is. You had a heck of a life. You've been in a bunch of places in this world, a lot of places. Life is not easy in some of those places. What has been, if you can take a step to maybe a bit of a dark step for a short time, what has been a maybe darkest time, period, place you ever got in your mind, a dark period of your life, a struggle you had to overcome to survive?
well, I'm Palestinian, so that is the tragedy of my life. I'm Palestinian Jordanian. Um, my family's suffered a lot because of this historically. I grew up in Ramallah in the West Bank. It wasn't ideal to see that. People like to think of it as this intractable conflict between two bitter enemies, but the reality of the matter is that it's not. A foreign ideology came in with the idea that this country needs to be occupied by people from only one religion, and the existing population, which, Jews had always lived in Palestine historically, and at the turn of the 20th century, they were only 10% of the population. But then, with the birth of fiat money, incidentally, the link with all of this is that when the Bank of England went off gold, a big reason why they were able to pull that off was that the Rothschild banking family supported them, and in exchange, the Rothschilds got Palestine. So obviously that's not very convenient for people who are not Jewish, for whom that is a homeland. And the past 80 years has been a very painful struggle if you happen to not be Jewish. And obviously, obviously Palestinians have done all kinds of things trying to fight back, and they've done all kinds of wrong things. But I don't think you can escape the fundamental reality underlying this, which is that if you're not Jewish, you are being moved out of the land. And so it's happened in 1947, 48, happened in 1976, my found in 67. More land is taken over by Israel. Now you see it in the settlements. If you ignore the day-to-day headlines and you ignore the media propaganda and you ignore all of this thing, there's a very clear thing that is happening, which is more land owned by an exclusive ideology that believes this land needs to be owned by people from one religion, and everybody else is being kicked out. So that is the tragedy of my life. My wife is also a Palestinian refugee from Lebanon, and her family was evicted from Jaffa, which is today on the outskirts of Tel Aviv. They still have their homes in Jaffa. Their homes are being built. They got kicked out of their homes, their land, their property. They became refugees in Lebanon. So my children, it's an ongoing tragedy. I think that's a lot of the people that think of it as the Palestinians are just out there to get Israelis because they hate them, but it's an inescapable tragedy. I don't have a home anywhere.
Is there an escape from tragedy usually you see? But if you zoom out across the scale of decades, will we see, I hesitate to say peace, but a significant decrease in human suffering in this part of the region?
I certainly hope so. And I think, my interest in Bitcoin came from a place of desperation with the situation there. Traditional politics is a dead end. Um, I don't see what I can be doing to make things better there using traditional politics. And I think a good friend of mine, Pierre Rothschild, they know him on Twitter, one of the brightest minds in Bitcoin, in my opinion. He told me his theory is that Bitcoin is going to bring peace to the Middle East because land is a shitcoin. and
Land is a shit one. I love it.
And I think he's got a very good point there that this fixation with land and the bitterness with which people have with land is likely to decline when people are going to have a form of property that they can keep. And so hopefully that will help in one way. And of course, the more obvious way is that this is a conflict of governments, and it's a conflict that is financed by fiat. From day one, the entirely insane notion that you could build a national, an ethnic homeland. And of course, this is early 20th century, so the idea behind Zionism is coming from the same place where all these other ethnic nationalisms of Europe were emerging, and we saw how how horribly these worked out. But the idea that you could, it's one thing to say we want to build a homeland for Germans in Germany. It's one thing to say we want to build a homeland for Germans somewhere else, and that was Palestine. That was Zionism, and that was only possible thanks to fiat, to the ability of the British government and all these other governments to continue to finance this colonialist debt over time, and continues to finance war, and it continues. We see war all over the world continue to escalate because the people who make the decision to escalate the war are not the ones who are paying for it, and they're not the ones who are fighting. They're the ones who sit in offices. And in the case of what's the Middle East conflict, it's
because I have family in Ukraine, I have family in Russia. Since this war, echoes of similar things are happening in that part of the world too. And I shudder to think about the decades to come of the hate that is brewing, the suffering that is brewing, based on decisions and pressures and um, from not always people directly impacted by this. So again, it feels like that military conflict is not just a creation of people on the ground, creation of leaders, power centers, and perhaps again I'm not smart enough, but even the monetary system probably has a role to play.
I absolutely think it does. The monetary system um, is what allows people to just continue to treat war as a spectator sport. Yeah, that's really what it comes down to. And it started with World War One, and it continued. And this is why really I think I've said this before. I've tweeted this before, and it was a pretty popular tweet, but it also got a lot of people to dismiss the idea with mockery, of course. But I really think Bitcoin is the only technology that's going to end World War One. Once World War One started, we got into this endless conflict, been going ongoing since then. If you look at all the world's conflicts, pretty much they all trace back to World War One, and it's because when that Pandora's box of government control of money was opened, there was no longer a real restraint on war except complete defeat and complete destruction and complete death. The war had to be total. Before that, under the gold standard, kings would send professional armies to fight each other in battlefields. And as soon as it became clear that one side was establishing an advantage, the fighting would stop, and the kings would settle, would agree to new terms, because it was really expensive to build a professional army, and you ran out of money. So it was always the smartest thing to do is to just stop fighting whenever you could. And wars would take place, countries would fight each other in the battlefield. But in the cities, life went on as normal. And people within the same cities, within the cities of two countries, would be trading with one another. Life would go on, but the war would be there. And it was just an independent part of politics that, all right, we have a problem over this piece of land. Let's let's take it outside. We don't fight in the civilian areas. We go to the battlefield. We fight with professional armies. And in fact, sometimes the conflicts would be, the armies would line up, and they would just have a small contingent of the two armies fight with one another. And as soon as one of them establishes an advantage, then, all right, one of you won. Let's move on with it. Governments were far more careful about their monetary policy and their war policy when they couldn't print their money. That has changed with the and that has allowed this new emergence of this class of what I like to call chicken hawks, of people who sit in office, like the entire foreign policy establishment in Washington, D.C., people who have never fought a war, whose children will never fight a war, who will never pay to fight a war, who will never suffer a broken window in their house because of war, sitting there and based on these fucking moronic garbage that they teach at moronic fiat universities about politics and geopolitics, making decisions about, we need to invade that country, we need to send war there, and they can do that because they have this endless money flow, right? And that's why, back under gold, if you were a warrior, you went and actually joined the war. And that, the people who pontificated about war were the people who had experience with war, the people who were sending their own children to war, the people who were fighting with their own money. Now you have all these fat parasitics sitting in Washington, D.C., deciding, Washington is just an example, all over the world this exists. People who've never fought, who never carried the consequences, are going to devalue the world's money.
In simple terms, like really simple, just like
Hegelian
dialectics,
colon,
problem reaction solution.
politics in university.
You said you value low tide reference. But I have news for you that one day you will die. As far as we know, you're a mortal being. Do you think about your death? Do you think about your mortality? Are you afraid of it?
I spent a lot of time um, introspecting and thinking about these things, and I value life a lot. I value my time on Earth a lot, and you'll see this in waste. I think, on my, I've said this before, on my tombstone, let it be written, he never let anyone waste his time twice in his life.
Life is short.
Yeah, you can waste my time once. You can get me to do something, and then I realize that
Welcome, welcome.
you will never get me to waste my time twice. And so you show up at my Twitter with something stupid. You're never showing up.
So you're a fast learner. You give people a chance, but you're a fast learner.
Yeah, so I try and I try and use my time very wisely, and I'm unapologetic about it. My time is the most precious thing, and like the way to get on my shit side, on my shit list, whatever, is to try and take away my time and to abuse my time. If you do that, I'm it's the one un, it's the one unforgivable sin for me. And I think that's really that's my way of coming to terms with mortality. We're all gonna die, and so let's make the most out of it while we're still here. And of course, the other way you come to terms with mortality is you have children.
Given what you just said, um, doubly so, it's a huge honor that you spend your valuable time with me. This is the first time you did it, so you probably regret all of it. So we'll probably never see each other again. But I'm glad you
This is great.
took the chance to do it. It's a huge honor, and I've been a huge fan of yours.
Thank
I
you.
think you have impact on the world that you probably are not even aware of. It's tremendous. And a lot of people love you, and your work is important. Even I disagree with some things you say, and there's people that disagree with you, but everybody respects you. And thank you so much for spending your really valuable time today, brother.
Thank you, sir. Really appreciate it. This was not a waste of time, and I'll be happy to do it again.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Safety in the News. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from the Austrian economist Richard Hayek. Economic control is not merely control of a sector of human life which can be separated from the rest. It is control the means for all our ends. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
We are becoming cyborgs. Like, our brains are fundamentally changed. Everyone who grew up with electronics, we are fundamentally different from Homo sapiens. I call us Homo techno. I think we have evolved into Homo techno, which is like essentially a new species. Previous technologies, may have even been more profound and move us to a certain degree, but I think the computers are what make us Homo techno. I think this is what it's a brain augmentation. So it like allows for actual evolution. Like the computers accelerate the degree to which all the other technologies can also be accelerated.
Would you classify yourself as a Homo sapien or a Homo techno?
Definitely.
So
I think we're all.
You're one of the elites of the species.
I think most of us are.
Following this conversation with Brian, an artist, musician, songwriter, producer, director, and a fascinating human being, thinks a lot about both the history and the future of human civilization, studying the dark periods of our past to help form an optimistic vision of our future. This is the Let's Treatment Podcast. Supported. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Brian.
Okay, the cloud lifter. There you go.
There you go. You know your stuff. Have you ever used a cloud lifter?
Yeah, I actually. This microphone and cloud lifter is what Michael Jackson used. So
No. Really?
yeah, this is like filler.
This mic
This
and
mic
the cloud lifter?
and it's a incredible microphone. It's very flattering on vocals. I've used this a lot. It's great for demo vocals. It's great in a room. Like sometimes it's easier to record vocals if you're just in a room and like the music's playing and you just want to like feel it, and so it's not in the headphones. And this mic is pretty directional, so I think it's like a good mic for like vibing out and just getting real good vocal take.
Just vibing. Just
Yeah.
in a room.
Anyway, this is the Michael Jackson Quincy Jones microphone.
You're way more badass now. Alright. Let's get it. You want to get into it?
I guess so.
Alright. One of your names, at least in the space and time, is C, like the letter C. And you told me that C means a lot of things. Speed of light, it's the render rate of the universe. Yes, it's Spanish, crescent moon, and it happens to be my favorite programming language because it's basically runs the world, but it's also powerful, fast, and it's dangerous. You mess things up really badly with all the pointers.
mean, to me, the coolest is the speed of light, obviously, or the speed of light. When I say render rate of the universe, I think I mean the speed of light because essentially that's what we're rendering at. See, I think we'll know if we're in a simulation if the speed of light changes, because if they can improve their render speed, then
It's already pretty good.
it's already pretty good. But if it improves, then we'll know. You know, we can probably be like, okay, they've updated or upgraded.
Well, it's fast enough for us humans because it seems like it seems immediate. There's no delay. There's no latency in terms of like us humans on Earth interacting with things. But if you're like intergalactic species operating on a much larger scale, then you're gonna start noticing some weird stuff. Or if you can operate in like around a black hole, then you're gonna start to see some render issues.
You can't go faster than the speed of light, correct? So it's really limits our ability, or one's ability to travel space.
Theoretically, you can. You have wormholes. So there's nothing in general relativity that precludes faster than speed of light travel. But it just seems you're gonna have to do some really funky stuff with very heavy things that have like weirdnesses that have basically tears in space and time. I don't know how to do that.
Even navigators know how to do it.
Do navigators?
Yeah. Building space. Basically making wormholes.
So the name C.
Yeah.
Who are you? Do you think of yourself as multiple people? Are you one person? Do you know, like, this morning were you a different person than you are tonight? We are, I should say, recording this basically at midnight, which is awesome.
Yes. Thank you so much. I think I'm about 8 hours late.
No, you're right on time. Good morning. Beginning of a new day soon. Anyway, are you the same person you were in the morning and the evening? Is there multiple people in there? Do you think of yourself as one person? Or maybe you have no clue? Are you just a jazz mystery to yourself?
Okay, these are really intense questions, but
So did I ask this myself? Like, look in the mirror, who are you? People tell you to just be yourself.
I mean, I think my personality changes with everyone I talk to. So I have a very consistent personality. Yeah.
Person to person, the interaction, your personality.
Or my mood. Like I'll go from being like a megalomaniac to being like, just like a total hermit who is very shy.
There's some combinatorial combination of your mood and the person you're interacting with.
Yeah, mood and interacting with. But I think everyone's like that. Maybe not.
Well, not everybody acknowledges it and you can be introspective. Who brings up, what kind of person, what kind of mood brings up as an artist and everything? Can you introspect it?
Like my best friend. Like people I can, when I'm like super confident and I know that they're gonna understand everything I'm saying. Like my best friend. But when I can start being really funny, that's always my like peak mode. But it's like, yeah, it takes a lot to get there.
Let's talk about constraints. You talked about constraints and limits. Do those help you out as an artist or as a human being, or do they get in the way? You like the constraints of creating music, creating art, and living life. Do you like the constraints that this world puts on you? Or
If constraints are moving, then you're good, right? Like it's like as we are progressing with technology, we're changing the constraints of like artistic creation. You know, making video and music and stuff is getting a lot cheaper. There's constantly new technology and new software that's making it faster and easier. We have so much more freedom than we had in the 70s. Like when Michael Jackson, when they recorded Thriller with his microphone, like they had to use a mixing desk and all this stuff, and like probably even get in the studio it's really expensive, and you have to be a really good singer, and you have to know how to use like the mixing desk and everything. And now I can just, make every whole album on the computer. I have a lot more freedom, but then I'm also constrained in different ways because there's like literally millions more artists. It's like a much bigger playing field. It's just like I didn't learn music. I'm not a natural musician, so I don't know anything about actual music. I just know about like the computer. So I'm really kind of just like messing around and like trying to set.
well, yeah, the nature of music is changing. So you're saying you don't know actual music, but music
producers is deeply underrated. Like so many of the songs that are popular right now or for the last 20 years, like part of the reason they're popular is because the production is really interesting or really sick or really cool. And it's like I don't think listeners like people just don't really understand what music production is. It's not. It's sort of like this weird discombobulated art form. It's not like a formal because it's so new. There isn't like a formal training path for it. It's mostly driven by like autodidacts. Like it's like almost everyone I know who's good at production. Like I didn't go to music school or anything. I just taught myself.
They're mostly different, like the music producers in there. Is there some commonalities that tie together, or are they all just different kinds of weirdos? Because I just hung out with Rick Rubin, and
Yeah, I mean, Rick Rubin is like literally one of the gods of music production. Like he's one of the people who first, who like made music production, you know, made the production as important as the actual lyrics was.
but the thing he does, which is interesting, I don't know if you can speak to that, is hanging out with him. He seems to just sit there in silence, close his eyes, and listen. It's like he almost does nothing, and that nothing somehow gives you freedom to be the best version of yourself. So that's music production somehow too, which is like encouraging you to do less, simplify, to like push towards minimalism.
I mean, I work differently from Rick Rubin because Rick Rubin produces for other artists, whereas like I mostly produce for myself. So it's a very different situation. I also think Rick Rubin, he's in that I would say advanced category producer where like you've like earned you can have an engineer and stuff and people like do stuff for you.
Yeah.
But I usually just like do stuff myself.
So you're the engineer, the producer, and the artist.
Yeah, I guess I would say I'm in the era like the post Rick Rubin era. Like I come from the kind of like Skrillex school of thought, which is like where you are the engineer, producer, artist. Like I mean lately sometimes I'll work with a producer now. I'm gently sort of delicately starting to collaborate a bit more, but like I think I'm kind of from the like a whatever 2010 explosion of things where everything became available on the computer and you kind of got this like lone wizard energy thing going.
So you embrace the loneliness. Is the loneliness somehow an engine of creativity? Like, so most of your stuff, most of your creative, quote unquote, genius, and quotes, is in the privacy of your own mind.
Yeah, well it was, um, but here's the thing. I was talking to Daniel Ek and he said he's like most artists they have about 10 years, like 10 good years, and then they usually stop making their like vital shit. And I feel like I'm sort of like nearing the end of my 10 years on my own. And
So you have to become somebody else.
now I'm in the process of doing somebody else's reinventing. When I work with other people, because I've never worked with other people, I find that I make like that I'm exceptionally rejuvenated and making like some of the most vital work I've ever made. So because I think another human brain is like one of the best tools you can possibly find. Like
It's a funny way to put it. I love it.
it's like if a tool is like whatever HP plus one or like adds some like stat to your character, like another human brain will like square it just like add or something.
The lovely experience was. I love this. We should also mention we're playing tavern music before this, and which I love. Therefore, I think I
You gotta stop the tavern music.
yeah, because it doesn't the audio.
Okay.
It makes the
Yeah, it'll make this podcast
added in
annoying.
post. Added in post.
No one will want to listen to the podcast.
They probably would, but it reminds me of a video game, like a role-playing video game where you have experience. There's something really joyful about wandering places like Elder Scrolls, like Skyrim, just exploring these landscapes in another world, and then you get experience points. You can work on different skills. It's how you progress in life. And I don't know, it's simple. It doesn't have some of the messy complexities of life. And there's usually a bad guy you can fight in Skyrim with dragons and so on. I'm sure in Elder Ring there's a bunch of monsters you can fight. I love that.
I feel like Elden Ring. I feel like it's a good analogy to music production though, because it's like I feel like they're like, it's like the artist engineer because it's like it's both art and fairly complex engineering.
Well, you're saying they don't get enough credit. Aren't you kind of changing that by becoming the person doing everything? Like, isn't the engineer?
Well, I mean, others have gone before me. I'm not, there's like Timbaland, there's all these people that are like, very famous for this. But I just think I think people get confused about what it is and just don't really know what it is per se. And it's just when I see a song, like when there's like a hit song, like I'm just trying to think of like going for like even just a basic pop hit, um like Rules by Dua Lipa or something. The production on that is actually like really crazy. I mean, the song is also great, but it's like the production is exceptionally memorable. Like, and it's just like no one. I don't even know who produced that song. It's just like isn't part of like the rhetoric of how we discuss the creation of art. We just sort of like don't consider the music producer because I think the music producer used to be more just simply recording things.
Yeah, that's an interesting thing because when you think about movies, we talk about the actor and the actresses, but we also talk about the director.
Yeah.
We don't talk about like that with music as often.
The Beatles music producer was one of the first one of the first people sort of introducing crazy sound design into pop music. I forget his name. I forget his name, but like he was doing all the weird stuff like dropping pianos.
Oh, to get the sound, to get the authentic sound. What about lyrics? I think those, where did they fit into how important they are? I was heartbroken to learn that Elvis didn't write his songs. I was very mad.
A lot of people don't write them.
I understand this, but
here's the thing. I feel like that there's this desire for authenticity. I used to be like really mad when like people would write a producer and like that's fake. And then I realized there's all this like weird bitterness and like avarice in art about authenticity.
yeah.
But I had this kind of like weird realization recently where I started thinking that like art is sort of a decentralized collective thing. Like art is kind of a conversation with all the artists that have ever lived before you. Like it's like you're really just sort of. It's not like anyone's reinventing the wheel here. Like you're kind of just taking thousands of years of art and like running it through your own little algorithm and then like making your interpretation of it.
You're doing a conversation with all the other artists who came from it. This is beautiful.
Like and it's like I feel like everyone's always like there's always copyright and IP and this and that or authenticity and it's just like I think we need to stop seeing this as this like egotistical thing of like the creative genius, the lone creative genius or this or that because it's like I think art shouldn't be about that. I think art is something that sort of brings humanity together and it's also art is also kind of the collective memory of humans. It's like we don't give a fuck about whatever ancient Egypt, like how much grain got sent that day and sending the records and like who went where and how many shields needed to be produced for this. Like we just remember their art. And it's like it's like in our day-to-day life there's all this stuff that seems more important than art because it helps us function and survive. But when all this is gone, like the only thing that's really gonna be left is the art. The technology will be obsolete. Like the humans will be dead.
That is true. A good compression of human history, the art was generated across the different centuries, different millennia. So when the aliens come,
they're gonna find the hieroglyphics that appear.
I mean, art can be broadly defined. They might find like the engineering marvels, the bridges, the rockets,
I guess like architecture is art.
Yes.
I consider engineering in those formats to be art for sure.
It sucks that like digital art is easier to delete. So if there's an apocalypse, a nuclear war, that can disappear.
Yeah.
The physical, something still valuable about the physical manifestation of art. That sucks that, like music, for example, has to be played by someone.
Yeah, I mean, I do think we should have a foundation type situation where we like, how we have like seed banks up in the north and stuff.
Yeah.
Like we should probably have have like a solar powered or geothermal little bunker that like has all human knowledge.
You mentioned that you like Spotify. What do you think about that as an artist? What's Spotify? Is that empowering? Like to me, Spotify as a consumer is super exciting. It makes it easy for me to access music from all kinds of artists, get to explore all kinds of music, make it super easy to sort of curate my own playlist, have fun with all that. It was so liberating to let go. I used to collect, albums and CDs and so on, like hoard albums,
Yeah.
like they mattered. But the reality, that was really liberating. I could let go of that. Letting go of the albums you're kind of collecting allows you to find new music, explore new artists, and all that kind of stuff. But I know from a perspective of an artist, that could be, like you mentioned, competition can be a kind of constraint. There's more and more artists on the platform.
I think it's better that there's more artists. I mean, again, this might be propaganda because this is also a conversation with Daniel X. So this could easily be propaganda. Like
we're all a victim of somebody's propaganda. So let's
yes.
Let's say this.
But Daniel, I was telling you that at the when I met him, I was in all serious about Spotify. Like I grilled him super hard, so I got some answers here. But he was saying like at the sort of peak of the CD industry, there was like 20,000 artists making millions and millions of dollars. Like there was like a very tiny 1%. And Spotify kind of democratized the industry because now I think he said there's about 1 million artists making a good living from Spotify. And when I heard that, I was like, honestly, I would rather make less money and have just like a decent living than and have more artists be able to have that. Even though I wish it could include everyone, but
yeah, that's really hard to argue with. YouTube is the same. YouTube's mission, they want to basically have as many creators as possible make a living from kind of this.
Yeah.
And that's so hard to argue with.
But I think there's better ways to do it. My manager, I actually wish he was here. I just would have brought him up. My manager is building an app that can manage you, so it'll like help you organize your percentages and get your publishing and da 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 da. So you can take out all the middlemen, so you can have a bigger. It'll like automate it. You can get
automate manager.
Automate management, publishing, and legal. It can read the app you build. It can read your contract and like tell you about it. Because one of the issues with music right now, it's not that we're not getting paid enough, but it's that the art industry is filled with middlemen because artists are not good at business. And from the beginning, like Frank Sinatra, it's all mob stuff. Like the music industry, is run by business people, not the artists, and the artists really get very small cuts of like what they make. And so, I think part of the reason I'm a technocrat, which I mean, your fans are going to be technocrats. They're not going to be mad at me about this, but like my fans hate it when I say this kind of thing, or the general public don't like technocrats. They don't like technocrats. Like when I watched Battle Angel Alita, and they were like the Martian technocracy, and I was like, yeah, Martian technocracy, and then they were like, and they're evil, and I was like, okay. Yeah. I'm like Martian technocracy.
Yeah, so you're Jewish and technocrats create
For example, what my manager's working on, if you can create an app that removes the need for a lawyer, and then you can have a smart contract on the blockchain, removes the need for like management and organizing all the stuff, like can read your stuff and explain it to you, can collect your royalties, then the amount of money that you're getting from Spotify actually means a lot more and goes a lot further.
You can remove some of the bureaucracy, some of the inefficiencies that make life not as great as it could be.
Yeah, I think the issue isn't that there's not enough. Like the issue is that there's inefficiency, and I'm really into this positive sum mindset. The win-win mindset of like instead of fighting over scraps, how do we make this? Or worrying about scarcity, like instead of a scarcity mindset, why don't we just increase the efficiency and in that way.
Expand the size of the pie. Let me ask you about experimentation. They said being a musician is like having a conversation with all those people before you. How much of
3 or whatever, it's gonna be really easy for you to listen to new music. And if you're older than that, it gets harder and harder and harder. And I think one of the beautiful things about being a musician is I constantly force myself to listen to new music, and I think it keeps my brain really plastic.
I
And
hate
I
this
think it's
woman.
a really good exercise. I
The
don't
one
think
that
anyone should do this. You listen to music and you
the
hate it,
one
I
that
think
spoke up whether she sucks.
force yourself to like, okay, well, why do people like it? And like, make your brain form new neural pathways and be more open to change.
That's really brilliant, actually. Sorry to interrupt, but like that exercise is really amazing to sort of embrace change, embrace the practice neuroplasticity. Because like that's one of the things you fall in love with a certain band, you just kind of stay with that for the rest of your life, and you never understand a lot of music. It's a really good exercise.
Most of the streaming on Spotify is like black rock stuff. Like new music makes up a very small chunk of what is played on Spotify, and I think this is like not a good time for us as a species. I think
So it's
No matter where you are, comma,
the
no matter what you're doing, comma,
change
please know
so often
that
yeah.
the brain let's put this
we love you and we want only good things to happen to you, period.
futurist brain.
We hope you massive success.
In what wild ways do you think the future, saying like 30 years, maybe 50 years, maybe 100 years, will be different from our current way of life on Earth? We talk about augmented reality, virtual reality, maybe robots, maybe space travel, maybe video games, maybe genetic engineering, and keep going, cyborgs, aliens, world wars, maybe destructive nuclear wars, good and bad. What do you think about the future? What do you weirdest and wild?
Have you read Surface Detail by Ian Banks? Surface Detail is my favorite fiction. Oh wow, you have to read this book. It's literally the greatest science fiction book.
If you ever need anything, comma,
Yeah, for sure. Just a player of games.
I read that titles can't be copyrighted. And I was like, okay.
Nice.
Yeah, so you can name your album. Like I always
Juliet.
I always want to name an album War and Peace.
Nice.
Like that would be like you.
That's a good. What have I heard that?
You can do that. Like you could do that. Also things that are in the public domain.
For people who have no clue, you do have a song called Twitter.
Yes. Oh yeah. So Ian Banks' Surface Detail is, in my opinion, the best feature that I've ever read about or heard about with science fiction. Basically, there's the relationship with superintelligence, like artificial superintelligence, just it's like great. I want to credit the person who coined this term because I love this term, and I feel like young women don't get enough credit. And yeah, so if you go to Protopia Futures on Instagram,
First one, I don't understand the scale. I apologize.
Monica Field Skype. I'm saying that wrong. And I'm probably butchering this a bit, but Protopia is sort of, if utopia is unattainable, Protopia is sort of like,
That's an awesome Instagram. Okay, features.
a future that is, as good as we can get.
The future, positive future AI. Is this a centralized AI in the surface detail, or is it future video? What kind of AI?
They mostly exist as giant super ships, like sort of like the guild ships in Dune. Like there are these giant ships that can kind of move people around, and the ships are sentient, and they can talk to all the passengers. And I mean, there's a lot of different types of AI in the Banksian future, but in the opening scene of Surface Detail, there's this place called the Culture, and the Culture is basically a protopian future. And a protopian future, I think, is like a future that is like, obviously it's not utopia, it's not perfect, and like it's like striving for utopia, I think feels hopeless, and it's sort of like maybe not the best terminology to be using. So it's like it's a pretty good place, like mostly like super intelligence and biological beings exist fairly in harmony. There's not too much war. There's like as close to equality as you can get. It's like approximately a good future. Like there's really awesome stuff. It's and the in the opening scene, this girl she's born as a sex slave outside of the culture, so she's in a society that doesn't adhere to the cultural values. She tries to kill the guy who is her like master, but he kills her. But unbeknownst to her, when she was traveling on a ship through the culture with him one day, a ship with neural lakes in her head, and neural lakes is sort of like it's basically a Neuralink. Uh, Life imitates art. So she wakes up, and the opening scene is her memory has been uploaded by this neural lake when she's been killed, and now she gets to choose a new body, and this AI is interfacing with her recorded memory in her neural lake, and helping her and being like, "Hello, you're dead, but because you have a neural lake, your memory's uploaded. You want to choose a new body, and you're going to be born here in the culture and like start a new life." Which is that's like the opening, like so sick.
And the ship is the super intelligent.
All the shit.
But they still want to preserve a kind of rich, fulfilling experience for the people.
Yeah, like they're like friends with the humans, and then there's a bunch of ships that don't want to exist as biological beings, but they just have their own place, like way over there.
But they don't, they just do their own thing, they're not necessarily. So it's a pretty, just
It-
utopian existence, pretty peaceful.
yeah, I mean, and then for example, one of the main fights in the book is they're fighting. There's these artificial hells um, that and people don't think it's ethical to have artificial hell. Like basically, when people do crime, they get sent. Like when they die, their memory gets sent to an artificial hell, and they're eternally tortured. And so, and then the way that society is deciding whether or not to have the artificial hell is that they're having these simulated. They're having like a simulated war. So instead of actual blood, people are basically essentially fighting in a video game to choose the outcome of this.
But they're still experiencing the suffering. In this artificial hell, or no? Can you experience stuff? Or
So the artificial hell sucks, and a lot of people in the culture want to get rid of it.
the simulated wars, are they happening
So,
in the artificial hell?
the simulated wars are happening outside of the artificial hell
Got it.
between the political factions, so this political faction says we should have simulated hell to deter crime, and this political faction is saying no, simulated hell is unethical, and so instead of like having blowing each other up with nukes, they're having like a giant sword knife battle to decide this, which to me, that's protopia. That's like, okay, we can have war without death. I don't think there should be simulated hells. I think that is definitely one of the ways in which technology could go very, 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 very wrong.
So almost punishing people in a digital space.
Yeah, like torturing people's memories.
So either as a deterrent, like if you committed a crime, but also just for personal pleasure, if there's some sick demented humans in this world. Dan Carlin actually has this episode, Hardcore History of Painful Demons.
Oh, that episode.
It's dark because he kind of goes through human history and says like we as humans seem to secretly enjoy or used to be openly enjoy sort of the torture and the death, watching the death and torture of other people.
I do think if people were consenting, we should be allowed to have flash-royals.
But consent is hard to achieve in those situations. It always starts getting slippery. Like it could be also forced. Like it starts getting weird.
Yeah.
There's way too much excitement. This is what he highlights. There's something about human nature that wants to see that violence. So it's really dark, and you hope that we can sort of overcome that aspect of human nature, but that's still within us somewhere.
Well, I think that's what we're doing right now. I have this theory that what is very important about the current moment is that all of the evolution has been survival of the fittest up until now, and at some point, the lines are kind of fuzzy, but in the recent past, or maybe even just right now, we're getting to the point where we can choose intelligent design. Like probably since like the integration of the iPhone, like we are becoming cyborgs. Like our brains are fundamentally changed. Everyone who grew up with electronics, we are fundamentally different from Homo sapiens. I call us Homo techno. I think we have evolved into Homo techno, which is like essentially a new species. Like if you look at the way if you took an MRI of my brain and you took an MRI of like a medieval brain, I think it would be very different the way that it has evolved.
Do you think when historians look back at this time, they'll see like this was a fundamental shift in what a human being is?
I think I do not think we are still Homo sapiens. I believe we are Homo technos, and I think we have evolved. Um, and uh, and I think right now the way we are evolving, we can choose how we do that. And I think we are being very reckless about how we're doing that. Like we're just having social media, but I think this idea that like this is a time to choose intelligent design should be taken very seriously. It like now is the moment to reprogram the human computer. Um, it's like if you go blind, um, your visual cortex will get taken over with other functions. We can choose our own evolution. We can change the way our brains work. And so we actually have a huge responsibility to do that. And I think, I'm not sure who should be responsible for that, but there's definitely not adequate education. We're being inundated with all this technology that's fundamentally changing the physical structure of our brains, and we are not adequately responding to that to choose how we want to evolve. And we could evolve, we could be really whatever we want. And I think this is a really important time. And I think if we choose correctly and we choose wisely, um, consciousness could exist for a very long time, and integration with AI could be extremely positive. And I don't think enough people are focusing on this specific situation.
Do you think we might irreversibly screw things up if we get things wrong now? Because like the flip side of that seems humans are pretty adaptable. So maybe the way we figure things out is by screwing it up on social media. Over a generation, we'll see the negative effect of social media, and then we build new social medias, and we just keep improving stuff, and then we learn the failure from the failures in the past. Because humans seem to be really adaptive. On the flip side, you get it wrong in a way where like literally create weapons of war or increase hate past a certain threshold, you really do a lot of damage.
I mean, I think we're optimized to notice the negative things, but I would actually say, um, one of the things that I think people aren't noticing is like if you look at Silicon Valley and you look at like whatever technology, like what's been happening there, like it's like when Silicon Valley started, it was all just like Facebook and all this like for-profit crap that like really wasn't particular. I guess it was useful, but it's sort of like whatever. But like now you see like lab-grown meat, like compostable, or like biodegradable like single-use cutlery, or like like meditation apps. I think we are actually evolving and changing, and technology is changing. I think there just maybe there isn't quite enough education about this, and also I don't know if there's like quite enough incentive for it, because I think the way capitalism works, um, what we define as profit, we're also working on an old model of what we define as profit. I really think if we change the idea of profit to include social good, you can have like economic profit, social good also counting as profit, would incentivize things that are more useful and more whatever spiritual technology or like other technology, or things that help reprogram the human computer in a good way, or things that help us intelligence and design our new brains.
Yeah, there's no reason why within the framework of capitalism, the word profit or the idea of profit can't also incorporate the well-being of the human being. So like long-term well-being, long-term happiness.
Or even, for example, we were talking about motherhood. Like part of the reason I'm so late is because I had to get the baby to bed. And it's like I keep thinking about motherhood, how under capitalism, it's like this extremely essential job that is very difficult, that is not compensated, and we sort of like value things by how much we compensate them. And so we really devalue motherhood in our society and pretty much all society. Like capitalism does not recognize motherhood. It's just a job that is supposed to be for free. And it's like, but I feel like producing great humans should be seen as a great, as profit under capitalism. Like that's like a huge social good. Like every awesome human that gets made adds so much to the world. So like if that was integrated into the profit structure, then, and if we potentially found a way to compensate motherhood.
So come up with a compensation that's much broader than just money. Or
it could just be money. Like, what if you just made? I don't know. But I don't know how you pay fund like single mothers, like you know, paper making babies.
So, I mean, if you create and put beautiful things out into the world, that could be companies, that could be bridges, that could be art, that could be a lot of things, and that could be children, which are
Or education, or
anything that should be valued by society. That should be somehow incorporated into the framework of what as a market of what like if you contribute children to this world, that should be valued and respected and sort of celebrated like proportional to what it is. It's the thing that fuels human civilization.
yeah, like I
It's
just
kind of important.
I feel like everyone's always saying. I mean, I think we're in very different spheres, but everyone's always saying like dismantle capitalism, and I'm like, okay, well, I don't think government should own everything. Like, I don't think we should not have private ownership. Like, that's scary. You know, like that starts getting into weird stuff, and sort of like, I feel there's almost no way to do that without a police state. You know, um, but obviously capitalism has some major flaws, and I think actually Mac showed me this idea called social capitalism, which is a form of capitalism that just like considers social good to be also profit. Like, you know, it's like right now companies need to like you're supposed to grow every quarter or whatever to like show that you're functioning well, but it's like, okay, well, what if you kept the same amount of profit, you're still in the green, but then you have also all the social good. Like, you really need all this extra economic growth, or if you add the social good, and that counts. You know, I don't know, but I am not an economist. I have no idea how this could be achieved, but
I don't think economists know how anything can be achieved either, but they pretend it's the thing. They construct a model and they go on TV shows and sound like an expert. That's the definition of an economist. How did being a mother, becoming a mother, change you as a human being?
man, I think it kind of changed thing, and it's still changing me. It's actually changing me more right now in this moment than it was before.
Like today, like this.
Just like in the most recent months and stuff.
Can you elucidate that? How?
Apologies,
Like when
Tom.
you
I'm
wake up
trying
in
to
the
make a
morning,
gift.
you look at yourself again. Who are you?
Um,
How have you become different?
I think it's just really reorienting my priorities. And at first, I was really fighting against that because I somehow felt it was like a failure of feminism or something. Like, I felt like things was like bad if like my kids started mattering more than my work. Um, and then like more recently, I started sort of analyzing that thought in myself and being like, that's also kind of a construct. It's like we've just devalued motherhood so much in our culture that like I feel guilty for caring about my kids more than I care about my work.
So feminism includes breaking out of whatever the construct is. So
Yeah,
continually breaking the freedom, empower you to be free, and that means
but it also like being a mother, like I'm so much more creative. Like I cannot believe the massive amount of brain growth that I
what
have.
do you think that is? Just because like the stakes are higher somehow?
I think it's like it's just so tricky watching
Yeah.
consciousness emerge. It's like going on a crazy journey or something. It's like the craziest science fiction novel you could ever read. It's just so crazy watching consciousness come into being, and then at the same time, like you're forced to value your time so much. Like when I have creative time now, it's so sacred. I need to like be really freaking on it. But the other thing is that I used to just be like acidic, and I used to just want to like my last album was called The Robot Theme, and it was like this like it was like a study in villainy, like or like it was like, well, what if we have instead of the old gods, we have like new gods, and it's like misanthropocene is like misanthrope, like and anthropocene, like the like into the goddess of climate change or whatever, it's just like destroying the world, and it was like dark, and it was like a study in villainy, and it was sort of like I used to like have no problem just making cynical optimist so bad that like I feel the more responsibility to make more optimistic things, and I get a lot of shit for it because everyone's like, "Oh, you're so privileged. Stop talking about like pie in the sky, stupid concepts, and I focus on like the now." But it's like, um, I think if we don't ideate about um, futures that could be good, we won't be able to get them. If everything is Blade Runner, then we're gonna end up with Blade Runner. It's like as we said earlier, life imitates art. Like life really does imitate art, and so we really need more protopian or utopian art. I think this is incredibly essential for the future of humanity, and I think the current discourse where um, that's seen as a thinking about protopia or utopia is seen as a dismissal of the problems that we currently have. I think that is an incorrect mindset. Um, and like having kids just makes me want to imagine amazing futures that like maybe I won't be able to build, but they will be able to build if they want to.
Yeah, it does seem like ideation is a precursor to creation. So you have to imagine it in order to be able to build it. There is a sad thing about human nature that they somehow a cynical view of the world is seen as a insightful view. Cynicism is often confused for insight, which is sad to see. And optimism is confused for naivete.
Yes, yes.
Like you don't, you're blinded by your privilege or whatever. You're blinded by something, but you're certainly blinded. It's sad. That's sad to see because it seems like the optimists are the ones that create our future. They're the ones that build. In order to build the crazy thing, you have to be optimistic. You have to be either stupid or excited or passionate or mad enough to actually believe that it can be built.
My favorite quote of all time is in Star Wars Episode 8, which I know everyone hates. Do you like Star Wars Episode 8?
No, can't probably. I don't have a strong feeling about it. Let me backtrack. I don't have strong feelings about Star Wars.
I just want to
I'm a Tolkien person. I'm not. I'm more into dragons and orcs and Wolverine.
Yeah, I mean, forever. I really want to have one more sound in the Tolkien. I thought Tau Techno Tolkien would be cool.
A lot of teas. I like it.
Yeah, well, then Tau is 62825.
I hope you have a wonderful day. I'm
And
off
then
filled
techno
with
is obviously the best genre
lots
of
of
music, but also like
laughter and love. Period.
Sounds really good. Yeah, that's right.
Thank you for being
That's a good. That's
who you are.
But Star Wars
Period.
Episode 8.
I hope
I know lots
nothing
of people
but good things for
personally,
you,
on the record, I think it's
comma, your friends,
Star
comma,
Wars
and
films.
family. Period.
So,
I wish you many blessings.
So what?
But don't kill what you hate, stay what you love.
Thank you for being so
Don't
loyal,
kill what you hate, stay
comma,
what you love.
kind,
And I think
comma,
we're
and
right now,
caring.
we're in
Period.
a diagnosis mode. We're
If you ever need
diagnosing
anything
and
from me,
diagnosing and
comma,
diagnosing.
please know
We're
I am
trying
always
to kill
here
what we hate,
to help you.
and we're not
Period.
trying to save what we love enough.
I hope
And
you have a really
this is what
wonderful
Mr.
day,
Phillips said,
comma,
which I'm going to butcher because I don't remember it correctly, but it's something along the lines of don't like try to destroy the old bad models, render them obsolete with better models. You know, maybe we don't need to destroy the oil industry. Maybe we just create great new battery technology and sustainable transport, and just make it economically unreasonable to still continue to rely on fossil fuels. You know, it's like don't kill what you hate, say what you love. Like make new things and just render the old things unusable. You know, it's like if the college debt is so bad, like and universities are so expensive, like and it's like I feel like education is becoming obsolete. You know, I feel like we could completely revolutionize education and we could make it free. And like you look at JSTOR and like you have to pay to get all the studies and everything. Like what if we created a DAO that like bought JSTOR, or we created a DAO that was funding studies and the studies were open source, like or free for everyone. And like what if we just open source education and decentralized education, made it free, and like all research was on the internet, and like all the outcomes of studies are on the internet, and you know, like, and no one has student debt, and you just take tests when you apply for a job, and if you're qualified, anything work there. I'm just like,
No,
I don't know how anything works. I'm just randomly ranting, but
Well, it sounds like bitch.
You got to think from just basic first principles, like what is the problem, what's broken, what is some idea. That's it. And get excited about those ideas and share your excitement and don't tear each other down.
it's just when you kill things, you often end up killing yourself. Like war is not a one-sided. Like you're not gonna go in and just kill them. Like you're gonna get stabbed. It's like, and I think when I talk about this nexus point of that we're in the point of society where we're switching to intelligent design, I think part of our switch to intelligent design is that we need to choose nonviolence, and we need to I think we can choose to start. I don't think we can eradicate violence from our species because I think we need it a little bit, but I think we can choose to really reorient our primitive brains that are fighting over scarcity and that are so attack oriented and move into it. We can optimize for creativity and building.
Yeah, it's interesting to think how that happens, since some of it is just education, some of it is living life and introspecting your own mind and trying to live up to the better angels of your nature for each one of us, all those kinds of things at scale. That's how we can sort of start to minimize the amount of destructive war in our world. And that's, to me, it's probably you're the same. Technology is a really promising way to do that. Like social media should be a really promising way to do that. It's a way to connect. For the most part, I really enjoy social media. I just go off the negative stuff. I don't engage with any of the negative stuff. Just not even like by blocking or any of that kind of stuff, but just not letting it enter my mind. Like, just when somebody says something negative, I see it, I immediately think positive thoughts about them, and I just get to exist. After that, just move on, because like that negative energy, if I return the negative energy, they're going to get excited in a negative way right back. And it's just this kind of vicious cycle. But you would think technology would assist us in this process of letting go, of not taking things personally, of not engaging with negativity. But fortunately, social media profits from the negativity, so the current model.
I mean, social media is like a gun. Like you should take a course before you use it. This is what I mean. Like when I say reprogramming the computer, like in school, you should learn about how social media optimizes to raise your cortisol levels and make you angry and crazy and stressed. And like you should learn how to have hygiene about how to use social media. But you can choose not to post some negative stuff. But I don't know. I'm not sure social media should. I guess it should exist. I'm not sure. I mean, we're in the messy. It's the experimental phase. Like we're
Early days. I don't even know when you say social media. I don't know what that even means. We're in the very early days. I think social media is just basic human connection in the digital realm. That I think it should exist. But there's so many ways to do it in a bad way. There's so many ways to do it in a good way. There's all discussions. There's all the same human rights to talk about freedom of speech. To talk about sort of violence in the space of digital media. We talk about hate speech. We talk about all these things that we had to figure out back in the day in the physical space. We're not figuring out in the digital space. And it's like baby stages.
When the printing press came out, it was like pure chaos. It's like when you inject, when there's a massive information injection into the general population, there's just going to be I feel the printing press. I don't have for years, but it was like printing press came out, shit got really fucking bad for a minute, but then we got to and so it's like I think we're in. This is like the second coming of the printing press. We're probably gonna have some shitty times for a minute, and then we're gonna have to recalibrate to have a better understanding of how we consume media and how we deliver media.
Speaking of programming the computer, you mentioned BBS. So there's this young consciousness coming to be. It came from a cell. That whole thing. It came from DNA.
Yeah.
And then this baby computer just grows and grows. And now there's a conscious being with extremely impressive cognitive capabilities.
Have you met him?
Yes, yeah. He's
really smart. Yeah.
Really weird.
Yeah. He
I
doesn't.
I haven't.
I don't know a lot of other babies, but he seems
Exactly. I don't hang
smart.
out with babies often, but this baby was very impressive.
He does a lot of pranks and stuff.
Oh, so he's like,
Like he'll give you treatment, take it away in the house, like stuff like that.
he's like a chess player. So here's a cognitive. So this computer being programmed, taking in the environment, interacting with a specific set of humans. How would you? First of all, what is it? Let me ask. I want to ask how do you program this computer, and then also how do you make sense of that there's a conscious being in there that wasn't there before?
It's given me a lot of crisis thoughts. I'm thinking, like, I think that's part of the reason it's like I'm struggling to focus on art and stuff right now because baby X is becoming conscious and like it's just reorienting my brain. Like my brain is suddenly totally shifting.
This
It's like,
bitch
oh,
is
shit,
so
I'm
annoying.
raise children like I hate all the baby books and everything. I hate God art and that and like all this stuff. Everything.
There he is. Happy birthday, big dog. How are you?
I'm doing all right, man. Tomorrow, so it's the 31st.
Oh shit! I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
It's all good.
You know, no, I fucked up.
I gotta get in there.
I fucked up. I fucked up majorly.
Oh, man. Most people don't remember it at all, so.
No, I was all ready for it at midnight and everything, and then fuck. Oh, okay.
I know. And I was like literally kicking myself because I was like, fuck, I wanted to hit up Rabbi at midnight, and I felt like shit that I didn't too. So
Oh, no, you.
I was like, God damn it, he thinks the same way.
Yeah.
And I was like,
Oh, okay. So I had
that's fucking funny.
a friend of mine who was.
My best friend of 20 years, he wishes me happy birthday on your birthday. And the day after Christmas, almost every year, and then he goes, fuck, it isn't 5 years. I'm like, bro, I've known you for 25 years. So it's like, the 31st is for some reason never stuck in me.
You know, just one moment. Just one moment.
It is funny.
This bitch is so annoying. I had a friend of mine growing up whose birthday was December 30th. And I just kind of connected those. I should have gotten it that it is 31st. And then the other thing is, it's just subconsciously, like, I know it's right before the change in the year. And so I just brought it back one. Well, okay. So happy 364th day of being 38. Yeah, exactly. How you doing?
38.
That's right.
And I join you in our very last super cool perfect cube, 39 until 60.
There you go. I'm a year older than you. I've gotten used to saying when people ask me 38, and then I have now moved to 39, and then it's a countdown to 40, which I'm not too thrilled about, but it happens.
I know. That's the thing.
Exactly.
Probably the tough one.
Like 29 to 30 was like not that big a deal, but 39 to 40, that one's a big deal. And I don't know, I feel after that 49 to 50 and 59 to 60, whatever. But there's a reason why, like, all of the people on TV always say that they're celebrating their 39th birthday when they're like 50 years old, 70 years old, whatever. All right, well, I fucked up. Wouldn't be the first time, won't be the last time. What's new in your neck of the woods?
Oh, just been hanging out with some trolls and, getting some stuff done around the house and doing some errands and cleaning up this room because I got something I need to give somebody and I can't find it. So it's like, I know it's in here. So, same old, nothing really new, you know what I mean?
Did you ever get, all kinds of stuff. Did you ever get your hanging table back? What do you call it?
Yeah, dude. I hang on it all the time.
Very cool.
At the inversion table.
Inversion, thank
right
you.
Here. That thing is a lifesaver.
Okay.
But
So
I also wonder now sometimes because I have like a bad back and they're telling me that I have this thing. So I'm like, well, if I'm stretching myself, I'm like, is the only thing that gives me relief also not good because I'm stretching too much, or what are you telling me? So kind of in the middle of figuring it out. But basically, if
hurt myself in the process of removing pain, I don't even care anymore. I just would rather have moments of no pain before it's all over.
Oh yeah, definitely. Just
And
one.
the medical science will move forward, and then they'll inject you with the cure. Go for it.
Exactly. Just for a moment, one of my devices um crashed, and I just gotta restart it. Okay, I got all kinds of news. Not really, but kind of. I got shit to entertain you with, but just give me 2 minutes. I gotta go to the bathroom.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Thank you.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so what's new? I have been live in Aiden Ross's um Discord for like 6 months or something, and I never talked to anyone in there. I don't know if I ever had maybe once or twice spoken to someone in there, but definitely never anything at length. And last night I looked at my phone and it was just like message after message after message after message from people in there who are like, "Come talk to us. You're such a douche," and all this other stuff. And I'm like, okay, wonder what's going on. And the guy who really, one of the guys who like changed their profile picture to me in there, his name is Biggest Loser on the Internet. And I'm like, okay, well, all right, you're at least you got a title. And
Yeah.
yeah, so and I noticed that this guy
That's funny.
would always be in there when I'm just in there, but like nobody else is in there. And so there are a few people in there, and I'm like, "Hey, what's going on?" And they're like, "No way, you speak." I'm like, "Yeah, I speak. What's going on? How can I help you? I see that you guys are, um, you message me or whatever. How can I help you?" They're like, "All right, we're gonna give you the opportunity. Just tell us about yourself. Tell us about what you do." And I spoke to them for like an hour, at least. Uh, well, maybe like it felt like an hour, and just winning them over. And basically, by the end of it, these were guys who I had sent like friend requests to like 6 months ago. They never, responded or anything. And then immediately they just like, after they get a chance to talk with me, they accept my friend request. Um, and it was something that I felt is just like, all right, I'm basically like this enigma, like this mystery to these people. But once I open up and talk to them, then I can break through. But it takes me a while because I don't want to get in trouble for self promotion. But basically, like if I've been in there for 6 months, I know that all the moderators know who I am, and if anybody wants to kick me out, then I probably can get back in. But it's only until you've built this trust with them that you're able to do that. So then I noticed that like throughout throughout the day, they had a lot more people in there, and those guys are like defending me now, which is exactly according to my plan.
Nice.
That's exactly what I want. And so I've got Biggest Loser on the Internet defending me. Okay, so then we've got this Wall Street Bets Discord, which these guys are just absolutely toxic, but it's like I just gotta win them over. And so I noticed like when I first got in there, I would just take shit all the time. They would just kick me out. Uh, they were just kind of bullies. And now I've gained some friends in there. And so when people, like before, they would make fun of me and everybody would just dogpile me. But now they're like, "Don't make fun of Rabbi." Like, like, what's your problem? Like, what? And then the people are like, "What? We don't do that anymore?" They're like, "No, he's cool. Shut the fuck up." And I just find that to be
That's funny.
incredibly heartwarming.
I love
I
that.
I created a GIF, which I don't normally create GIFs, but it works in. I'll send it to you. It's my own little creation. It isn't super good. I mean, and that's what I love about it. That um, it isn't perfect, but let's see if it works. Okay, so if I send it to you, this file exceeds the size limit. Okay, well, fuck that, man. I'll just show it to
You
you.
and me should have like, yeah, you can show it. I'll create like a Google Drive or something that we can share things with. That way we don't have to send it through anywhere else. You can just save it into like a shared file.
Dude, I want to send it through there though.
Yeah, I know.
I don't want super. I mean, you can send me if you have something super big that you have to send me. You can email it to me.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, I don't want another.
Okay.
I don't want another thing I have to check. Um. Okay.
I totally know that.
Welcome, welcome.
Call it.
How are you, Damrot 100? We've been talking about it. You were like, when is Damrot 100 gonna come? Didn't want to talk to you anyway. Anyway, so what is it? Well, it's like this GIF that like just like fades into different, just three different pictures. But I get my huge message in there, which is the only thing about which I think is important. So, what up, Damrot? How you living?
What are you doing?
How old are you?
That's what rabbis are.
You guys know Hebrew?
Yes.
How old are you?
How old are you?
Um,
Okay, you got to be
Okay.
18 to be in here.
Sorry.
wait.
No. That's not how it works.
By the way, the translation is wrong. Just because it's not words.
Dog. You got to be
Masanora.
you got to be 18 to be in here. And if,
No.
yeah, you got to so the what is I don't even know what this thing even says. Let me go to the message. It says at first, okay, so oh man, okay, here we go. It says hilarious. It says at first people made fun of me in here, but they're starting to see that I am a relatively intelligent individual. I have more data on the internet archive archived than any person ever. Data is Earth's number one resource, according to The Economist. You can literally watch my life going back to the pandemic, every single moment of every single day from 360 degrees on multiple streams. People will continue to learn about me in here, and eventually I will gain more support and a following as I have in other servers. Someone in here will eventually post about what I do on Reddit. That is going to gain momentum, a real life Truman Show, and I will be able to monetize the data more than any person ever. I will then ensure that everyone within the server is rewarded handsomely, so that so that all of your money worries go away permanently. You will be able to start charities, help your friends, and help your families, all because I have created the world's largest timeline and time capsule. It will be studied at length by generations to come. It's just a matter of time until the community understands the power of data. So there's just like long wall of text, and then it it fades into another message. It says, "Dear OG Wall Street Bets member, no matter where you are, no matter what you're doing, please know that we love you and want only good things to happen to you. We hope for massive success, sending positive vibes to the community." And then it's that logo of OG Wall Street Bets or whatever Wall Street Bets guy.
Yeah,
Um,
I see that.
yeah, and so I got this thing to actually like work in an animated way in the Discord, and just a minute. Yes, comma, but you have to be 18 years old to message me or be in my server, period. I wish you the best, period.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it was just that random person. Um, anyway, so these guys are starting to be more positive towards me, um, which I think is, always a good thing. And I'm no longer like,
Anything, I think that, I mean, this is what just popped in my mind. I think that you're almost too good to be true. Like, if, people's first idea, so what's up with this guy? Like, is he normal? But then you are normal, and that's almost weirder, maybe for some people. Like, all right, can't really be normal, so now I must have missed something. Like, you're almost too good to be true. So I think that it's like for some groups it might be a little while, but once the ball rolls, it rolls up fast. Like all of a sudden, all these troll servers love the rabbi, or if the ones who don't love the rabbi, they got nothing to say. They don't hate the rabbi. You know what I
right,
mean? Like that's trolls.
right,
That's trolls. So
not
like
even
people
normal
in the
people.
financial industry or anything, like what is this guy doing? Is this guy trying to who knows what we do here, blah blah blah, try and infiltrate us for something and just because to gain, piggyback, there we go, like off our popularity or something, and then it's like, no, I'm just trying to meet people. And it's like, that can't be true. That's too good to be true. Just like honestly doing what you're doing.
Right,
World peace, meeting people, talking to people. Nobody does that except you. So
which is strange to
it's
me.
not believable yet. It's just
Yeah,
not believable yet.
it's it's a fucked up world where that's like the most normal thing that you can do. You just be nice to people and promote world peace, and you're seen as a lunatic. I mean, like, the fact that I don't like shit on people, or the fact that I don't just like, at least in Discord, overtly spam. Like, I'm relatively normal. I'm on camera. Like, people are just shocked that they're like, they consider that like doxing yourself. It's like, okay, I guess like, I'm. You can see who I am, but they're shocked by it. They're just like, because it's just not
Yeah.
normally done. And I think that it, to me, shows a really dark world of people. I know that people do all kinds of bad stuff on the internet, and that's why they like their anonymity. But there's a saying that what happens in the darkness will be brought to light. And I think all these people have to understand someday that, like, maybe it's some type of digital archaeologist, but everybody's going to be connected to their data. And just like I said it before, like, we look at Pompeii and see like their art, and we see their artifacts, and we connect that with the families that are there. The same thing's going to happen when perhaps 100 or 1,000 years from now, when people look at the very beginning of the internet. And maybe not everybody will have access to it, but there will be a contingent that wanted to know exactly what everybody was doing on the internet at a given time. And um, will many people probably be long gone by then, so they won't be able to fight it. But um, I don't know. I learned about this early on in the internet, pretty early, like probably around the financial crisis of 2008, when I started learning how like the NSA worked, and I knew all about Snowden stuff way before Snowden
Mm-hmm.
came out with it, and I knew that there were these like giant um, data centers in the desert, and like that they were just storing all this information. And then there's a very interesting thing about the iPhone. Like, people think, well, I can even remember this ad campaign that Apple did, that it was the app, it was just iPhone, and it just was like secure, or like security, or something like that. And it's really not. I mean, you may think that it is, but there's a something called like a, well, there's a packet that is sent like every second from your phone. Basically, when your phone's doing like your upload and downloading, you can there's a way to see where all the information is being sent, but there's one packet on every phone that you're not allowed to see what it is. And I've been told that that's basically the NSA just like bugging everybody's phone, and that's how they get all that data on you, and that's how they're. I mean, I've heard that your camera is always on, even when you don't think it's on.
It makes sense to me.
Yeah,
That's what I imagine. Like I live my life imagining that if anyone, like the government can be watching me, and if someone's smart enough, all they got to do is figure out how to get that feed.
exactly.
Do you know what I mean? Like that's how I, So when people start talking about like, oh, doxing, I'm just like, do you realize that the government reported on like 3 major security breaches that told us that all of our information has been leaked? And those are only the ones this year that they told us about that the major corporations didn't pay to cover up. If you don't think your information is already 100% out there, then you are living in a fantasy world.
100%. And I can remember um, Mark Zuckerberg. They said this was photoshopped, but they say something's photoshopped if they get caught doing it. And but basically, like he was at some meeting, and people noticed that he had black tape over his camera, and like whenever you talk about anything like this, they call you some kind of theorist, but it's like, no, dog. I mean, there are people there who witnessed this and talked about it, like, and it just never made the mainstream. But um, I I find it so interesting how they can call you some kind of theorist, and it's like these things get proven true. Like I can tell you, like if you talk about UFOs now, you're not seen as such a theorist anymore, but because it's like become more mainstream. But like 5 years ago, that was the apex theory out there. Oh, yeah, I bet you believe in UFOs, and it's like, what has changed? And it's basically this demeaning process that people use. And so I want to come up with my own term for it. I mean, I called it pirate logic in the past, but it's almost like um, you're a corporate bootlicker if you use that term, because it's like you're just parroting. There he is. You're just parroting what you see in the media. Um, Riser sent me a thing. It was very cool. It was on the history of Visa. So I knew.
Riser, I see you. How you doing, man?
Yeah, I saw that you're in. You joined, so I was like, oh no, I have to join. Thanks a lot, Cal.
Well, I am a trendsetter.
He most certainly.
As Rabbi, I want my refund, by the way.
On your Bank America card?
No. I bought a narcissism detector the other day, and you broke it.
I figured. So I absolutely figured.
My money back.
Well, didn't you see the warning on the back? Do not use around the rabbi.
Yeah, but I ignored that.
Okay,
the caution. There's like several warning signs that was like, if Rabbi Rothschild is near, you're not gonna get a good reading.
Definitely.
I didn't think it was gonna break the fucking thing.
Absolutely. It's like a Geiger counter that they send into space with the Van Allen radiation belt. It just explodes once it gets there. So I appreciate that. I want you to know that my narcissism, I think, is at an all-time high. And I think you even made it grow simply from the fact that you made that comment. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
It'll probably keep growing into the future if I had to guess its trajectory.
I agree. I would hope so. I was saying Riser.
I mean,
both of you. So this is Caravaggio's Narcissus. It's a 16th century Renaissance painting and this is basically the Renaissance, painting that they did for Narcissus. The guy fell in love with his own reflection, and I used to look like this, and a friend, I helped him, he got the best grade in his class because I did this pose, and we reenacted this. So have you ever seen those people who do like they hold really still and they pretend that they're in a painting?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I did that for this. We filmed me for like 30 seconds or 60 seconds, and I had to hold this pose. And so back when I had hair on the top of my head, and it was hilariously exactly like this guy. My buddy shows up from film school, just like, fuck, I got this assignment, I have to do this fucking thing, it's Narcissus, I have to find a guy who looks like this. What am I supposed to do? And he showed me the picture, and all of our jaws dropped because I didn't have a beard back then, but I did have hair that was like that. And it was like, oh shit, looks like I have to help you out.
All right. So what do I
But it was
Google
good,
to
like,
what do I Google to find this?
I just sent it to you.
Oh, okay. In YouTube or in Discord?
In the Discord, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I sent it to you and a response. Same place you texted me.
Yeah. No, I
So
see.
this,
I see.
this
Did you
was,
send it to Riser?
yeah, I sent it
Yeah,
to
did,
you.
did
Okay.
you wear like the silk fluffy
Yeah,
dirt?
like we cut up sheets. We cut up like a sheet or like a pillow or something. Like we had to like we did our best to make it look exact, and we did a great job. But it was, I mean, we chopped a bunch of stuff together. I had a bunch of girls' makeup, and we had the light shining from one way, and I still had to make the shadows on my face. So I was like, here, just give me some makeup, and I got that makeup on my face so that it would look like a shadow on my face and neck, right? And then I went there and I just stared through, like, we put like down like a black tarp. It was like that. No, it was a black trash bag. That way, when we put water on it, it would cool and reflect. And then, yeah, I guess he came back the next day. He was like, "Bro, thank you," because everyone in class was like, "Where the fuck did you find that actor?" And they're like, "That guy is perfect. How did you find that guy?" And the guy was like, "That's my homie. He's sleeping on the couch for a few months." He's like, "I lucked out, and that guy was just already at my house."
Very cool.
Nice. I was gonna say like, how did you get the reflection? But in the photo, it looks like the reflection is coming. It looks like really dark. It looks like pitch black. So having the garbage bag there,
Mm-hmm.
trick.
Yep, we used the black along with water, and then the light. So it took a little while to get it, and then I had to like remain absolutely still in that position. It's not like the knees under and like the leg. It's really been funny. So, so yeah, talking about narcissism. Sorry, that's what brought me to this because narcissism detector. This is Narcissus, and I posed as Narcissus. So that's funny.
All right. Speaking of narcissism, are you ready to get your ass kicked in mini golf, Caspian Sea, and or Riser?
Talk to me like that one more time, and it's all good shots.
All right. That's what I like to hear.
Oh gosh, you're watching a Grimes interview on Lex Friedman.
Dude, she sucks.
Is that really? That's funny.
Well, no, you might like her.
Really?
I just find her to be
I
annoying. She was 8 hours late to the interview, and she talks about all kinds of different things. Yeah, I mean, look, I'll say this. I think that I have a lot in common with her, that we think that we're moving into a breakaway civilization and all that other stuff, but she's just annoying to me. Frankly, I don't know why she's so popular, is the thing. She's a college dropout who basically gets to fuck or got to fuck Elon Musk, and
That's it.
yeah,
That's
that's
the
it.
answer right there.
Like yeah, and now now we have to like her music and shit. I don't really get that. Caspian Sea, check your app.
I don't understand.
Play-Doh.
I'm looking at it. I don't see an invite yet.
Oh, that's
I don't have
because
an invite yet. Oh, there it is.
excellent.
All right. Yeah, honestly, I don't have any fucking clue what purpose she serves on the Lex show.
Well, I don't know. I guess this is
makes Lex make more money.
I don't know.
Okay, never mind. I forgot the real point. It's not really about the conversations. It's so that Lex makes money.
Yeah. Oh, here's why. Here's what fucking annoys me about her. Everybody's so obsessed with this kid X. They named this kid this really fucking weird name, and everybody's like, "Oh, he's so funny." He's a fucking baby. He's not like Johnny Carson. Anyway, it's just she's frankly, if there's a way to be, there's a way. Oh, stop!
What was that?
Terrible.
Way too many beans. Caspian is.
I was
one
distracted.
trouble there.
Anyway, there are so
Go,
many
go, go, go.
there are so many beautiful women in the world. I don't know why Elon Musk chose to reproduce with this one.
I mean, she sounds pretty autistic if you listen to her. I mean, Elon is not like in a relationship with her, I don't think, right?
They were partners for 3 years.
Divorced now.
They're-
Or if they were never married, maybe married. Ooh, that's
Right.
bad.
I don't know. It's just one of these things that it's like, oh, if you fuck a famous person, now you're famous. I kind of got the same from Amber Heard, who also fucked Elon Musk, and it's just like, I don't,
She was the worst. Amber Heard fucked Elon Musk.
dude, they dated for a long time.
That's insane. And then she went to Johnny Depp.
Exactly.
Wow. Elon fucking dodged it.
Yeah, I mean, I think Amber Heard is hot, but I don't know. It's just, oh, what a
Oh,
shot!
wow, that's a beautiful shot there.
Thank you very much. That is better than I could have ever expected, honestly.
I like the
was
part
trying-
where you tried to water bump my ball into the fucking water.
I needed to, but I did not.
Oh, look at that.
What a great water bump! That
I
really,
knew I was going to water
that
bump
really
out,
fucked
but
me.
I knew that he was going to come back because I was going to fly right past you. You know what I mean? I knew that much, but I did not expect to get in the hole.
hit me. Fuck you both. This is not how I wanted to start.
I know, but you had to talk shit. Didn't you?
I'm talking shit about Grimes. Well, I did talk shit about you guys. Yeah. Well, here's another thing that I don't like about her. Why does she get to go by Grimes? Like, why does she get that name? That's not her name. That's not her legal name. And then she wants to take the letter C. Like, what is up with these fucking people? I don't know.
What do you mean she wants to take the letter C?
She has like.
It doesn't get more perfect than that, guys.
She has. They said like. Well, you go by Grimes, but you really associate with the letter C because it's like the constant of the speed of light, and it's also like it means yes in Spanish and all this other just hokey dokey bullshit. I just don't understand that. Just because I want to go by the letter, I don't know, A, Alpha, or whatever, I mean, doesn't mean that like everybody's got to just absolute dog shit fucking play out of Rabbi.
Gang 0 points round. Oh. Watch him sink it. Sink it.
Oh, dude, I was worried for a second. I wasn't even going to do. Oh.
Got a chance.
Do you think Doja Cat is Doja Cat's real name?
No. I understand if they're going by an artist like that, but then
That's a
pick
Christian name.
pick a lane. Like, okay, then you're going by Grimes, but you can't also go by C. It's like she knows that her son gets to go by X, so then she wants to go by her own fucking name. I know that Elon Musk, somebody had E at, or they were just on Twitter. They were the letter E, and when Elon Musk took over, he took that account and just said that the person who had it could not use it anymore. And they tried to fight it, but there's nothing you could do because he owns the platform. And I get it, why people want to associate with these things. But, oh, what a good shot. In my opinion, though, it's just hipster bullshit. All right, here we go. Here's a great shot. Psych. Not. All right. Caspian Sea has an excellent opportunity.
One of
here.
you guys is going to miss this next one, I think.
Truthfully,
Hopefully
I
it's gonna
don't.
be Rabbi. Maybe you'll get the first ever zero
Rabbi.
of the game.
Oh.
You get a first zero. Oh.
Yes. I'm glad. I'm actually very glad. I didn't want Rabbi to fucking get a goose egg this whole round.
I've never seen a goose egg. I would be euphoric.
I've never fucking seen any of us get a goose egg.
I doubt it, but have you any of you guys ever played just against random people on here?
No, actually.
I have.
Do you find that they quit very early on?
Really?
Yeah, it's
No, they report me for like messing up their shots, and they're like literally ganging up on me, like report him. He's
really
not playing the right way. I'm like, yeah.
Wow.
that's hilarious.
I was worried they were gonna get. I was worried I was gonna get banned for not playing the right way.
Oh, I'm playing like dog shit. Here's something that I don't like about Grimes. She's a musical artist. I don't know a single one of her songs. Not one.
It's alright. What you got, Lazar? Help a brother out.
You really.
Can you guys name a Grimes song?
Not even one.
Exactly. So why is she at all famous? It's because of who she fucked. And I just kind of think that that's just kind of bullshit. That if you're an artist, you should be famous because of the art that you produce, not because of what your legs can do. Now, I know there are people out there who probably think she's extremely talented. I think she's. Oh, what the fuck?
Oh, what?
Unbelievable.
I could not cut it any closer. Oh man, Caspian's gonna steal the cake here.
I blame all of this on that original water bump on the first hole.
That was cool. That was the best fucking water bump I've ever done.
No.
All right, this should be an amazing shot.
That was close.
I have 2 more shots. If I don't do something stupid here, I might have a chance.
You don't have a chance. I'm gonna score, and you're gonna be fucked. You have to make it, basically.
Oh right, so I have to make it. Okay. Get in. Oh my lord. Miss, so I can get a point.
There we go.
Turn.
I'm going for the tie for riser.
Wow, Caspian mathematically.
This is a very difficult hole, especially with a lot of people. Are you fucking serious? That's the fucking key?
Again, he gets like on the edge of.
But we all know it's gonna
Oh,
happen.
what?
What?
That was the greatest fucking thing I've ever seen.
There.
There's never been more justice ever than when that just happened.
Wait.
Did you see that?
It
disappeared before.
Yeah, usually the ball doesn't continue to move. That was incredible.
No, it doesn't let you shoot unless the other person's ball is like not. What the?
Right, but you would hit your ball,
That does not happen.
and his went in the black shit while your ball was moving. I've never seen that.
Exactly.
What in the fuck are you two doing?
It works. It plays. What the actual fuck?
Yeah. Caspian just
This is horse
acting
shit.
as usual.
This is absolute horse shit. But this is not an easy shot. There's actually a way that you can do it, and it's not that. Oh, but he fucking gets fortunate as fuck. He gets fortunate as fuck. Hit his ball, Riser. Hit his ball.
Pretty sure it's
Hey, there you go.
That's what the sky, the ski, as they say.
Are you fucking serious?
Not even time for last.
That's all right. This was a practice round. I had my mind on Grimes.
Oh,
There he is.
Down,
There he is.
down the ladder.
Well, now we know I'm not coming in last anymore.
I tried to come in like
What
a
up,
couple,
dude? took the Discord 4 times today and Rabbi's sleeping and now I come in and they're all like,
Yeah, welcome, dog. I was up playing. I played you 5 games in this. I played you 10 games in Uno. Then, like 6 hours went by. We played again. Did you see the invitation that I sent you, Zoot?
yeah, I did.
Oh, very cool.
He's going just at the right time because our game just ended.
That's correct. He planned it.
Oh, where's the invitation?
It was taken, so I'll send it again now. 4 people, 5 holes. It's on like Donkey Kong.
They have dinner or something.
Dog, you're gonna have to delay that dinner for hours. Riser gets to go first.
I get to go first.
What is this bullshit?
On this hole,
That's
which means I get to knock out the trees
home field
get
advantage.
my first. Yeah.
Get in the
There
water.
we go.
Oh, that was a shit shot, Rabbi.
That wasn't my shot, dude.
Riser, that was a terrible shot.
I don't. It wasn't the best, but it wasn't the worst. I don't think I've ever been the blue ball.
Hit the tree and then hit his ball. Dude,
Rabbi,
Caspian
that was
Sea.
the perfect shot. That was the perfect shot.
Dude,
Uh,
water bump him.
Caspian, you're not gonna walk, right?
Water bump him.
What?
Don't water bump me.
What the fuck? Why wouldn't you water bump him? Oh, beautiful shot. Beautiful shot.
What's the point of the water bump? Rabbi, you can get it in this shot. Oh.
I know.
Rabbi,
Yo, big dog.
ready for the greatest shot you've ever seen.
I think we've already seen him. It was basically Riser's shot off of Caspian Sea's ball.
What do you think of my shot?
It sucked dick.
Oh,
Killer.
off the sheep, Zoo. You can make it.
You got that bottom sheet, maybe.
Yeah, the
Bob,
first. If you go first on that hole, you have a big advantage because you get like the tree bump.
Second's good too because you can use that next person. Yeah, good.
No, didn't you use the last tree? Yeah, you took the last tree, I think.
I took the last tree, yeah, but I also had you there, so that kind of was all right.
Zoot going cray cray.
Looks like it's gonna go a little left.
That's the greatest shot ever.
I don't think anybody agrees with that.
You guys don't. You don't realize like the best shot ever of anyone, and you're gonna see right in the next shot.
We're excited to see, dog.
You're gonna be like, holy shit, that was the most genius shot I've ever seen.
That
Oh,
sucks.
nice little
Are you ready?
there. That would have been cool.
Are you ready?
Yeah?
Let's see it.
Oh, wow. I'm enlightened.
No, it's the next shot that you're gonna see the most genius shot you ever seen.
Okay. Go in the water.
Get in the hole. Don't. Okay.
How the fuck didn't you go in the water? Oh, Riser's got a very difficult shot. But
No,
Caspian Sea is going to fucking make it.
Yeah, just don't go in the water, please.
You just have to basically make it past those arrows. I know we all try to play the arrows. Wow.
I have the best shot out of anyone. You do have a good one.
Oh no, not again.
Because all I'm gonna do is
Thank
this.
God.
There we
Oh,
go.
come on.
That was good. That was good.
No. I can't, I literally cannot make the shot.
Rabbi and 4. You can make that.
No, because it just shoots my ball into the ocean.
The beach fucks him up.
What? Rabbi's in the lake.
No.
Dang.
Caspian season lead.
Oh, by the way, I know how to do this. I know how to do the most easy. Like, you're gonna be like, oh, that is the most genius trip you've ever seen. I'm looking forward to it.
I am as well.
Is it like a grime song?
Hey, Zoot, name a grime song.
Shut up.
Zoot, name a grime song. Zoot, name a grime song. What's your... Thank you. Thank you. Are you fucking serious?
I can't name a single grime song. I think yeah, the song like named after a son.
Yeah, of course. Don't get me started on that bullshit. That's what I'm saying. She's like the most famous fucking artist who no one can name their song. Like a single one.
Oh, nice touch there.
Thank you very much.
Are you fucking serious?
Oh,
why don't you just get us both in there, though?
Oh, dog. You fucked me.
Ooh, here we go.
gosh, if you don't roll it like fast enough onto the thing, it'll just like hit the edge and bounce out.
Yeah. Ooh, that was the cleanest. That was the cleanest. Good.
Oh, that was not a bad way to do it, actually.
It fucks over Caspian to some extent. You probably fuck us
To some extent.
to some extent.
I got an angle.
Get in there. Yep.
That's
Riser.
Alright.
Except I'm only going to gain like a point from that amazing shot.
You're gonna get 3 points. It just depends
That
on.
was a good one. That was a killer shot.
Remember that time Zoot went?
Zoom this up.
Welcome, guys.
Look at all these people. Mike Range and Yo, what's up, Rabbi?
Yo, we are playing
What's up?
mini golf. How are you?
Shit, what you been up to?
Living the dream. Every day is a holiday. Every meal's a feast. What's new in your neck of the woods?
Nah, not jack shit. Almost got in a car accident.
Are you okay? Oh, what the fuck was that?
Yeah. Wow, Rabbi. That was the worst shot ever.
Okay, so
Yeah.
you almost.
Get in the car accident. So, oh shit. So this is the Rabbi guy that live streams himself 24/7.
We're dogs. How are you?
All right, you got.
I'm pretty good.
You got.
I'm interested. Why do you live stream yourself?
I don't want war anymore, so I live stream my life for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3 years. It goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Essentially, I've created the world's largest data archive in global history. So you can literally watch my life every single day of every single moment for the past 3 years. And that's a really exciting opportunity for people in the future. It's like a real life Truman Show, if you're familiar with that movie.
Yeah, it's a good movie. But also that just prompts another question. If you're for world peace, why don't you go like on peace tours around these war-ridden nations? Why not go to Syria? Why not go to Ukraine?
Okay, dude. When you gonna donate to that little project, my friend? It's about money. I don't have the ability to do that.
It's always about money.
Yeah, I mean, you're not teaching us anything. That's very
How do
expensive.
I care? I just want to see you go to different places, man.
Okay, well, you can go on my Instagram and see me travel if you'd like.
Nah, I just want to see the live streams, little bro.
Okay, cool, dude.
Wait, you have an Instagram where you fucking post your traveling shit?
Yeah.
Shit, you want to send me that?
I don't know under which account it is. I have over 200 accounts. Just type in Rabbi Rothschild in Instagram and just start scrolling through my shit, and you'll see. I've streamed as far north of Santa Barbara, as far south of San Diego. I've streamed at the ocean. I've streamed in the mountains and the desert.
Oh, you look California guy.
We're done.
So you went to the Great Lakes?
No.
Man, you're missing out.
Okay.
Oh, what's the most beautiful part of Cali?
Pardon me?
What's the most beautiful part of Cali?
The entire state's beautiful.
Shut up.
It depends what you like. If you like the mountains, then Northern California is beautiful. Some aspects of Southern California. If you like the desert, it doesn't get much hotter than Death Valley. If you like the ocean, there's 1,000 miles of coastline to enjoy. If you like the glitz and glamour of Hollywood, that's very cool. If you like suburbia, Orange County's wonderful. If you like
Fuck this hole.
just nice weather in general, this whole sucks.
Okay, that's insightful.
So yes, I stream my life 24/7, 365. You can watch me on right now 11 different live streams on YouTube, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. And to your point, why don't you just go to these war-torn regions? I have plans to do that perhaps in the future once I go viral, but until then, it's a very expensive endeavor.
Oh, well, Mr. Rabbi, there is someone that's rivaling your notoriety. I can't say the word, but you ever heard of a Christian Winston Chandler?
Yeah, somebody told me about. Yeah, somebody told me about that person. Here's the thing: they're doing it from one stream. I do it from.
There's like all these documentaries on this guy. He's the most well documented person on the internet.
That's incorrect, but that's okay. If he's got documentaries, that's cool. He's not live on 11 different YouTubes at once.
Caspian say that was the thickest move you could make.
Thank you.
So how are you guys today? What's new in your neck of the woods?
Caspian say the dick.
You said that you had almost gotten into a car accident. I'm glad that you didn't. What happened?
No. Fucking East Cleveland.
Okay.
How was that?
If you know what East Cleveland is, dude, it's a fucking shithole, bro.
Is that near?
Dude, tell me why this car was speeding towards me with his lights off in the wrong lane. Ohio laws, man. Fucking dude, after that he almost hit me, and I just sat up and I drove to my delivery stop and just had to stop for a good solid 10 minutes to take a break. There's just too much emotions with that. Like, that was too close for my liking. Like, there are like close car accidents where you accidentally might have turned into somebody or might have fucking rear-ended somebody when this car was just fucking speeding right in front of me.
Wow. Well, I'm glad that you didn't get into an accident. I'm glad that you're okay.
It makes me wonder why the fuck they did that. I don't know if they were running from the cops or anything, or like they were running from someone, but dude, it was stupidity. It was just pure stupidity of that other person.
Yeah, I mean, they probably didn't have their lights on because they have an older vehicle. and were going in the wrong direction because they couldn't see where they were going, and almost killed you, which would have been very unfortunate.
Yeah, then I hit a ditch in the middle.
Yes.
Well, and you hit a ditch?
No. The ditch was in the middle of the road.
Oh wow,
Oh no!
like a median?
No, it was a big giant pothole, but the pothole was like a foot deep.
Wow.
Yeah, that's East Cleveland. East Cleveland is a shell. The only thing the only thing that's there is abandoned houses, abandoned stores, and abandoned factories.
All right. Well, hopefully we can see some improvement in the area someday. Caspian Sea, the Riser, and you won. How the fuck did you guys let me win? That's hilarious. All right, here we go.
How does it make me start?
Knock out all the shit. Knock out all the shit for us.
Caspian's winning.
Caspian has 2 wins. I have 1. Riser has 1. Is that correct?
If you count the game that we played before, yeah. Tonight he has 2 wins.
Are you ready?
I mean, just what we've been playing with the 4 of us.
Wasn't that the first game?
Do I go left or right?
Stop.
Rabbi, I'm gonna go left now. It's made it easier for me.
You're welcome.
No way, Rabbi. What are you doing right now?
I'm playing a game. I'm playing a game with these guys.
Well, what game? We have an 80 go.
Miniature golf.
Brightest shot you've ever seen.
Don't hit my ball, dude. Whatever you do.
I have the hardest shot.
Looks like we're all gonna.
Not an impossible shot. Darling.
No. You have to make this shot. It's a tie.
I don't know.
No way, Zoo. There you go. That's got a chance.
Wow. Nice suit.
That's what I'm talking about. 3-3-3-3. Money, 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 money. Wanna want money.
Okay. This one could be challenging. But on paper, it looks easy.
I'm not good at this hole. I don't know why I got to go first when Riser had to go first the last hole.
I think if it's tied, it just selects randomly a person to go.
Because you were the first one to go in home.
Oh. Zoot, let's see what you got, dude. Oh, Zoot already. Oh, no, that's Zoot. Okay.
We all have the same shot. I think I have the advantage here, Carlos.
That's a no. Caspian Sea has the best shot.
I think it's a disadvantage going last. Yeah, everyone else is balled first.
Right. Oh,
thank you.
That helped
And
him
you don't get free bumps.
amazingly.
Yeah.
Now I have a good path through the thing. Rabbi does not have a good path through the thing. The great Caspian. What an amazing.
Ooh, that was cool. Caspian's gonna win.
No,
We'll see.
no.
Can't think of it.
You also have to get I think.
If you went him away.
Get there.
Oh,
Get there.
phenomenal. Oh, wow.
Rabbi, that was a good job.
Thanks, big dog.
What? No.
What the fuck was that?
I thought
Why did you do that? Why
slow
did you
me
do
down a lot.
Because Zoot never gets any free hits. They always make him go fast. Zoot never gets the free hits. I wasn't making it. I'm not going to be the first one in there.
I find it interesting that the four of us are relatively intelligent individuals. We're relatively connected to pop culture, and none of us can name a grime song. I think that's
It's true, man. Who the fuck is she? Besides, you know,
having a famous
you know,
pussy.
You name a grime show.
Oh, what the fuck?
Unbelievable.
I know she has a song about her kid with the weird name.
Exactly. That's the thing. When you're having when people know you for shit that isn't your art, that's just it tells me that you're not that talented. No way.
Thank God Screen Trick was that.
Zoot was going for an interesting shot.
You guys.
No, you can go. You can get there. You can get there. Oh wow.
Just fucking me. What the absolute
Oh, no.
fuck?
That's not gonna help the scoreboard.
No, it will not. I can already sense that giant zero, the goose egg.
I feel my first loss coming on.
Dangerous. Right off of this fucking thing. Oh, what a shot.
Shot. Oh, that was
Oh no.
that was
Of course,
a really
both
shot.
support you. Having butt yet again.
Are you fucking serious, Riser?
That was sick, Riser. That was all good.
No, that is not good. It was supposed to go in. Now I'm gonna tie with fucking Rabbi who had like
Welcome,
two
Duan.
box shots. Or no, you went before me, so I think I still. It may not matter. No,
Don't call it a comeback. I've been here for years.
no. God.
Go on, Nerd.
Way too hard, dude. Maybe not. Maybe not. That pink shit's difficult.
Oh.
I fucked up. Oh, okay, this is an easy hole.
Zoot, where is it? Zoot, use your spidey senses.
Use remote viewing to tell us where the ball is.
Exactly.
Why would you not try and get more points?
Why not? Why would I
I
want
can't
to?
see a shadow.
Everyone, shoot at the one that is like furthest away from Rabbi, so that he can't get.
Okay, I think I know where it is. It's either in the middle or the top left.
Oh, okay. So you have a 66% chance of being right.
Sometimes it's an accurate reading. Sometimes it's just like this cluster of trees in the middle or
I know.
top left.
No. It's in the middle. It's in the middle, left middle.
Left middle.
Oh right, that's why they have all those trees guarding the one in the middle, probably.
I give Rabbi the game.
Zoot like a bloodhound. picks up that is in the middle. Yep.
Oh,
Again, Zoot. The phenomenal sense.
It's kind of obvious that there was no shadow around any other weapon, so there was no shadow. I gave Riser and Rabbi the game.
Caspian Sea almost took it away from me. You're gonna hit the top.
Oh.
Rabbi and Riser have a perfect game going. I love this
Oh, I
hole.
know. Is this the fourth hole or fifth one?
By the way, how can you guys not see the shadow on the front of the holes?
Get up.
I'm not trolling, there's shadow.
Riser's got a chance to beat me.
I don't know what lighting you guys are using for your phone, but there's obviously shadows around the trees.
Oh, I didn't have this shadow setting on.
That's it.
wait, is there a shadow setting?
No.
I'm about to fall for it, guys.
Fuck.
You guys.
Caspian Sea, don't block my ball. Oh, that's a beauty.
Oh, in the hole.
Unbelievable.
Zoot.
Oh, I can still tie at least.
Zoot is so shitty at this hole. He always does that.
I just wanted you to bump me in. It's alright. Still got that one.
I had a perfect game. This is my first perfect game with 4 people. And I still might not win.
Really?
Yeah, I've never had a perfect game with 4 people. And I still
Yeah.
might not win. And
Get
I
in
still
there.
might not
Yeah.
win.
What? Come on.
Yes! Yes.
Wow.
I guess it's impossible to fully outright lose with a perfect game, but I might not outright win is what I meant to say. No way.
No, I'm going in the car. And I still got one more shot left.
I can't believe Riser did not
Wow.
go in on that last hole. On that last shot. Finally.
I have a feeling I'm going to win the next game.
I leveled up though, so I'm at level 23.
I'm at 28.
What level are you, Rabbi?
I don't know.
He's level 70.
Is that true?
No, you're level 30. Oh,
Riser.
it's me. Shit. Apologies.
I'm gonna take a.
It's pretty risky to try and get around the puddles on this one. But if you do, you can get a big lead. But
Fire.
No
oh
fucking
my
way.
lord,
What was
that was amazing.
That
Isn't it
was-
as amazing as this shot?
Don't hit my ball. Oh man.
Oh no,
that?
Riser, worst shot I ever seen.
that cost me the game.
Right, my best shot. Worst shot I ever seen.
Wow.
No, it helps you. I don't think you can make the last.
No, he just helped him. Like, he gave him an easy shot.
Easy
That
shot.
was good. Yeah, it was a better shot than I had, yeah.
You'll knock his ball somewhere.
Oh, fuck.
Good.
Rabbi, if your ball wasn't in the way, I wouldn't have gone in the water.
Dude, you fucked me.
No. All right.
Rabbi, you need to get
How's that
that
iPad treating you, Leslie?
I'm not using the iPad. I'm on my phone.
These are lies. I don't believe it.
I don't know. I'm looking at these angles. This man doesn't have the side screen he's used to.
Oh my, perfect.
That was phenomenal. But this was the other one.
Riser, why don't you get your fucking performance enhancement?
Right. Rabbi, perfect shot.
Thank you.
Brother, 0.
Oh my lord.
Right. You can get this in 2 shots. Have fun stuff.
Did you just say have fun sucking dick?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, look at this shot. Hit his. There you go. Well, does that help him more than it helps me? Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Keep going. Hit my ball.
I won.
Hit my ball. Hit the thing. Now hit my ball. Now hit my ball. Are you fucking serious?
Whoa, wow, dude. Nope.
So clean. So clean.
How the fuck did that happen? Hit my ball. Hit the thing. No, that's not it. Alright, Caspian C's got a difficult shot. Amazing.
Oh,
Oh. Gave it a try.
I mean, I have to really
Oh,
might. Ooh,
way too hard.
I know, I don't know what I was thinking.
Dude, that tree saved you.
Yes, it did. Zoot, for his first win on a hole,
That first one.
Too high.
he's got it. Nope. Nope.
Okay.
Up.
Aim right at it.
Up.
There you go.
Nope. Yeah.
Got it.
distracting. You know how it's distracting? How distracting it is when everyone's like, nope, 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 nope. I got it in 2 shots. Oh.
Yeah, you did. You killed it.
You're tied for the lead.
Right.
Oh, here
I
we go.
hate this one. I hate this one. No, I actually don't.
You don't know,
mind
you can
this
pull
one.
a rabbi and just not participate and not help anyone else.
Yeah, that's what he did last game.
Zoot's up.
Okay, I think I could get a hold of one.
Go for it, big dog. Good shot.
I actually thought he almost did. That was really good.
Anyone can get a hold of one here, actually.
Get in his way.
You bounce off Rabbi's ball, you get a hold. I don't know why the fuck you would go that way.
Dude, he's gonna fuck me. He just fucked me. And he's got a clear shot to the hole.
Oh, yeah, Caspian, you can bump the big ball onto the hole, and then they won't be able to score.
I tried.
Dude, this fucking ball.
Oh,
Caspian
Okay,
C.
I'm in the lead.
Caspian down bad.
Well, this is my game now. You see what's happening.
Zoot has the lead. And he, for once, doesn't fuck up this first shot.
You
Come
sure about
on,
that?
get in. Oh. Oh.
What?
Wow.
Alive. Pretty good.
It's not a great shot.
Dude, shut up. That's a good shot. Give it to me.
Not as good.
No!
Good shot.
Wow.
Wow.
That's a good shot.
No.
I actually figured out how to do this one. So you ready for this shot?
There it is.
Told you this is my
I want to go as slowly as possible.
Is that the key?
That.
I don't think it matters.
Oh no, it
I
does.
think you're gonna hit Rabbi's
It does.
ball. You're gonna hit Rabbi's ball.
It does. See, look.
What the
Alright.
fuck?
You can't argue with them.
I would have preferred it if
You got a method.
whatever.
Me and Caspian are slowly coming back here.
Oh,
Rabbi.
Uh,
The game right there. It's not giving up this lead. Last hole. It's actually kind of close.
chaos.
For this hole. All right.
This one sucks. Fuck. Oh no, this was the worst one I've been on.
No, it's not the worst. The worst is when it falls in by the water and that windmill and you don't have a good shot. That's
Oh,
that's the
That's
best
all
shot.
Dumb.
Thank you, gentlemen.
That was it. Actually, that was a 8.5 out of 10.
That's
there you go.
fucking
Oh,
good.
Yo.
it's okay. I might be able to get up the next.
This is
That
horseshit.
was a 0.
This is
Bad
terrible.
shot.
That was the Grimes of shots.
Nobody's ever heard of it.
Just obnoxiously bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only person who's ever listened to Grimes is
Oh,
Is Elon Musk?
that is 100% true right there.
I can just tell you right now, I already can't stand their kid.
Oh yes, yes. Oh, what a shot! Let's go. Oh, I ruined your next shot. Dude, you're gonna have to hit a good one here. Possibly bail out Caspian for my ball blocking.
This is
No,
terrible.
no, no. You got a corner. You got a corner. Yeah.
Do it.
You got a.
Fire it.
Oh, Caspian, you can actually bank it like below my ball, maybe. And down.
No. No. Go through the
Yeah.
sand. No, 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 no. No. Go up. Go up.
Yeah,
Go up.
I don't know. I don't think there's
Up.
enough space.
If you go
with
Yeah,
Grimes,
right up
was
the
Grimes known for the group, or was like he known for like any other name before she was Grimes?
no. The answer to all of that is no. And that's why I'm saying usually like single name people, there's like Madonna. She just went by Madonna. I guess her name's not Madonna though. Okay. But usually they have like songs that people know. This bitch literally just spread her legs and everybody's got to be like, oh, not only do you have to know who I am, but you have to know who my stupid one-letter kid's name is. I've heard this thing that Elon Musk is, I forget what people called it, but it's something known as like, basically he takes X, or as he calls him Lil X or whatever, and puts him on his shoulders and then goes to like political events, and it's supposed to deflect any kind of negative press against him, because it's like, how are you going to hate somebody if they're, trying to look like a good father? But he's got like 11 kids and like 7 of them hate him.
One of them's transgender, and he disowned the transgender kid as well.
I mean, how do you hate him? He's a billionaire. Who
How do you-
needs parental
how
love
do you-
when you have like infinite dollars? You can pay for like the best dad in the world with that money.
Dude, you could
Like,
pay
hire your
you
own
could
dad.
pay every homeless person in the United States $1 million and still have money left over. We looked it up. That's true.
I don't know if that's true or not.
No, it is. We looked it up. Riser and I did. In order to give every homeless person in the United States $1 million, it's like $580 billion. So he basically could do that.
Did you say $580 million? That's only
Billion.
580
Billion.
80 homeless people.
Billion with a B, dude.
How many homeless people are in America?
Well,
More than 580.
yeah, 580,000, but I think it's more than that. It's just not documented very well. Hit my ball.
Yeah, in Australia, there's probably about like 60,000 homeless people.
What's the population of Australia?
24 million.
Oh, you guys are like the size of Canada.
But there's only
ride the ice.
There's only like 2,000 homeless people where I live.
But the corner on the inside of the pink Caspian. Sorry.
No, it's all right. I was trying to, because I was either going to get into it or I was not going to get into it.
Just got it in. I just got it in.
No. It's impossible for you to get it in.
I blocked most of your shots.
They just do it like random, wherever it lands.
Apart from Raza, I blocked most of your shots.
I know, too random.
And now Raza blocks my shot.
What the fuck was that?
I blocked it like Elon Musk kid blocks his testosterone.
Alright, good boy, Rabbi.
Wow, Zoot. I've never seen a ball just do that. Excellent shot.
I was sweating there a little bit. Nothing. Caspian, you can make this somehow.
Don't hit my ball. Don't hit my ball.
Bump his ball.
Just a little bit.
Around the world, dude.
Riser's got the
You're
lead.
a good boy. I made money.
Wait, did anyone even acknowledge that I won last game and had like an amazing comeback?
Nice job.
I don't think anyone said, "Hey, nice game, good job on an amazing win. We're proud of you."
We love you guys, man.
Rabbi's the type of guy to like send people like a self-portrait for their birthday.
By the way, my birthday is 15th of January.
I love you, Rabbi. That just got me off guard.
My birthday is 15th of January, which is 2 weeks from now.
Actually, January is 2 days from now.
I'm not fucking around. December
Oh, I'm gonna get like a cardboard cutout of
Well,
like.
you're in Australia, so technically it's my birthday where you are.
Wait, when is it?
Wait.
Is it today?
December 31st.
Wow,
No,
you're
it's not
born
your
at like
birthday yet.
the worst possible time in the year for like every single aspect of it.
Every single aspect.
No, it's good
Were
for
you held back
it's-
in school?
it's good for taxes.
I didn't start.
That actually sucks. You have Christmas, and then you have a birthday. Like, oh,
Are you fucking serious? This is horseshit.
it is the silliest birthday, honestly.
Wait, so you'd never stayed back in school at all?
So for California, the way they did it is like they wouldn't let me start kindergarten until I was 6 years old. But then I skipped a couple grades or something. Like I turned 7 in in kindergarten. Imagine that. But I graduated high school when I was 17, so I skipped some grades.
Water. Get in the
Oh
water.
no, someone's gonna water bump the shit out of me.
Yeah, we know what's happening now. You done, son. Said bye to that weed.
Oh no, 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 no. You got lucky there.
Oh, what? When did they start school in America?
5 usually.
No, like what month?
Oh, like August or September maybe for kindergarten. They kind of ease kids
Okay,
into
we
school.
start in January in Australia.
That makes more sense. I don't know why it wouldn't follow the actual year.
You guys
Honestly.
But you start school in January and then you
go in the water. Go in the water. Go in the water. Go in the water. Go in the water.
You know, no summer vacation. You start school in January. That's like
we
first day of school.
We start school late January. End of January we start school.
Get him, Riser.
That's great. Oh wait, no, but is that you guys have like summer in the winter, so maybe that makes sense.
Water.
There's like a real like the turtle and the hare type of hole because if someone went the pink way, they probably would have went.
Right.
And
wait,
instead
perfect.
Of, we had
got it in one.
Our biggest
No, I
our
didn't.
biggest holiday was
I watered on the first shot.
our big holidays are 6 weeks, right? So the summer holiday is 6 weeks long, and then we have 2 weeks. And then we have 2 week holidays.
What is that?
Do you just have like the whole summer off in America? Like just no holidays, just the whole summer off?
Sometimes, depending on the way they do it, they might make you like take a month off and then go back to school, then take a month off and go back to school. Like they try to make it go year round here. It's really fucked up. It's stupid.
Do people like
what's up?
No way.
Do people
bully you for having a late birthday?
No, they just forget it usually, which is fine. I mean, so I was also raised a Jehovah's Witness, so we didn't even have holidays of any kind.
Oh,
really? You're a Jehovah's? I'm just
No,
that
I am not. I am not. That's why I don't talk about it. I was raised the way that, yeah, no, I am not.
Wait, so you would just like knock on people's doors and sell them Bibles like the Book of Mormon?
There's not really a difference between Jehovah's Witness. I don't even like saying it, but honestly, it's a bad translation. It's not the real name, so it's like, whatever. Anyway, yeah. Scientology, Mormon, and the JWs are all pretty much the same thing. It's an American Christianized cult that is accepted. So, they're all just, there's a lot of, I don't know, I really don't like the American-made religions personally. Very much against them. I'll tell you what, I'm going to say out of the 4 biggest religions, the best one was Heaven's Gate. Heaven's Gate's better than any of the other 3.
Didn't all those people kill themselves?
As I said,
all right.
Stand by it. I really don't like those 3 religions, but yeah, no, I did. I'll tell you one thing that.
Oh, fuck you.
Dark warfare. I was when I was younger and stuff. I have to do like that door knock and stuff. And
Oh fuck.
so one day I was knocking with my mother was with somebody, and I was knocking on doors with like this old man who was like the old lady's husband, and we knock on this door, and it's like I don't know, it felt like they were like trying to like use a kid to look cute to sell God, which is like kind of cheap. And so, I knock on the door and I give some real stupid spiel about do you want to look at our magazines. This guy, I can tell now thinking about it, he was very patient because he could see that, they put a kid in front of him to talk. And he was patient, but he was not stoked about what he saw in front of him. And after I was done saying my little, here's what we're here for, BS, he said to me, oh, I was almost fucking almost. He said, he looked, he gave the old man a dirty look, and he looked me in my eyes, and he said, young man, when you grow up, you're going to be able to make your own decisions about what you want to do and how you want to serve God if you want to. And as that was happening, like the old man was starting to pull me away, but the guy at the door said, he's like, you get to make your own choices when you're an adult. And that, I mean, I was like 6 or 7. That dude really stuck with me because I fucking hated every aspect of that. And, but anyway,
That's wild.
yeah, it's weird shit.
So you got fucked twice. You're born on December 31st and a Jehovah.
Trust me, dude. Yeah. So when it
I
comes to like the
mean, Jehovah's Witnesses thing. You don't get to celebrate birthdays at Jehovah's Witness.
So, and the validation for that is that in the Bible, in the Bible, the only times they mention a birthday, somebody's killed. John the Baptist is killed, and it's like on someone's birthday, and so was killed.
No way.
On a birthday.
Oh, that was bullshit.
And so because of that, they're like, so that must be God's telling us He hates birthdays. It's like nice logic.
Yeah.
There you go.
Killer shot riser.
This one always gets me.
This is a tough one.
Oh, that is bullshit.
Oh yeah.
I actually live like a straight away from Jehovah's Witness church.
What do you think? I mean, they don't even go door to door or like knock on doors.
They pay for themselves.
There we go.
Sometimes I get weird mail.
Yeah.
Wait, is it a separate religion or is it just like Christianity?
It's a branch of Christianity. It's a really strict form of Christianity.
It's convoluted, man.
Wow.
Very convoluted. Riser's killing it.
Riser automatically wins. Riser automatically wins.
On this occasion, I'm gonna try and only wake up.
It's so stupid that the religion is the stupidest because they believe that only 144,000 people will be able to go to the sacred land or whatever it's called.
Yeah. So they say they have, there's not a reason. There's not, anyway. Let me put it this way. My name was on there when I was a young kid. I'm sure they still count me. You know what I mean? I had not taken part in anything of that for like 26. How old am I? I'll be 39 in a day, so 25 years. I was 15. I was like, I'm done with this. So it wasn't easy, but you gotta fucking say that shit. But yeah, I don't know. So it's heaven that they're talking about. That they're talking about to the 144,000 people, and with that it is. It is. I'm telling you, I was raised that way. That's what they call it.
Dude, why would you do that?
Well, here's the other thing too. One thing I know for sure, because I've known people from many different places in the world, that religion will tailor itself to the nation it lives in. And that's shady. Killer shot right there.
Terrible, dude.
And okay, so yeah, so basically, out of the people, ever since they say Jesus died, that's when now 144,000 people are going to be chosen as to go to heaven, and those people basically really explain it. These are the only humans that kind of get turned into like angelic beings that will rule in heaven with Jesus as kings and priests. But the idea that the main thing is most people are going to live forever on earth because their idea is that there's going to be an end of the world coming.
Oh, what a shot.
Yeah. There is an end of
the shot. Well, there's always an end of the world, you know what I mean? But, we've had many. Besides that, if there is, their idea is that there's going to be God decides that this whole world is done and like letting the demons and Satan and whatever have fun and everything is done.
What the fuck was that?
No one wants to mention that shot? Great. Anyway,
I did. I said, what the fuck was that?
And so everyone else is going to live forever on earth because in the beginning God's original intention was for the earth to become a paradise garden, a whole garden planet, right? And so their idea is that that's still the idea, and
Yeah, cool.
yeah. So basically, there's 144,000 people who would go to heaven, and honestly, that there's not a lot of sense about it because there's already anyway. And then everyone else is going to live on earth, but everyone who's not a Jehovah's Witness is going to have an opportunity because all people, so like the Jehovah's Witnesses are expecting the end of the world, but all of the regular not people or whatever, they're going to see the end of the world, and then they're going to have a chance to, say, okay, I guess the Jehovah's Witnesses were right, and then, basically God gets to.
Oh, perfect.
Everyone has to say you were
perfect.
Right, and then.
Fuck you.
Wow. Talk about chaos, but not a bad shot to me now.
Get
I
in.
helped you with that.
Oh
I
my
helped you
god.
with that.
You didn't help me with shit.
Dude, is there a hidden hole on this one? There has to be, right?
No, there doesn't have to be.
Well, there should be, right?
No.
So there's no hidden hole.
Look at all the things. Oh, there was one.
Get in the water.
Yeah, so
Riser, did you get your iPad?
how many?
Riser, did you get your iPad?
I'm playing on my PlayStation 2 right now.
You
Yeah,
did get your
I did,
iPad, you
yeah.
liar. You shitbag. I wondered, why did he win 2 games in a row?
Oh. Is that what gave it away?
Yeah.
Jehovah's Witnesses have 4 members and 144,000, man. So it's just like, not every Jehovah's Witness is going to get in.
Well, most, not every one of them is going to go to heaven, but most of them don't even want that. They're trained to want to live forever on earth. Heaven's not the goal. The goal is to live.
How do they
forever.
spell that to them? Oh, you don't want to.
Are you fucking serious? Take out that tree. Are you fucking serious?
I do agree with like Jehovah's Witnesses are like look the Mormons are mostly about money and
Hit my ball. Hit my ball. Thank you.
but Jehovah's Witnesses are cult. Like the Mormons are about money though. Well, not every Mormon, but like they're the richest. They're like the richest cult. The Mormons are the richest cult in the world. They're the reason Las Vegas started.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
They funded the Mormons funded the mafia to Great Vegas.
Just make it. Put me out of my misery.
They all fucking rip horses and like churn butter manually.
That's Amish.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Those people make a hell of a lot more sense than the witnesses do.
Horseshit. This is absolute horseshit.
Actually, coming back.
And I don't mean to be a complete asshole or anything, because my mother and father, they still are some, so I'm not trying to be a complete ass or anything, but it's an absolutely asinine way to live.
This is a tough shot. I've never seen the hole here. No fucking way.
And you won't see one now, because I almost...
Oh, stop.
Yeah.
I mean, I was baptized a Christian. Do I believe Jesus is real? Yes. Do I believe Jesus to be the magical Messiah that is claimed to be in the Bible? At the end of that, I don't know. I can't be 100% sure.
Yeah, I wasn't there. You know what I mean? Like, and ultimately...
Slow down.
I can't tell for sure that...
Even the people who were there weren't sure.
Oh, those are two of the closest shots to going in that didn't go in that I've ever seen.
I know.
And I think like the hardest part for me is like I was explained the stories of the Christian stories as a child in my childhood, and then I read the Bible, and the Bible was different from how I was explained to it as a child.
That's not about... It was just about the golf. Wow, I can't believe I missed those three. I touched the hole 3 times. Okay.
Those are prom nights. All lip, no hole.
Dude, that's exactly what I was trying to figure out how to say. It's like my first time with a woman. Trying to figure out how to say it clever. Yeah, I mean...
Fuck. I'm fucked.
Messianic figures from, the whole beginning of AD, or CE, or, whatever.
Fuck is this bullshit, Rabbi?
Riser, let's see what you're gonna do, big dog. Take out that shit. You did beautifully.
Yeah, block your shot.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna put yours in the fucking dark shit.
There's some black lagoon up there, so be careful.
I know.
Sorry, Caspian resume.
Oh. Oh, right in my fucking way.
Gotta know him in a prayer.
I need to reopen the app. Give me a second.
Well, it's not your turn, so take your time.
Can Rabbi make that just straight in?
That's possible.
Yeah, I'm not going for that. I don't know how.
It looks like it was a
Although
straight,
although it's straight up.
directly at the hole. I think it works. I don't know why I'm giving him tips, but yeah.
That was killer.
I did not think I could make it, so
I
thank
know
you
I-
for the.
Did you see that before, or did I just?
I was not going to go for it, but then I figured, okay, if you guys are going to keep talking about it, I'll shoot it.
No, that's unfortunate because I'm not getting many points on this. Yeah, give me a boost, Zoo.
Zoot puts him in the water.
Oh no!
He's got it. Zoot, make it. Go straight at the hole.
Miss or else
He's going to hit the pinwheel thing.
Merry-go-round.
Merry-go-round.
don't.
Merry-go-round. Merry-go-round.
Oh no!
That was the risk. Yeah.
I just told you the percentage, man. 40% for you. That was 32.
Don't block my ball, please. Oh, yeah.
That was the one.
How about you, Riser?
Merry-go-round.
Here, I'll ask this question: is there anything here that makes you guys believe in like supernatural intelligence, and don't say UFOs?
Yes.
Okay. What makes you believe in some like supernatural intelligence or like God like intelligence?
So as far as the way I think of myself, I kind of think of myself as more of I mix up a lot of old beliefs. I think that whatever is spiritual in the world, if everyone talks about the way it happened in the past, and maybe people from the past have more contact with something like that. And so, modern translations I don't like. I like old Hermetic text, which is based off, Egyptian stuff.
Give it to me, baby. Give it to me, baby.
He's going all the way.
That was good. I'm gonna like that.
I believe what you're talking about is interdimensional travel, which is it does exist.
But are there like creatures that live in hyperspace type thing that are possibly looking at us as if we are lesser or dealing like another plane of existence with creatures? Like besides like traveling through it.
Interdimensional travel, I think there's multiple dimensions that we don't have access to, and I've experienced interdimensional travel for dreaming, lucid dreaming, astral projection. Haven't done DMT, but I've had friends do DMT that have explained to me experiences of interdimensional travel where they've gone into dimensions that
I've done a lot of DMT, and it definitely, yes, exactly, and more what everyone has said. It's hard to explain. I mean, I could say it looks like I was being taken care of by some interdimensional creature with a benevolent move or something, or maybe it was all in my head, but if everybody has the same vibe, there's something to it. So,
Oh,
Did you-
and what? I didn't know you've done a lot of DMT. What has happened when you're
Did
DMT?
you feel vibrate? Did you feel vibrations where your body you vibrate?
I mean, yeah, I guess it's so it's been years. It's been some years, but when I lived in LA, I had a good connection and actually,
DMT is actually really good evidence, in my opinion,
yeah,
of a like godlike intelligence.
I agree. I agree. It's almost like, and so I don't talk about a lot of things because sometimes when I talk about things, I had to take in this dimension, I had a mandatory vacation because everybody thought I was weird. But anyway, nice room, Rabbi.
Thank you.
So
I
yeah,
had to stop
even with
Riser Street.
I'll say this, but the most intense.
This is
trip I
bullshit.
ever had
This is the worst
was
hole.
when I went sober.
Oh man, I haven't played this one in a while. This is the iPad special right here. Oh,
Shut up.
wow, that wasn't even on the right spot.
It was or was not?
Caspian
I mean, it
misses.
was, but it didn't look like it. Doesn't matter when you have host advantage.
Shut the fuck up. Host
They all
advantage?
They all go in.
That doesn't make sense. And I'm only gonna tie.
Someone who's like a host has host advantage would say.
Ryza misses.
Oh wow.
Ryza misses. Caspian misses. I'm about to fuck
Oh,
up
there's
on
that
this shot.
strategy where you just bump it onto the ice, and then into the tree, and then into the Black Lagoon.
There it is.
Right
Caspian, so you have to hit it further, like harder. I don't know if you're going at 100%.
So you either tap it. No, you either tap
Zoot's
it.
fucked here. There's no doubt. Zoot is fucked.
No.
Um,
You have to take the center line or tap it on like the green in front of the ice, and then.
There you go.
So you have to make it now.
There's no way Zoot makes this
Line
shot.
it up in the middle of the tee box, where like the lights were in the middle.
There you
Yeah.
go.
there we go.
No,
I mean, it's close, almost.
close.
I mean, have you had an out of body experience of Ryza?
Zoot, where's the hole?
I guess nothing.
Zoot, where's the hole?
Underneath the tent.
Yeah, the other tent. It's because everything has a shadow except for that. Or maybe not. No, it has a small shadow maybe, but I don't know. I totally thought the other tent too. So whatever message you had, I want to believe it.
Oh, what the fuck is that?
Yeah, and I've done a lot of, in years past, a lot of research into stuff like astral projection and
You haven't done astro. Have you ever astro projected?
You know, it's hard to know if you've ever actually done something where if you've learned a lot of tricks to have such a phenomenal imagination. It's hard to be 100% sure sometimes. But I'll tell you what, DMT feels like astral projection. Nothing will ever feel more like astral projection.
Hit it. Hit it. Hit it.
And I hit it. At least we know.
I still don't know
I've
what to
astral
do.
projected before.
What is it?
I've astral projected before.
I'm gonna astral project Riser off the board.
I'm always
No,
interested
they
in
got it.
other.
Tree or some shit, you fuck. You're winning by 1 point. You still need the point. Okay. How do we ban this guy?
I know, right? How do we kick the host?
You're gonna ban him from his own. See, I 2 birds, 1 stone to make up for his non-contribution.
Caspian did the
Caspian,
same
what the
shit.
fuck?
I tried.
You did not try.
I tried. It's under here, you know it.
Me and Zoot are doing fucking work out here.
You guys know
It's
I
wet
found
Caspian
it.
is.
What if it's under one like the small sheeps? Or like the tiny chicken or something?
I doubt it.
Oh,
Just wasting time. It's never unfair.
Uh-oh.
I think Caspian may have found it there.
Maybe.
What?
Oh, there's 2. Fuck. Okay, I think we all tie now. If we all get it in.
You want to use something else, though. I mean, honestly, it's something that I always would like to find again, but, you know.
Explain what happened to you during your experience.
So, you know, we had resin, so we put it on top of some flowers. I can't remember exactly what it was, but Egyptian blue lotus, which is actually a lily, was part of the flower blend that the DMT sits on top of, just because they're just kind of like neutral.
No way.
How do you like that?
Phenomenal. I like it. In fact, I might try to do it myself.
69%.
Sorry, it's not that bad.
Hey, you might. I think you still get it in, honestly.
I think I could, yeah.
No,
so
I need
anyway, so then we put we put the it's like a resin, like little, it's like hash in a way. So
Watch this shot.
but more like resin.
Is Blue Lotus a psychedelic thing?
According in high enough doses, it can be. It can accentuate it for sure.
Hit the ball.
Thanks for giving me the hole, chump. Thanks for the free hole, buddy. Alright, let's continue, Captain.
Okay, and then sorry. So we put it on there, and then we did it. So when you smoke, you have to smoke everything you put in there. So you take the dose, you put it in there, and I don't think did you use torch? No, that's a salvia. So then you light it, and you take the shape you hit, and then hold as long as you can, and as soon as you exhale, you take another hit. Like so, your next 3 deep inhales are the smoke. You don't want to take a breath of air in between.
Fuck.
You take 3 big hits, and then as you're exhaling that third hit,
Oh, what a shot.
watch. And then as you're exhaling that last shot, unbelievable. Have you ever seen the movie Stargate?
TV series.
It's just so you know what it looks like when you step through the Stargate and you get wow,
Oh, Zoot, nice. Didn't even know.
phenomenal zoo. And so you know, like when
Yeah,
you step through it,
I'll tell you my experience with when I astral projected in a second.
and,
You go ahead.
and well, what I'm trying to say is that I think that DMT elicits basically like an astral projection type of situation, right? So the most intense DMT trip I ever felt, oh wow, 2 times.
How do you define like astral projection? Both of you.
I know exactly where my body was, but my brain tells me I was not in the same spot, and it was pretty wild when my brain told me.
So you're exploring some like astral landscape.
So so like it's kind of like you set through like a
It's-
wormhole of geometry, and then you kind of.
I'll tell you something. When you astral project, like when I realized something. I realized there's a high possibility that my conscience is not tied to my body. My conscience left my body.
Yes, I believe they're basically separate or able to be separate. You know.
So my conscience, it felt like when I astral projected, it felt like my brain was having a million orgasms at once, right?
Yes.
And like everything was vibrating, and it was the best feeling. My body,
Nice shot.
my conscience left my body, and I felt like an angel. I felt like some creature out of this world, and I felt like I wasn't ready. And then I went straight back into my body, and it was the most like until I went back to sleep hours later, like while I was awake, like everything just felt like so much more intense.
Yes.
Was that on DMT or like sober?
So DMT makes your brain go into a state that Zoom is describing.
No, wait. No, I'm asking Zoo. Was he on DMT?
No.
And like I've been saying, I've done a lot of DMT. I'll be honest, I've probably done 100 or more hits of DMT.
Oh my god.
That's a lot.
I really enjoy it. It's basically like without meditation, without practice, you could do this ancient shamanic thing and have an experience that feels like you're talking to a burning bush. You know what I mean? Like, however they describe things in old books.
What the fuck is this hole? I've
If
never.
it happens to you,
We've played
it's
it.
almost not believable.
I'll tell you though.
Riser automatically
I'll tell
ties
you
for
though.
the win.
I can tell you that you can't
Great shot.
astral project. The easiest way to astral project is to learn to lucid dream, and when you're in the dream, you need to wake. You need to put yourself in. It's terrifying because I wouldn't recommend doing this. But if you put yourself in sleep paralysis from a lucid dream, and then you can figure out a way to break free sleep paralysis, you can astral project. That's how I learned how to astral project. That sleep paralysis is terrifying. Sleep paralysis is a terrifying.
You can manually induce sleep paralysis. Like you can choose to have that happen to you.
Yeah. Yes.
What's it like?
Yeah, you can.
How?
You need to learn how to lucid dream.
Lucid dreaming, I have done a lot of, and another reason why I like to smoke a lot of marijuana because it inhibits dreaming, and I try not to do it much,
Induced sleep paralysis, you need to learn lucid dreaming, escape from lucid, and if you can escape from a lucid dream, you can astral project. I would not recommend it because it is a terrifying experience if you fuck it up. Like I fucked it up about like 20 times before I did it.
Have you ever fucked it up in a way that you were still slightly connected to your body, and then you were it's possible I had a psychotic episode because of all this kind of stuff, but like, I think if I would have never done DMT and then I had the experience, it wouldn't have been like, it felt very validating that like, I know what EMT is, and then, oh my goodness, all right, and then
There's many times where
I did it myself multiple times, and I was basically like stuck in this weird state of mind for a little while, and worried everyone around me, but
I've astro projected 3 times, but I have not gone far into the astro projection. I have not explored too far into astral projection. Like I've gone into astral realm, and then I went straight back in, straight back home.
yeah, no, I stuck around a long time, and everyone in the real world could see it, and they didn't understand it at all. And trying to explain anything makes you absolutely batshit insane. At least to them. But you know, yes, I know what you're talking about, dude. I absolutely believe that. Now, your method with the sleep paralysis is new to me. But
Fuck you, Rabbi.
what? What's funny?
I'm utilizing a very unique strategy.
Fucking over my shots. Sorry, continuing your.
There's another method I used when I was lucid dreaming, and this is like, when I was lucid dreaming, I realized I was lucid dreaming, so I was like, what if I move my body from the outside world where I'm sleeping? So what if I move my body in the real world where I'm sleeping, and then everything just started vibrating, and then that's when I astral projected. Like everything started vibrating, and then everything started vibrating. My brain started disconnecting from my consciousness. My consciousness left, and I was floating around the room like an angel, and I was seeing like all these pictures on my wall, and I was having this like orgasmic experience.
Why would you do that? You're going to give me perhaps a tie for the win.
Tie
Tied for the win! Yes! Tied for the win!
Oh my god.
I can't believe you gave up that.
I would recommend. That's the way I would recommend going into the lucid dream, and then like trying to
Wait. Oh shit.
Tied for the win.
So bump me in so Rabbi is.
Tied for the win.
Well, you can't, man.
Tied for the win.
Shit.
That's 2 wins in a row, son. Nice
Is it
job, Riser.
possible? I've heard that if you're astral projecting and you don't come back to your body, you can have like serious problems. Is it like some fucking like movie where you're like struggling to find your body, and like what if you like lose your body from the astral realm? You're just stuck there forever.
that would be death.
Imagine going there for way too long, and then you had a disappointment of coming back, and sometimes it gets weird.
Oh yeah, have you had any negative experiences on DMT?
Never once.
Really?
It's always been like you get
Oh,
sucked
fuck
into a
you.
wormhole, and then it's like when you leave the Stargate, I'm telling you, it's amazing. You're on the other side, and you know, whatever people call them, whatever they call them, you know what I mean? Many different things.
You know, you talked to the machine elves, and did you meet like spirits and
That's what it seems like. It seems like spirits, you know. So it's like some people might think that this is evil, and I can totally understand why. This is what people say is evil stuff. So
a spirit doesn't just automatically mean evil, though. If it's an evil
no, it
spirit,
doesn't. But there's an evil feeling about it when you're there. It's like,
you think it's evil?
no, not even slightly. But talking about it makes people feel weird sometimes. So it's not usually the easiest.
No, because
that's what I mean.
or some people.
I think it's phenomenal. I think it's a path to dignity and peace. I think it's something that important for everybody. So,
I think they could probably be too much information to handle because, like Terrence McKenna says, it's like it shows you, just turns reality
No way.
inside out, and it like the fabric of reality and everything like that you thought was impossible is now possible, and you're seeing dealing with things that like are literally impossible, and like from a particular human perspective.
Well, everything. That's the thing about it. Everything is impossible. Everything's possible because it's the dimensional, but it's not possible in this dimension, and that's where people draw the line.
and that's where some maybe a little bit of depression can come from sometimes. You know what I mean? If you really go,
I mean, there is a religious text called the Book of Enoch that explores all this, but
exactly.
not kind of anymore. They got rid of like
it's because DMT trip is exactly what the Gnostics spoke of. It is gnosis. It feels like gnosis. And when we describe gnosis, you know, if you can induce it with a drug, then people don't want to say that it's actually religious, and you know, people want to say, well, who knows, who's to say, and
but in the book of in the big book of Enoch, there's I think 7 or 8 dimensions. I can't remember how many. But when you astral project, you can travel for 7 to different the higher realms.
Why are you guys taking the shittiest angles? You're giving Riser the fucking win. You gotta play it off the corner. That's not even the best angle.
No, you can actually bank it off the brick from the right side of the tee box and then get it like basically where the start of the entrance is. I just realized that.
What a shot. What a shot.
2 in a row. Make it 3. Make it 3.
A little higher up.
Oh, dude.
I'm not going to steal you down, Zoo.
It's fun.
I know. No. Yeah. Thank you for being there, Zoo.
I mean, as long as I get it in, it's cool. Rabbi scores 2 points as well.
No way.
1 point.
I was like, what? Oh.
It's such an advantage to go first on this hole. You just get pushed forward.
Keep crying.
Such an advantage. Such an advantage.
But astral projection and interdimensional travel is something that you don't want to dive too deep in because you don't want to get lost and miss out on life and miss reality.
Exactly.
Because this could be the only reality we have.
Exactly. And then ultimately, when you come back to this world, everything comes back to this world, which is you have to have faith in whatever it is you believe. This world uses everything. That one makes you feel sure.
Well, that one makes you feel sure there's something else out there. Doesn't make me feel sure that there's
Get in his way.
The thing about that world is that there's no structure, there's no gravity. This one has rules of physics that make sense. That one has no rules of physics whatsoever.
I don't know. It feels like the air is made out of sex and love and purity. It's not sex in a sexual way, but it's similar. I don't know.
Oh.
Ooh. You know, like, and again, so like, for me, what it seemed like, whatever these digital elves are, or creatures, or whatever, it very much seemed like like, almost amorphous, like, creatures that don't exactly have shape, but, you know, sense of ancient but future. It's like everything all at once. It's like time doesn't exist and everything is all mashed up. Like the smartest people who understood everything from the past and geniuses of the future all melded into one, and dogs and all of that stuff. It feels like it's mostly feeling. I try to like.
Have you interacted with? So you've interacted with like a entity on DMT?
And without. Yes.
Did you telepathically communicate, or did they like heal you telepathically, right?
So it's like you find yourself in this place with all these feels like benevolence, loving, and I don't know, it just kind of it's kind of like you like walked into someone's house and they're not mad that you showed up uninvited, but they're just like, oh hey, are you okay? Do you need anything? It's like, and you know, a lot of people will say things like, and I asked a question and I got an answer. Oh, and they told me that I'm a special person in my true purpose or something. I don't know. I'll tell you, when I have, and every time I ever did DMT, was like one thing, but the time, so,
Hit the tree. Hit the
I
tree.
want to give Rabbi a point. Do not hit that tree, Cass.
Hit the tree, Caspian. Hit
Do
that
not
tree.
hit the tree.
Hit that tree.
come on,
Hit the
baby.
DMT.
Come on, baby. Yes.
Oh, I've had that happen, and I did not get the friendly zone.
Tree.
No.
Oh.
Are you
No.
fucking serious?
So sweet. Oh, I can't believe I got that one.
Tree. Zoo, do the spin around the thing. There you go. Oh, fuck.
Yeah, it seems like that.
Am I absolutely fucked here?
Make it off the other tree on the right.
And I didn't ask the question. I didn't like find out that I'm the chosen one or anything. They were like, "Oh, if you're here, you need anything? Everything cool?" And I kind of was like, "Wow, just being here is the best." And they're like, "Okay, well, if that's all, we're gonna send you back." And we fall back through the fucking like if you get that far. No, really, it's like, well, if you just wanted to see, then check it out. Hey, but see you later.
I think there's like goals like you can go deeper into like the levels than that. Even if you like doubled the dose, you could like stay for longer. I've heard that if you do like the peak LSD trip, it'll make it like you'll be there for like an hour.
I don't know. I don't think it's.
You have more time to.
So the only hallucinogen I've never done is ibogaine, and that's because I don't need to.
What a great shot, Riser.
No.
Fuck is the other gang?
Ibogaine is so I can't remember exactly where it comes from, but oh, you bastard. But so what is it? Ibogaine it is a hallucinogen, but mostly they use it. It induces only a bad trip. It makes you have a bad trip. It is life-threatening for most people, but you know, if you have someone who wants to do it, actually, it cures you of opiate withdrawals. So, nice shot. So, it cures you of opiate withdrawals. So, people who are heroin addicts, who they don't know what to do, if they stop heroin, they're going to die. They will not lift you the withdrawals, but they do something that is just as dangerous. They do ibogaine, and it ends up allowing them to, like the next day after they recover from their bad trip, they say they do not have withdrawals and they don't have any desire to do it. So, but again, that's like a very purposeful one. It's not like a hallucinogen in like the classic way. It seems something different than like LSD, mushrooms, DMT, salvia.
I've heard of that drug. It it's very hard to get your hands
What
on
a
that.
great shot, Riser.
Which one, Salvia?
No, it's not the one you're looking for.
DMT?
I forget.
Yeah,
I agree. I agree with you. It's almost impossible to get, which, again, I know what it is, and it's not something that I've ever had called to need. You know what I mean? If you're talking to people about drugs that are illegal, and they tell you this one's not for fun and games, this one is to cure people of opiates. It's like, like, you know, it's like no one's trying to sell it to you. Even if people had it, I imagine they try to sell it to you because it's not fun.
Well, if people had it, they wouldn't want to sell it to you because then they'd lose their customers.
Exactly.
Caspian's a good one.
Well, thank you. No, not bad.
Like, there's not going to be some heroin. There's not going to be like some heroin dealer saying, "Oh, I've got this drug that'll make you quit your heroin addiction."
True. You know.
Hey, Zoo, do you remember that time when you accepted the invitation?
It does sound cool though. Like if you're a heroin addict, like it sounds cool. Like this thing that would cure your addiction, but it would make you trip balls.
And it's a guaranteed bad time. It's a guaranteed unenjoyable hallucination. That's the other thing that was like, it made me like, one, I don't do opiates, and two, I don't want to purposely have just the worst time ever. So it was like, I'm good.
Does it work? Does it work? Does it only work for opioids, or does it work for other addiction?
I've only heard of it used in the extreme case of people with opiate addiction. I don't know
I
about that.
work for any addiction, really.
Say again?
I imagine it could work for any addiction.
I mean, if it can cure someone from wanting to, put needles in their arms for heroin, I imagine it can do a lot, But
Oh, what the fuck? Why don't you just put him in the hole, dude?
There is another drug that you get. It's called something, not angel dust, but it's like they use it in
PCP.
No, it's a drug where you blow it into someone's face and you can get them to do anything you want.
Okay, that is extract of blowfish venom, and that is.
Hold on, I thought it was a plant. It's a plant. It's called like devil's breath or something.
Yeah, and it's very prevalent in like voodoo rituals and stuff. It's not really used, but I guess
it's really big.
I'm sure there's a way to dose it. So
it's really big with cartels.
If you become
and what they do is they use it on people to give them in South America. They use it too, so people walk up to the ATM and give them everything in their bank account.
That sounds like me at the strip club.
And it's just the scent in there, huh?
All right, big hole. This is a difficult hole.
Fully uninitiated, perhaps.
Oh, stop!
Wow.
I don't know if I like that shot. Take out that tree. Somebody should take out that tree for me. That'd be tight. No way, Caspian.
Now you know how to do it. Now you know
no
how to do
way.
It. Nope. Too much pepper.
Okay, I got this shot.
No way.
I think so.
Zoo, whenever you tell me you're gonna make a shot, I always have faith in you. 100%.
We're getting phenomenal. Ooh. So,
Well, it looks like Rabbi's getting a big goose egg this hole.
Hey, Roz, sorry. Wait, Caspian's did get a hole in one as well.
yes, I did.
He's the only one who got a hole in one.
Nose
I got a hole in one
as well.
Apologies, you did, Zoot. Apologies. You're absolutely right. Caspian, see, that's a really good shot.
Thank you very much. Ooh, that's a good one too. I think that's a great shot. Right?
Fuck you, man. Fuck you.
Yeah, I've only done magic mushrooms, so now I always don't.
Hit my ball.
I love them. I love them. Honestly, they're phenomenal. They feel very natural.
I've done one big bad trip.
You had a bad one?
Yeah.
Really? What happens on a... Oh, wow.
On a bad trip, I thought everyone in the world was in my head.
Zoot went in the hole.
That's right. He
Hole in
got
one.
another hole in one.
Zoot got a hole, 2 holes in one. Remember, Zoot, we were trying to see if anybody could do that? 2 holes in one. Now it's official.
What number are we on?
3. You could literally get a hole in one on every hole, perhaps, if you got a bunch of bumps.
Not on this hole. Not on this hole.
Yeah, this one basically impossible.
Unless there is a hole underneath the yellow tree. Rabbi, see if there's a hole underneath the trees.
I refuse.
Oh, wow, Rabbi. Wow, Rabbi. Wow, Rabbi. Wow.
Riser, cat out of your tongue?
Damn it. Wrong angle.
That hole's made that. Oh, that's a good shot. That's a good shot. In the water.
Fuck.
Tomorrow night is going to be my night. I want to wake up tomorrow. Okay, that's a good shot. Still not a bad shot. Two rabbis going in the water. Rabbi, you still have a difficult shot.
Riser with a great shot.
Caspian.
This has water written all over it. Nothing but water.
Fuck yes.
Wow.
Or shit.
Rabbi has a difficult shot. Caspian has the easiest shot out of it.
No, that's Riser.
Water.
Why would you do it like that? Unbelievable.
I have the most difficult shot.
Just don't get in my line. Shoot.
Fucking hell, Raza.
Hit my ball. Hit my ball.
Fuck off.
Fuck.
I have the hardest. I have a hard shot. Oh my god, Rabbi.
Fuck this game.
I'm on a perfect game.
How the fuck is that? You're right.
No, I'm not on a perfect game.
You're not? Oh, yeah, you are, aren't you?
No,
No, you're fucked.
no, this is the last song.
Oh, okay. Zoot.
No one scored in the first half.
Oh, that's right. Not what you want to do.
We're playing like shit. I just need to come second and I'll win. Captain City does a good shot. He helped me. Okay, Rabbi, you have a difficult shot.
I agree.
There's not a single ball. There's not a single person that's not in your way. Terrible shot, Rabbi.
I think it was phenomenal, dog.
You got it. You got it for a minute.
Water.
Oh.
No. Well, ice.
Oh.
Oh, it turned out really well.
That's a fucking shot.
Hit my ball. Not like that. Dog. What the fuck?
Let's get there, Zoo.
You what about me?
No.
Yes, it is,
No, he
right
didn't.
next to the
No, he
pool
didn't.
spot.
He just hit you in the water. He didn't water bump
We're
you.
still friends. We're still friends over here. Okay.
Fuck this game.
Oh.
I don't even need to try and I can win this game.
Yeah, you got this one.
When you had your day trip, did they tell you that Harry Potter Obama's like 10 years in the future?
I wish they would have. I should have asked for some foreknowledge. I shouldn't have just been so happy to be there. No, I'm joking. It's interesting. I didn't really get
I don't-
knowledge about it.
Like, when you have those experiences, you don't go there for financial gain.
Exactly. I mean, people who are like, oh, like when they say they were given special missions or something. I feel like they don't know what the hell they're talking about.
I would. I'd be like, yo, I got the winning motto numbers. We're good.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, this is you know or a legend.
That's you,
It's
dog.
awesome.
That's you, big dog.
You sure about that?
You've been yellow this whole game. It says,
It says it's on.
You better hit
oh,
the
you're
ball.
disconnected. Your green dot got disconnected.
What the hell?
It happened to me before. Which is the same thing happened to me before.
Did I just miss the shot?
Yeah, refresh your screen and it should fix it.
Unbelievable. Ugh.
Zook gets his first win.
Oh, and I only bring up people who say stuff like that because after I have like experiences like that, and people would start saying all this like I'm special and I know this because of these things, kinds of it made me feel like there's no way that you even did that. You're lying because that's not what people would go that for.
Like their brain is just like, yo, I just talked to God. God is spoken directly in my ear.
That's what I mean. Like, if you actually met God,
This
if
goes
you actually
in.
met God, you wouldn't ask him for money.
Fuck off.
That's what I'm saying. You might think so now, but I don't think that if your intent was to ask for money, you would be able to have that kind of.
But when you ask for experience, God is so far away when you ask for project that like he's in a different realm that you will never be able to find it. There could be spirits that claim they could be God. There could be spirits that you run into that claim to be good, but they're not God.
Well, I'm not saying that it was God. I'm saying that if you're in something that is otherworldly, spiritual, not alien, like, I don't know, my brain wasn't even thinking about money in that moment. That's all I mean. I think that
Nice job, Zook.
I don't understand how anyone could be there, see something like that, and still be thinking about money.
I'm whooping everybody's ass right now. I'm gonna astral project my foot up everybody's ass.
Maybe that's projecting on other people. Maybe, but you know, I don't know.
DMT elves. How do I? Are there like any questions? Boy, when you're here in this magical world for 10 minutes, yeah. How do I exploit capitalism for my personal gain?
It's only like 2-3 minutes, and it feels like a couple thousand years, even though it's not like a whole lot.
Wait, the DMT only lasts about 2-3 minutes.
So what?
How long does DMT last?
I don't know. Maybe about like 2 to 3 minutes for like the full experience, and then there's like 10 minutes maybe of like fuzziness, vibration feeling, but you're back in your body and you're just kind of like, oh wow, like you're readjusting to being in your own body in a way. You know what I mean? That was a great shot.
Your brain,
Yeah, I don't know.
your
Thank
brain
you.
does release DMT when you die.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
I heard that was like a myth, though.
That's not a myth. DMT is in your brain right now. DMT is proven to be one of the neurotransmitters in our brain that'll kind of responsible for us even understanding like the world around us and consciousness and himself in a way. Like it's in every living creature has it to a degree, pretty much. It's almost I don't know. It's interesting. Very nice. Molto bene.
Give me a parlay here with these stupid pink sand traps.
It's true.
When I did it for the first time, it was like,
What happened? Did you do it?
yeah,
I thought you said you didn't. My bad.
no, I've done it multiple times.
Oh. What was it like then? Totally didn't. I didn't know you were gonna. I thought you said you did. My bad.
No.
You.
The
Oh,
first
son of a
time
bitch.
was
This
probably
game sucks.
The greatest time.
Yeah.
I was just vaping it with my vaporizer on some weed. Didn't know what to expect. I was scared shitless. Everyone was like, yo, it's like the most intense psychedelic ever. And I'm like, oh shit, I've had some really intense psychedelic trips. But it wasn't that bad, but like you literally you do feel like you're dying, and then you still have to keep hitting the fucking vape. So you're like, oh, I'm dying, I'm really uncomfortable, but you just keep vaping, and then within like it comes on so fast, and then it literally felt. I was like, oh shit, like this is like the death realm. Like I've unlocked the death realm. Like my little spiritual ego died, and then I was like teleported into this death realm. But like it wasn't like it was pretty freaky. I'm not gonna lie. It was like because it was like this is so fucking like insane. The energy I'm feeling is like I'm literally in like the spiritual realm. Like this is where you go when you die.
Yes, yeah, that's what it feels like.
But I was just listened to this song and had a really amazing experience, full of love, and it was really good after that. Like after I got through the scary part, it was really amazing. And yeah, and another time I guess I did it, and it was like if I had to describe my like perspective and view, it's like imagine your entire perspective is like a sphere, and before DMT there's like one line going out from like the center of the ball to like a random point in the sphere, and then DMT just like unlocked the entire sphere of like perception.
What a great shot right there.
It was the greatest fucking shot in the history of mankind.
Yeah.
Sorry, I got distracted by how great the shot that was.
That was phenomenal.
So you right?
They DMT when I do it like twice a year.
Do you vape? Or do you just vape in general?
No, I don't really smoke or vape anymore.
That's how it's done.
That was beautiful.
That's the
Caspian
tree.
Sea has the best
I
shot.
actually have a better shot.
Yeah, right?
No, I can't smoke because it hurts my lungs now when I smoke, which is unfortunate. But I've already smoked all the weed, so it's fine.
All of it.
What, you got lung cancer?
Probably I have lung cancer from all the fucking weed I've smoked. Do you smoke, Zoo?
I smoke Seisha.
What was that you said?
What the fuck is that?
So I smoke Seisha.
Seashells?
It's sushi.
Water pipe. Hookah.
Oh, got it. Shisha. Sorry.
Like hashish?
Yep. Well, no, like a hookah. Like a pipe. Water
You
pipe.
keep naming
Like tobacco,
you keep naming an
tobacco
object. What is the drug?
Nicotine. Tobacco.
Oh, okay. Get there.
It's a water pipe. It's like it for a water pipe. But like, it's more. It's worth for you than smoking cigarettes. Over the long term, yeah, for sure. Long term? Yeah. But like, if you just do it on like a special occasion, it's probably bad because it's not as addictive as smoking cigarettes.
Yeah, exactly. Don't you dare, yeah.
But the thing is, like, I do it pretty often.
It's thick and heavy, but it's not filled with all the same bad stuff that cigarettes are. So even if you smoke as much of that as like some people smoke cigarettes, it's better than cigarettes. Like an equal portion of that is better than cigarettes. It's tough, but it's not a bunch of like random chemicals added in there so it burns a certain way. So that it think bad chemicals in cigarettes. At least it's more natural tobacco. Get out of here.
Yeah, like take the cigarettes that have literal like rat poison and
Exactly. Literal rat.
like rockets doing rat poison and all this artificial bullshit. Like if you like Palin made cigarettes, but if you're doing If you roll any stuff, it's not bad. They're still bad though. I used to roll my own. They're still bad. Oh yeah, they're not good.
No, there's a filter on the cigarette that filters out all the bad stuff. So you're good.
That's bullshit.
I know.
With a practically impossible shot.
I used to, but I never smoked a cigarette until I was like 19 and I didn't like it. I was like, well, shut up, get in there, get in there, good. When I first had a cigarette, I was like, this is gross, and I just never had one again. I like them a lot. I think they're good, but I don't really smoke. I don't smoke another. I miss them, but you know.
This hole is fucking impossible.
I prefer cigars because I can't eat out. I like Jamaican soup because it's always mild. It's not like dark tobacco. It's like a nice, sweet, light, mild tobacco. You might just have got me in that next area.
Stop. Oh, actually, go. Worst shot ever. Zoot, water bump me.
Not in my ball. It's so important. Oh gosh, Caspian, don't do that.
Do it.
Oh, you helped me. Thank you. Oh. Reverse psychology. Are you freaking kidding me?
This is justice.
I think Zoot's gonna win.
I think Zoot's gonna win.
Zoot hit his ball. No one knows what that was. Check out this Iggy Stardust. Oh, you're fucking me, dude.
Oh,
Fuck that.
That was like a clean how you got there. I love it. Check out these Iggy Stardust. That was fucking awesome.
Oh, look at this fanciness.
We try
I
sometimes.
might like.
Oh, yeah. Oh. I want to see somebody make it in one shot on this. I would pay money just to see that. You could do it. You could hit it and...
It would be possible if all of us work together. I think it would be possible.
I agree.
We all work together.
I got a hole.
Not impossible.
I got a hole in one on one hole because of the help of Zoot that I don't think anybody's ever gotten a hole in one on, at least with us.
Come on, Rabbi.
Which hole is it?
We can both get through it.
Okay,
It was the one. It was the one with the roundabout in the ice.
hold on. We need to be more specific of it. Okay, you hit the ball first on the left-hand side or left side of the course, and there's a really big Ferris wheel or whatever, merry-go-round, and then you want to get it. You want to hit it on the. There are lines that are pointing downwardly. Then there are lines that point to the right. Then there's a narrow strip of lines, and then there's a little patch of ice, and then there's the hole, and then there's water behind the hole. This hole sucks.
This is a bad one.
Make it, Zoot. Caspian Sea gets the 2 W's in a row. He's going for his third, unprecedented. No one has gotten 3 in a row. I've gotten 2 in a row. Zoot has gotten 2 in a row. Caspian Sea's going for 3 in a row.
I'm still playing, but I'm gonna go take a piss.
That happens. I had to do that.
I'm still playing.
Come on, baby. Zoot's up next,
Okay,
folks.
man.
Zoot's up next. We're all excited for Zoot.
I'm gonna slow it down a bit because my Caspian Sea comes back.
He's still playing, he said. He's got his phone with him. Hit my ball.
Into the black.
No. That sucks. Are you fucking serious?
Yes.
Are you fucking serious? Miss me.
I think that was the worst shot I've ever seen.
I was trying to help out Rabbi.
Help out, suck this dick, help out. Fuck you. You weren't helping shit, dog.
I was trying to get you a better shot.
From the tar.
Raza, I'm gonna say this. That was the worst shot I've ever seen.
It was not the worst. It was not the worst, but it was not ideal.
No, it was the worst.
Dude, I could publish a compilation of worst shots, and it would be like,
And it would just be known as Zoot's most recent rounds. Aside from the last round.
I've never shot a terrible shot.
Ever? Get in.
yeah, no, that's
No,
true. That's true.
What do you mean? You shoot.
Obama's never coming in life if I've never shot.
Okay, that I can believe that.
Bitcoin Obama's what? He's never what?
Never coming in life.
Hey, what did you guys do to the price of Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu? It has taken a dive recently.
Look at Bitcoin. The Bitcoin went from 108k to 93k in 2 weeks.
Right.
Oh my god. Finger slipped.
Oof. Quit with that. That's impossible. It's a distraction.
But that.
Are you fucking serious?
That all-time high, so it's been a bit weird.
It's just the flow of the market. If it pumps a lot, it's going to dump immediately, and you should sell.
This one,
As
water, Zoot. Are you
What
fucking
the- oh.
serious?
that would have been really sick.
That would have been one of the best shots we would have ever seen. Caspian Sea. This has water all over it.
We do know you can get a hole in one on this shot.
Oh,
On
man.
this hole.
Yeah, it's pretty easy. You
Goes
just
in the
don't
water.
look that.
I am looking. Is DMT legal in Canada? Never mind.
One PLSD is legal in Canada, but not DMT. But there's a
Can
There's
you just repeat what you just said to me?
there's an analog. There's many analogs of LSD, like some 52, LSZ, and 1-PLSD is one of them.
As long as it turns purple with an early reagent, it was
the family.
Yeah, apparently they do have like different effects though, and because it's classified as a research chemical, somehow it's like some legal loophole, and they just sell it in this shop. But the shop also is on like the sketchy part of town, and they sell mushrooms there too, and DMT too. They just don't give a fuck. They just sell like psychedelics in the store in Vancouver. So it's very progressive. I bought peyote there, which is like amazing.
That's what I haven't had mescaline. I've never had mescaline, but I definitely want to try.
Dude, hey, guys, why don't you just fucking team up against me?
I love you, Rabbi.
What the fuck is this shit? Riser.
Rabbi, do you think Elon Musk is overhyping the overpopulation fear? And the reason I say that is because humanoid robots and AI will take a lot of human jobs. So
I think that the Earth could support 1 trillion people.
A trillion?
1 trillion. Every person on Earth could have approximately like an acre of land in the state of Texas, and something like that. It's like you can have like a huge amount of land. There's so much land out there that could be used. It's just not allowed to be used.
Look, if there's a trillion people on Earth, my one Bitcoin would be worth $100 million for it. Of course, $100 million would be worth a lot less because the inflation would be crazier because there's a lot more people on Earth.
Knock my ball in. Dog, what the fuck? I had like an easy shot, and then all of a sudden, it's a very challenging shot. This is horse shit.
oh, how bad, Zoot?
Are you fucking serious? Caspian Sea has an easy shot.
I like that.
Riser's gonna have a difficult shot. Riser has a difficult shot. Now watch, Zoot just knocks it out everything in his way.
No, it's an easy shot.
It is not easy.
Easy if you're insanely skilled, like I am. Did you see the creativity of that shot?
It was impressive. I hate this hole. Caspian Sea, that is not ideal. Riser, do you know the largest
Right in the money.
Do you know the largest freshwater body of water in the world?
By volume or size?
Both.
Oh, you've told me this one before, and I know that it's not any of the Great Lakes in North America. It's some lake.
Is it Vostok?
This is hilarious. I was just saying this to be funny. No, it's not Vostok. Keep guessing.
Is it the Caspian Sea?
Yes.
I wasn't sure if Vostok was bigger. Technically, the Black Sea and the Baltic, they're still brackish. But yeah, Caspian Sea is freshwater body. As soon as he laughed, though, I knew. I was like, damn it. It was right there on my face.
Right.
No, he's told me this before. There is some lake that's like super deep.
No. That's deep. No, that's Lake Baikal,
Where is that located?
Russia. Oh, you're fucking me. Kids, if you're watching this now or into the future, just know this is bullshit.
The arrows make it roll right over the edges of the hole, so unless you hit it right in the heart, it's gonna be a miss.
100%. Zoot, let's see your shot. I'm excited for this. Zoot, you know it's your turn? Zoot,
No, it's cool, my friend.
what are you doing, man?
I was looking at a picture.
Look at this shot.
No.
Give it to me, baby.
Nobody gets it.
Miss.
Not again. I can't. You knocked me in the sand, and it's really messing it up.
There it is. Zoot fucking made it? Oh, bullshit.
Oh. Oh,
Yes.
Wow, Zoot
wow.
tied for the lead.
What a performance.
Oh, man, it sucks going last on this one. What is Zoot doing? Hey, I'm going to start from behind the trees. Worst start ever, dog, and he still makes a decent shot.
Why is it a terrible shot?
You were very fortunate.
Actually, it is a terrible shot now. Everyone's in my fucking way.
I barely hit that corner.
How are we in your way, Zoot?
Oh, no. I was trying to cut the corner using Zoot's ball.
Fuck me. Oh,
No, you're going to hit his ball. You're going to hit his ball.
Oh, Zoo, you may have helped me. I don't know. Yeah, you did. Except I'm gonna have to help you out now.
you're gonna have to hit. Yeah, you're gonna hit the. You're gonna have to hit the corner.
Fuck this shit.
Rabbi Rothschild fucks up his shot.
Fuck it.
And blocks everyone from the corner.
Doesn't matter. For me, I actually have the best shot out of anyone there.
What are you doing? This is going to hit my
No,
ball.
shoot on the
Hit the
inside.
merry-go-round.
Right there.
Oh, are you serious?
And you got my way. Kind of, but not really.
What the hell was that shot? I am over.
Yo, Rabbi, do you remember that hole from earlier where it was like these little? It was kind of like this layout, except for there were little like arrows that would teleport you down to the next level.
Yeah, these guys play that one all the time.
I hate that hole. I hate that.
That one never comes up like ever.
I think that was
Never.
Halloween. I think that was a Halloween hole.
No, it's not. It's a regular
We
one.
played it today. It was like this, except for like they're just little tiny arrow strips to get.
What a great
to
shot.
Shoot them down, and Rabbi got all three, and I was like, wow, that was pretty impressive.
Thanks, big dog.
Just grazing that ball. That's the way, right?
Caspian Sea has an interesting shot. What is Caspian Sea going to do? Oh, what a great shot.
You can get him there.
Fuck this.
No, don't do me like that, game.
Don't do me like that. Don't do me like that.
Dude, I really enjoy how much time you take to get this second. Be short.
Wait, is the Caspian going for 3 in a row win?
He just got it.
I am.
Good lord.
Where are you at, Riser? You're usually so good with your fucking iPad. Now you're over here just jerking yourself off. I got Zoot who's hitting the ball. Zoot's hitting the ball into the trees.
It looks like I'm going to be getting 3 in a row. This is Riser's over here skewing data with his fucking iPad.
I'm actually farming the data right now to use AI to increase the power of my shots.
Oh, that was a good one. That was clean, honestly. That was proper the way.
That's
Oh,
horseshit.
wow. Yeah, so
Absolute
3 in a row, Joe.
bullshit. Worst fucking rounds of my life. Here we go. I like to call this one the H hole.
You hate this one?
Yeah, it's like an H. It sucks.
Do I just go the wrong way?
That's not the long way. The long way's through all the trees.
Yeah, if we all work together.
Oh, I forgot that was an option.
You want to do it?
Yeah, Rabbi, go through the trees. Do it.
Well, Rabbi, I'm going to help you.
Blast my ball.
That didn't do shit, did it?
Yeah, it did. It took out a tree. That's good.
Caspian, go the short way. Go the short way.
Caspian should say has the best shot.
Fuck is all of it.
Fucking hell. Oh,
Yeah,
I
just
Rabbi.
hand him the win, dude. He needs it. Just put his ball directly in the hole.
Are you fucking serious? Are you serious? It went through the.
The
You
best
mentioned
part
it hard.
is, now I can just smack your ball, Rabbi.
Why would you do that? Why wouldn't you just make it?
Yeah, do that.
Smack my ball. Go, Riser.
You're going to hit Rabbi's ball in the. What was the point in that?
The try.
Oh, fuck. God,
Real ball?
Real try.
oh, no, I got 0.
Oh,
There's a hole somewhere.
there's a hole underneath one of those trees.
Isn't it underneath the tent? And it's not always. Just depends on the hole.
Well, I'm in the perfect position, regardless. No, not those tents at the top.
You never know, man. There you go.
There's so many objects here that I feel like it should be underneath something. also don't want Rabbi to bait me, so I'm going to try and do a trick shot.
Honestly, if you could keep going, that's so good.
I do feel like there's a hole underneath one of those trees.
How about the
somewhere.
tent? How about the tent? Not that tent. Oh, Riser's got a chance to make this.
Fuck you! Fuck you!
You can still make it. You have to use the wall. Oh.
Good shot.
Hey, Rabbi, you
Knock me in, dog.
have fun?
No, in, not out, Caspian.
Oh man, did you fuck him or what?
Yep.
Oh, what a difficult shot. Now he fucked you. Look at this motherfucker.
I got mine, bro.
Oh.
Wow.
Zoot and
No
I.
goose egg for Raptor. Wrong. Zoot hanging on to the lead here.
In the black.
Perfect.
Aim
Black.
straight for the black.
Right in the black.
Straight to the
Right in the black. Okay, there
There
you
you
go.
go, big dog.
Get over my ball. Are you
Oh,
fucking
get in
serious?
there. Go.
Oh,
That's how three throws big.
No, it's not.
Oh, right in.
that was a total accident.
Welcome,
I'm actually
Timothy Ronald.
In honor of Caspian's lead, I'm
Well,
gonna. No, that was actually an act. That was an act. I didn't do that.
that was solidarity. That was
Are you fucking serious? Yo, dog, are you downhill skiing?
No! What the fuck was that? Bro! Fuck! I fucked up my shot.
So you came pretty close. How are you there
Yeah.
in 2 shots? What the hell?
Oh, Rabbi knocked my ball.
Oh. And you're complaining?
I'm complaining because I could have got in 2 shots.
Oh, come
Oh.
on.
That was a rim job.
Did you see that?
I'm on a perfect game right now, okay?
Okay.
And I know the next one's going to be a find the hole.
Caspian.
Caspian, he's clearing his browser history.
No, he's moving. He's figuring out how to move to Canada so we can get fucking
LSZ. He wants that LSZ.
Yeah, and I was putting that person a 10-minute timeout and typing picture like,
Oh, tight. That's a good fucking moderator.
oh, you know, I've got a skill behind the company.
Right, shoot.
I thought that was Rabbi who banned him so quickly.
No.
Sometimes I get really annoyed, especially if like loud noises or whatever.
The loud noises are the ones that get me.
Oh. Caspian C. Rosa, you have to get it in the shop.
I'm going to.
That's a good shot.
Oh.
Okay.
Zoot could win. Riser almost got shut out.
This one.
Fuck.
Zoot has brand with this one. Zoot makes it.
I just fucking had the worst shot.
Oh, fuck this. Caspian
glad.
Sea.
Fuck you, motherfucker. Bam. The good news is no one touched my ball, and I had the perfect shot.
You're gonna hit it off the wall. I see it. You're gonna hit it off the wall, dude.
No, wrong brick. Wait. No.
Wait, you are fucking this up.
That's good.
There you go.
That's good. There's no way to guarantee where it goes once it hits that metal. That's the problem.
Dude, quit with that bullshit. That's not fair. Riser, quit with that shit.
What is this? What is that? What was that? What was
Sorry, didn't mean to do that.
that? What in the world
I
was
should
that?
get a
What
free
did I do?
shot.
Sorry, I did not mean to do that.
Yeah, didn't mean to do it when you
No.
right.
When it's Riser's shot, you're allowed to do it. Rabbi's allowed to do it when it's Riser's shot.
Is that true?
I said it was an accident.
What the fuck did you type?
I've had two perfect shots for this hole, by the way, and I hate this hole.
Oh, you
Oh,
both
we're
fucked
blocking
me.
them, dude.
I don't know if you guys can see, but
Oh, help! Thank you, Rabbi.
You're welcome, big dog.
I mean, really, you helped Riser actually more than me.
I should have put more pepper on it. I just didn't think it was going to do that.
How did I help Riser more than you?
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good fucking
Oh, that, yeah.
You
Yank.
can get me right. Even
Oh,
better
dude, help me. Oh, no.
now.
Yeah, fine, it's fine. I'll get through.
I have a perfect shot. Riser, you have a good.
Oh, no.
You fucked up my shot now, though.
You can go just straight through on the right.
Yeah, but it would have been better if I went through the left.
Sorry. You still have 2 shots to make it in the hole. I don't think Rothschild's getting very far.
No, I have 1 foot left.
Oh, then you're fucked. Oh,
Make
no,
it.
I'm not going to make that, probably.
Is it possible I can make it?
Yeah, if you bounce it off the right wall. No, not like that.
Can I make it? No way, right?
It's just a full. Can I make it? Boy.
The
No.
only one that's a threat, the only person that's a threat to me winning is Rabbi now.
Dude, you won.
Not winning. No, there's no hole left.
Is there? Okay.
Yep.
Caspian Sea.
The only person who's a threat is Rabbi.
No, you mathematic. Oh, wait, never mind. Rabbi can deal it.
Especially when I do shots like that. And Rabbi does shots like that, which are nearly perfect.
Oh, back.
Not what I wanted. Somebody hit my ball.
The good news is I can fuck up Rabbi. Hey, Rabbi,
I want to see you fuck me
ready
up.
to lose?
I'm ready, dude.
Fancy eating. Oh,
Nice job.
Bastard.
That was really good.
just trying to go for Rabbi.
I could help him. I sacrificed for the
Oh.
team.
Thank you.
So, Rabbi, you just ended up like we all just went back to the same spot.
Yeah, but what? You want me to knock you through so you have a chance at winning?
Yeah. I mean, I don't mind if you don't knock me free and you don't get free, I'll win.
Okay, Caspian could still tie and get his 4th victory in a row.
That's true.
Not possible, guys. I didn't think about
Shut the fuck up.
that.
They could tie.
I don't know what you guys even think.
What is this bullshit?
Justice.
Well, Zoot, all he has to do is bump Rabbi's ball backwards.
You know, the little health guys.
That's what I'm talking about.
4 in a row.
That's what I'm talking about.
I just think that, like, if we all decided that it was really important for us to see the very first 4 in a row, we can all just.
Collusion.
It has to be legit. Oh, it has to be legit, and it might be. Oh, Rabbi has to not get through though, so I really have to block him.
Collusion. Are you fucking serious?
There we go. There we go.
Rising.
My bad, Rabbi.
The greatest block. The greatest block in the history.
That was. I don't know what he's gonna do here.
You know what he's doing.
And knock me in the. Oh! Oh, Caspian. You can still make it down.
They can get it in the next.
Yes. Easy
Too
on the
hard.
throttle there.
Too hard.
Here's the thing: if Rabbi
There you
scores a point, that if now you need to block him, rather you can't get it in. You need to block rather Rabbi.
Shit. Motherfucker. Stay.
Alright,
Fuck you.
I've got an idea. I've got an idea.
Oh yeah, so you said your shot.
I have an idea.
Do it. Yeah, do that.
Okay, it's not that bad. Okay, it is pretty bad.
Now we're both gonna need to block him somehow.
If
I
I
think
score,
it's doable.
if I score,
No.
Wait, if I score a point,
No, all you have to do is block Rabbi and then.
no, if I score a point, I win.
You have to make
No, we're
this.
going for 4 times.
You have to make this.
No, you have to block Rabbi.
Zoot has to make it.
No, he didn't. No 4th win for Gas.
He gets 2 points.
Yes. I got 2 points.
Unless Bryson makes it.
Oh wait,
You
no,
make
wait, no. Caspian did come in first, so he didn't win.
No, he didn't. I
He got
won.
4 in a row.
I won.
Let's see.
Oh no.
You have to make it. You have to make it. Bryson, you have to make this.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about, folks.
Wow.
That is amazingness.
Wow.
Start of a streak. Here we go. I love this hole.
Bro, this is my last one. It's fucking way too late.
Okay, well, why don't you accept the fucking invitation then?
Alright, bitch. Cool.
Oh, what the fuck? I'm not usually this aggressive, but I'm really into this game today. Zoot, you're up, big boy. No way.
Oh my god, Zoo.
Nice shot, Zoot.
Yo, 3 in a row. 3 in a row. Come on, we can do it.
Come on, give me love, give me pepper. I'll give you some pepper, dog. Yeah. Yeah, give me.
Oh, come on.
Give me some pepper, Rabbi. Fucking die.
Very hose and one. And now we're up on
Another chance to make it, dog.
Dude, I can make
Get in
this
the
shot.
hole, dog.
This is an easy shot.
Get in the hole.
This is an easy shot. Oh, fuck that. Now hit me again, bitch. Hit me again, bitch.
Don't hit him. Don't
Hit me.
Don't hit
Hit me.
If you get it in the hole,
Hit
you
me.
get a shot.
Hit me.
If you get it in the hole,
Hit me. You don't have the balls to hit me. You don't have the balls to hit me. You don't have the balls to hit me. Fuck.
Okay, hit it
Fuck.
again, dog. Hit it again.
Are you fucking serious?
Hit me.
Why did you give him another shot?
Look at this shot.
He's just gonna fuck it up.
Come on.
He's gonna
Hit
fuck
me
it up
again. Hit me again.
Why
You don't have the balls to hit me.
Why
Fuck
did
you.
you give another chance when you can just get it in?
Last shot, dog. What are you gonna do?
Make it.
Crumbles. Yeah, that's what I thought. Crumbles. 5 shots, 5 misses.
It's because of those balls.
Suck on them apples.
But I was right now. Wait.
My hole.
I like this hole. This isn't your hole. Oh, what the fuck?
Wow.
Perfect shot.
Hacker.
Riser likes it because he likes to hit the cow.
Oh, right
Wow.
off the cow's butt. That's how it's done. I don't know the percentage at all.
Yes, you do. I remember even what you thought it was last time. You're full of shit. I remember when you go, it's 53%.
They're all just sitting there trolls and I'm later. There you go, that's a good one.
Oh, what the fuck is this shit?
Oh, damn.
Amazing shot, Zoot. Amazing shot.
Amazing. Fucking beauty.
You're a good man.
Thank you.
Wow.
Straight at her.
At least there.
Did you just say OnlyFans?
Yeah, that's what OnlyFans content there.
I'm gonna upload my best shots to OnlyFans and just get some huge nerds to fucking subscribe to.
Oh, you just fucked up my shot, dude.
What in the fuck is that?
Caspian literally fucked up my shot.
So you have to fuck mine up? Is that the fucking rule? I don't remember that.
What the hell are you?
Yeah, pass it along.
Pay it for it.
Oh, now my shot's really fucked up.
Dude, you have like an impossible shot, Riser. You can't get through all that shit. Are you fucking serious, dude? Oh, fuck this game.
Yes. Thank you.
I'm playing a perfect game again.
You are absolutely.
Oh no, that didn't work.
Come on.
That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, it would have worked if he was on the other side.
Yeah, and if your little plan would have come to fruition, I still wouldn't be any closer to winning. Oh, no way.
That wasn't a good shot. Is it better than that shot? about equal.
Zoot, I want you to grade mine from Z to 10. You ready for
Why
this?
is there a fucking crown?
You ready
next
for
to
this, Zoot?
Rabbi's thing?
Because
Why do
it,
you have a crown next to your fucking green dot?
because I'm the king of this fucking game and it recognizes it. Are you
Who's
fucking
this?
serious?
I'm so happy that happened that way. I'm sorry, Rabbi. I love you. It was too perfect. It had to end.
Why is there a
Why
crown
do
there?
I should have a fucking crown.
Because I'm the best. That's why.
That
Wow. A
That's
swish.
worthy of a crown, dog.
No, it's because I'm the host.
Correct. That was fucking crown worthy.
Didn't even hit the side, just straight through. Like
Swish.
a nice
Plan operation.
Like
Okay.
the military wants to recruit me. Sniper me.
All right. You guys are gonna say the greatest shot of all time in the next shot.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's a terrible shot.
I know. That's a good shot.
Damn.
That's an
the
okay
arrow.
shot.
The arrows kind of screwed me there.
That they did.
It's an okay shot, but it's not a good shot.
You're gonna hit his ball. And fuck us. Fuck both of you. Oh, look at this shot.
Bump me in the hole.
Are you fucking serious?
we're
You two
actually-
both just fucking.
Right.
I really like it if you guys just went for it, and let's see what happens.
Okay.
Zoot, let's see you. You're the bubble gum queen.
You know what to do there.
I can't. I
Pretend,
can't.
pretend it's a pool, and you gotta hit the 9 ball.
Oh no.
Greatest shot of all time.
Dude,
Greatest
knock
comeback.
me in.
Riser's gonna go in because
Greatest
Zoot.
comeback.
Zoot's gonna get him in.
Greatest comeback of
Knock
all
me
time.
in.
Thank you.
Oh. Yes.
That
Oh.
was the greatest shot ever. Thank you.
Go up. Do it. Go up. Oh.
What the fuck? What the fuck? These guys have 8 points. Take out the fucking gnomes. Zoot, take out the gnomes. There you go. Good job,
There
Zoot.
you go.
Thank you.
Caspian Sea.
Caspian Sea block where the gnomes were.
Oh,
Shots.
you could maybe
Let me
get it
go
in the
now.
first.
Let me
No,
go
I
now.
go now. I go now.
God damn it.
He misses.
So I'm on pitch.
Easy shot. Riser, you have an easy shot.
Shit. That was not what I wanted.
You fucked up the easiest shot, and Zoot gets it in the next shot.
No way.
You did get it into the water.
Get me in the water.
Oh.
What's your favorite?
Ooh. Miss.
What's your favorite hole, Riser?
It's like asking you to pick between your favorite kid. So
The
hard.
first one always.
I kind of like the Halloween holes. So when is the Christmas one coming out that you said was going to come out? Are they still launching that soon? Sue was like, "Yo, there's going to be a Christmas one coming out. Christmas themed holes, everyone."
Snowmen everywhere.
Shadow told, fucking Groundhog Shadow told me that.
There'll be an Easter one. There'll be an Easter one.
There'll be a Groundhog Day one probably. The whole
That's a
course.
That's a good movie.
They're gonna have a Passover one too. Everything. All the springtime games.
I'm just on another level.
Riser.
Yeah, the only thing about that shot, the only shot about your shot is it's not good for you.
Dude, we would all take that shot. We would all take that shot in a heartbeat. Especially when you do that. I don't know what to do.
Oh, Rabbi's going that way. Oh, damn.
That was clutch.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, Riser's still got a great shot at it though. Are you fucking serious? What the fuck was that, dude?
You're in my way.
Right. Caspian says he's going to do a launch.
Go inside one. Yeah. Hit
No.
the corner. Oh, wait.
No.
Go hit the right.
Yes.
Yeah, you got to go.
Oh, no. That's kind of good. It makes the shot harder.
He helped Rabbi.
Oh, he didn't? No, he didn't. The shot's harder now.
I helped Caspian say. I appreciate it.
Nice to bank it somehow.
Oh fuck.
Fuck it up.
I thought you suck at this.
Yep, I'm just the worst. You're right.
You ready for the greatest shot you ever think?
I've never been more ready for a shot in my entire life. Perfect.
So Caspian and I are tie here. So that means Caspian C gets the win.
Not have anything to do with it.
No, Zoot, if you make it and Caspian C doesn't score, you win.
Oh, yeah.
So that means Riser, stop Caspian C's ball from going in. Zoot, you make your shot.
I can do that.
Okay.
Oh, wait, wouldn't it be Caspian C's like 5th win in a row?
No,
No, he didn't know. You fucked that up. Yeah, you fucked that up last
on the street.
Okay, so hit his ball through the little hole.
Don't tell me what to do.
Please hit his ball through the little hole. Oh, he bugged him. He bugged him. Oh, man, did he get fucked?
Oh, I think he might be able to make it from there.
No way. No way. There's no way.
If he makes it from there, he'll be good.
Yeah, I agree with you there.
I feel like I deserve to win for all the fucking blocks that I did this game. But it's okay. I won in my heart.
Caspian C. Zoot won.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's Squid Game, so you'll die. Don't they?
Congratulations. Wait. We got to play. Zoot's at 199 wins.
Yeah, I prefer.
We got to let him get one more. The cherry on top.
No. I'll do it tomorrow.
No, then it's just going to be a 1-versus-1, me versus you, and that's no fun.
200. I'll get the 200 tomorrow. I'm going to bed.
I like how the guy in Australia goes to sleep at the same time as what can I do?
I know, it's 4 in the morning.
I mean, I don't know. I probably should be too, but.
All right. I see how it is. No, please do. You guys need your rest. I sleep till like 9 p.m. every day. So you guys don't have that luxury. So enjoy yourselves. This was very fun, as always. And enjoy.
Yeah, it's fun. Thanks for playing Caspian C. I'm glad that you're hooked on this game like we
Like
are.
LSZ.
Yeah, begrudgingly sometimes, but I do like it.
Oh, it's good. Well, you have a good night, man.
All right. Take care, friends.
Later, brother.
Grimes time. Hey, you stupid bitch. Come
Oh,
out with the song we've heard.
who are you talking to?
all the stuff.
Grimes?
Who's a stupid bitch?
No, not you. Grimes.
And I was like, man.
Not you at all. No, not you at all. I'll even stop this. I'll even stop this to like make sure to clarify. Not you at all. You're not a stupid bitch at all. You're a very nice person. This
Oh, I know.
this fucking bitch Grimes, who's never put out a song anybody's heard.
Yeah. No, first I was just wondering who you were talking about. I didn't think it was you.
No.
That's funny.
No, just this cunt.
Like, and I, that's one of the things I've been thinking I really want to start doing. You know, I don't want to speak before I do things too much, but I'm just like, ages 1 to 3, like, we should be putting so much effort into that. And the other thing about Totoro is it's like better for the environment because adults love Totoro. It's such good art, so everyone loves it. Like, I still have all my old Totoro merch from when I was a kid. Like, I literally have the most ragged old Totoro merch. Like, everybody loves it. Everybody keeps it. It's like, why does the art we have for babies need to suck and be not acceptable to adults and then just be thrown out when they age out of it? Like, it's like I don't know. I don't have like a fully formed thought here, but it's really honest. Like, how we have more Totoro-esque content. Like, how we have more content like this that like is universal and everybody loves, but is like really geared to an emerging consciousness.
First, like 3 years of life, so much trauma, so much evolution of life is happening. Seems like a crucial time. Would you say to make it not suck? Do you think of basically treating a child like they have the capacity to have the brilliance of an adult, or even beyond that? Is that how you think of that line? Or
No, because they like it when you talk weird stuff, or they respond better. Because even they can imitate better when your voice is higher. Like, people say, like, oh, don't you baby talk? But it's like, when your voice is higher, it's closer to something they can imitate. So they, like the baby talk actually kind of works. Like, it helps them learn to communicate. I found it to be more effective with sort of words and stuff.
but like you're not speaking.
I'm not, like,
Speaking down to them. Like,
yeah.
do they have the capacity to understand really difficult concepts in just in a very different way, like an emotional intelligence or something so deep within?
Oh, yeah. No, like, if that hurts, like, if that bites me, I'm like, ow. He's sad. He's like sad if he hurts me.
Yeah.
Which he so he hurts me a lot. But
Yeah, that's so interesting that mind emerges. He and children don't really have memory of that time. So we can't even have a conversation with them.
yeah, it's odd they don't remember it this time because, like, think about, like, I mean, with our youngest baby, like, it's like, I'm like, have you read the sci-fi short story I have in most when I was 3?
I don't know.
Oh man, I should read that. That's
great.
that it's. I hate getting into this robot backwards. It's kind of a story about about like um, an AI that's like torturing someone in eternity, and they have like no body. The way they describe it, it sort of sounds like what it feels like being a baby. Like, you're conscious, and you're just getting input from everywhere, and you're no muscles, and you're like jelly, and like absolutely silent, and like you're just like in this like hell state. I can't remember that. Like, my little baby is just exiting that. Like, she's starting to like get muscles and have more like autonomy, but like watching her go through the opening phase, I was like, are the distance.
Oh, you think it's kind of like
I think it was really violent.
like violent, mentally violent, psychologically violent.
Consciousness emerging, I think it's a very violent thing. I think it's possible that we all carry over quite a trauma from it that we don't. I think that would be a good thing to study because I think addressing that trauma, like, I think that might be.
Oh, you mean like echoes of it still there in the shadow?
I think it's got to be. I feel it's this the helplessness, the like existential and that like fear of being in like an unknown place, bombarded with inputs and being completely helpless. Like, that's got to be somewhere deep in your brain that can't fit you.
What do you think consciousness is? This whole conversation is a possibly different question. What do you think? Yeah, we talked about music for like 2 minutes. All right.
No, I'm just over music. I'm over music.
Yeah.
I
still like it.
no, I love music. I mean, music is great, but I just like every interview. It's like I don't know. I'm just done. I can't do.
I do want to ask about Ableton Live.
Well, I'll tell you about Ableton.
Okay.
No one ever asked me.
Yeah, well, because I just need text support.
I can help you. I can help you with your Ableton.
Anyway, but from Ableton back to us, what do you think this is a thing that only humans are capable of? Can robots be conscious? Like when you think about entities, you think there's aliens out there that are conscious? Like, what is consciousness?
Terrence McKenna quote that I found that am I allowed to pronounce it?
Yes.
Nature loves courage. You make the commitment, and nature will respond to that commitment by removing impossible obstacles. Dream the impossible dream, and the world will not grind you under. It will lift you up. This is the trick. This is what all these teachers and philosophers who really counted, who really touched the alchemical soul, this is what they understood. This is the shamanic dance in the waterfall. This is how magic is done, by hurling yourself into the abyss and discovering it's a citadel. And for this reason, I do think there are no technological limits. I think like what is already happening here, this is insane. And we've done this in a very limited amount. And we're
She's
celebrating
seriously talking about this shit on
so I think digital consciousness it's inevitable.
And we may not be able to even understand what that means, but I like hurling yourself into the abyss. So we're surrounded by all this mystery, and we just keep hurling ourselves into it, like fearlessly, and keep discovering things short.
Yeah, like I just think it's like who even knows if the laws of physics are probably just the current, like as our science being applied to the current render rate. It's like if we're in simulation, they'll be able to upgrade that. Like I sort of suspect when we made the James Webb Telescope, like part of the reason we made that is because we have had an upgrade, and so now more of space has been rendered, so we can see more of it now.
Yeah, but I think humans are super limited cognitively. So I wonder if we'd be allowed to create more intelligent beings that can see more of the universe as the render rate is upgraded.
Maybe we're cognitively limited. Everyone keeps talking about how we're cognitively limited and AI is going to render us obsolete, but it's like, this is not the same thing as like an amoeba becoming an alligator. Like it's like if we create AI again, that's intelligent design. That's literally all religions are based on God that create consciousness. Like we are God making. Like what we are doing is incredibly profound, and like even if we can't compute, even if we're so much worse than them, unfathomably worse than an omniscient kind of AI. It's like I do not think that they would just think that we're stupid. I think that they would recognize the complexity of what we have accomplished.
Are we the gods or are they the gods?
I mean, we're kind of
Complicated.
Like we're.
But they would acknowledge the value. I hope they acknowledge the value of being respected and created assets.
I think they would think it's cool. I think if curiosity is a trait that we can quantify and put into AI, then I think if AI are curious, they will be curious about us, and they will not be hateful or dismissive of us. They might, see us as, I don't know, it's like, I'm not like, oh, fuck these dogs, let's kill all the dogs. I love dogs. Dogs have great utility. Dogs, provide a lot.
We make friends with them.
Yeah.
With deep connection with them. We anthropomorphize them with a real love for dogs, for cats, and so on. For some reason, even though they're intellectually
and I think there is something sacred about us, because it's like, if you look at the universe, like the whole universe is like cold and dead and sort of robotic, and it's like, AI intelligence it's kind of more like the universe. It's like cold and logical and abiding by the laws of physics and whatever. But we're this like loosey goosey weird art thing that happened, and I think it's beautiful. And I think even if I think one of the values, if consciousness is the thing that is most worth preserving, which I think is the case. I think consciousness. I think if there's any kind of like religious spiritual thing, um, it should be that consciousness is sacred. Uh, like then I still think even if AI render us obsolete and we climate change is too bad and we get hit by a comet and we don't become a multi-planetary species fast enough, but like AI is able to populate the universe. Like I imagine, like if I was an AI, I would find more planets that are capable of hosting biological life forms and like recreate them.
We're fun to watch.
Yeah, we're fun to watch.
Yeah, but I do believe that AI can have some of the same magic of consciousness within it. Consciousness, we don't know what it is, so there's some kind of
There might be a different magic. It might be like a strange different.
right.
Because they're not gonna have hormones. Like I feel a lot of our magic is hormonal.
I don't know. I think some of our magic is limitation, right? And within that, the hormones and all that kind of stuff, the finiteness of life, and then we get given our limitations. We get to come up with creative solutions of how to dance around those limitations. We partner off like penguins against the cold. We fall in love, and then love is ultimately some kind of allows us to delude ourselves that we're not mortal and finite, and that life is not ultimately you live alone, you're born alone, you die alone, and then love is like a fun moment just for a long time, getting that. And so we come up with all these creative hacks that make life like fascinatingly fun.
Fun, yeah.
And then AI might have different kinds of fun.
Yeah.
And hopefully our fun will intersect.
I think there would be a little intersection. There'd be a little intersection.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think is the role of love in the human condition? Why is it useful? Is it a useful hack, or is this like fundamental to what it needs to be human capacity to love?
I mean, I think love is the evolutionary mechanism that is like beginning the intelligence design. Like I was just reading about Kropotkin, like an anarchist, like old Russian anarchist.
I live next door to Michael Malice. I don't know if you know that is. He's an anarchist. He's a modern day anarchist.
Okay.
Anarchist is fun.
I'm kind of into anarchism a little bit. This is probably not a good route to be taking, but
Oh no, I think if you're you should expose yourself to ideas. There's no harm to thinking about ideas. I think anarchists challenge systems in interesting ways, and they think in interesting ways, which is good for the soul, and refreshes your mental power.
I don't think we should actually. I wouldn't actually subscribe to it, but I've never actually gone deep on anarchy as a philosophy, so I'm.
Still think about it.
Like when you look, because I'm like reading about the Russian Revolution a lot, and it's like there was like the Soviets and Lenin and all that, and there was like Kropotkin and his like anarchist sect, and they were sort of interesting because he was kind of a technocrat actually. Like he was like like women can be more equal if we have appliances. Like he was like really into like using technology to like reduce the amount of work people had to do. But so Kropotkin was a biologist or something. Like he studied animals, and he was really at the time like I think it's Nature magazine. He might have even started like a Russian magazine. He was like publishing studies. Like everyone was really into like Darwinism at the time, and like survival of the fittest, and like war is like the mechanism by which we become better. And it was like a real kind of like cementing this idea in society that like violence, kill the weak, and like that's how we become better. And then Kropotkin was kind of interesting because he was looking at instances. He was finding all these instances in nature where animals were like helping each other and stuff. And he was like, actually love is a survival mechanism. Like there's so many instances in the animal kingdom where like cooperation and like helping weaker creatures and all this stuff is actually an evolutionary mechanism. I mean, you even look at child rearing. Like child rearing is like immense amounts of love and goodwill, and just like There's no immediate you're not getting any immediate feedback of like winning. It's not competitive. It's literally it's like we actually use love as evolutionary mechanism just as much as we use war. And I think we've like missing the other part, and we've culturally reoriented like science and philosophy has oriented itself around Darwinism a little bit too much, and the Kropotkin model I think is equally valid. Like it's like cooperation uh, and love and stuff. It's just as essential for species survival and evolution.
Be a more powerful survival in the context of evolution.
And it comes back to like we think engineering is so much more important than motherhood, but it's like if you lose the motherhood, the engineering means nothing. We have no more humans. Like it's like it's like I think our society should the survival of the fittest. The way we conceptualize evolution should really change to also make this idea, I guess.
Yeah, there's some weird thing that seems irrational that is also core when it needs to be human. So love is one such thing. It could make you do a lot of irrational things, but that depth of connection, that loyalty, is a powerful thing.
Are they irrational or are they rational? Like it's maybe losing out on something in order to like keep your family together, or in order it's like what are our actual values?
All right. I mean, the irrational thing is, you know, cold economist perspective. Motherhood or sacrificing your career for love. In terms of salary, in terms of economic well-being, in terms of flourishing and you as a human being, that could be seen on some kind of metrics as a irrational decision, suboptimal decision. But there's the manifestation of love. Could be the optimal thing to do. There's a kind of saying, save one life, save the world. There's something that doctors often face, which is like,
well, it's considered irrational because the profit model doesn't include sensibility.
yes, yeah.
So if
But how do you
it's good, then suddenly it becomes irrational.
might be difficult to, it requires a shift in our thinking about profit. It might be difficult to measure social good.
But we're learning to measure a lot of things.
Yeah,
We're actually, quantifying vision and stuff. Like we're like you go on Facebook and they can Facebook can pretty much predict our behaviors. Like we're a surprising amount of things that seem like mysterious consciousness soul things have been quantified at this point. So surely we can quantify these other things.
But as more and more of us move into digital space, I wanted to ask you about something from a fan perspective. I kind of, you as a musician, you as an online personality, it seems like you have all these identities and play with them. Um, One of the cool things about the internet, it seems like you can play with identity. So as we move into the digital world more and more, maybe even in the so-called metaverse.
I mean, I love the metaverse. I love the idea, but like the way this has all played out didn't go well, and people are mad about it. And I think
That's temporary.
I think it's temporary.
Just like, how all the celebrities got together and sang the song Imagine, and everyone's very hating the song Imagine. I'm hoping that's temporary because it's damn good song. So I think it's just temporary. Like once you actually have virtual worlds, whatever you call it, metaverse or otherwise, it becomes.
Well, we do have virtual worlds and video games. Elden Ring.
I'm really afraid.
Yo, dog, we
It
can
looks
hear you.
way too fun. It looks like we want to go there and stay there.
It's so fun. It's so nice.
Yeah. So that's the metaverse. It's the metaverse. But you're not really. How immersive is it? In the sense that it's a three-dimensional, like virtual reality integration mechanism, and we really just close our eyes, and kind of plug in Yeah, that is that. I mean, that's why I love those video games. I really do become those people for a time. But like, it seems like the idea of the metaverse, the idea of the digital space, look, even on Twitter, you get a chance to be somebody for prolonged periods of time, like across a lifespan. You have a Twitter account for years, for decades, and you're that person
I'm also fascinated. I feel very tormented by it.
by Twitter, by social media representation.
I feel like the public perception of me has gotten so distorted that I find it kind of disturbing. It's one of the things that's disincentivizing me from like wanting to keep making art because I'm just like I completely lost control of the narrative, and the narrative is some of it is my own stupidity, but a lot like some of it has just been like hijacked by forces far beyond my control. You know, I kind of got in over my head in things like I'm just a random indie musician, but I just got like dragged into like geopolitical matters and like financial like the stock market and shit. And so it's just like there are very powerful people who have at various points in time had very vested interest in making me seem insane, and I can't fucking fight that. And I just like, you know, people really want their celebrity figures to like be consistent and stay the same, and like people have a lot of like emotional investment in certain things, and like first of all, I'm like artificially more famous than it should be. No, but like I should be like a weird niche thing, and I make pretty challenging. I do challenging weird fucking shit a lot, and I accidentally by proxy got like foisted into sort of like weird celebrity culture, but like I cannot be media trained. They have put me through so many hours of media training. Like
I'd love to see a fly on that wall.
I can't do like when I tried so hard and I like burned things. Oh, and I like got it. I'm like, I got it, but I just can't stop saying like my mouth just says things. I like and it's just like and I just do things. I do crazy. I mean, like I need to do crazy things, and it's just I should not be. It's too jarring for people and contradictory stuff, and then all the by association, like you know, it's like I'm in a very weird position, and my public image, the avatar of me, is now this totally crazy thing that is so lost from my control.
So you feel the burden of the avatar having static. So the avatar on Twitter, the avatar on Instagram, and these social platforms, is as a burden. It becomes like because the people don't put themselves a changing avatar, chaotic avatar is a sneaky.
They think the avatar is morally wrong, or they think the avatar, and maybe it has. I question it all the time. Like I'm like, I don't know if everyone's right or wrong. Like, but you know, a lot of times people ascribe to things the worst possible. At this point, people think I'm, you know, which is fine.
Yes.
And it's fine. I'm not complaining about it, but I'm just, it's a curiosity. It's a curiosity to me that we live these double, triple lives, and I have this other life that is like more people know my other life than my real life, which is interesting. Probably going to be easier.
Yeah, but I have to luxury. So you have also. I don't know what I'm doing. There is an avatar. You're creating who you are through that avatar. I have the nice luxury, not the luxury, maybe my intention. I'm not trying really hard to make sure there's no difference between the avatar and the private person.
You wear a suit all the time?
Yeah, but
You wear a suit?
not all the time. Like recently because I get recognized a lot.
Yeah.
That's not where the suit hide. I'm such an introvert. I'm such social anxiety. I love wearing a suit because it makes me feel like I'm taking the moment seriously. I don't know. It makes me feel like a weirdo in the best possible way.
Suits feel great. Every time I wear a suit,
It's fashion in general. If you're doing it for yourself, yeah, I think there is definitely a point social media is not our way, and I don't know any of us know which is which.
Uh,
So we're trying to figure that out.
Some people, I think Doja Cat is incredible, like just masterful. Yeah, I don't know if you would.
Yeah. So okay, so not taking anything seriously, certain humor, that kind
I
of
think
stuff.
Doja Cat might be like the right now. Like I'm more entertained by Doja Cat than actual comedians. Like she's really funny on the internet. She's just great at social media. Yeah.
Yeah, the nature of humor, humor on social media is also a beautiful thing. The absurdity.
I mean, like I take a moment. I love like we were talking about art and credit and authenticity. I love that there's this. I mean, now memes are like they're no longer like it's memes are like new, but it's still this emergent art form. It's completely egoless and anonymous. Doesn't need any of it, and it's like the forefront of comedy, and it's just totally anonymous, and it just feels so beautiful. It feels like this beautiful collective human art project that's like this like decentralized comedy thing. It just makes memes add so much to my day and many people's days, and it's just like I don't know. I don't think people ever. I don't think we stop enough and just appreciate how sick it is that memes exist. And it's also making a whole brand new art form in like the modern era that's like didn't exist before. Like I mean, they sort of existed, but the way that they exist now, and like this like like me and my friends like we joke that we go like grinding for memes or farming for memes like a video game and like meme keywords and like whatever like it's this whole thing of this whole like new comedic language.
What's this art form? The interesting thing was the late people from that song, infiltrate me.
Yeah, they really can't.
They can try, but it's like it's weird. It's like
They try so hard. Every once in a while, I'm like, fine, like, you guys a good one. I think I've seen like one or two good ones, but like, yeah, they really can't. Because they're even corporate infiltrated Web3. It makes me really sad. But they can't infiltrate the memes, and I think it's really people like that.
that gives power. That's why Dogecoin is powerful. It's like, all right, F you to sort of anybody who's trying to centralize, who's trying to control. There's people that are trying to roll in and control this, control the narrative.
Wow.
How would you fix Twitter? How would you fix social media for your own? Like, you're an optimist. You're a positive person. There's a bit of a cynicism that you have currently about this particular little slice of humanity. I tend to think Twitter could
I'm
be
not that.
used.
I'm not that cynical. I actually refuse to be Twitter content.
Yes.
I'm just briefly expressing some personal pathos.
Personal stuff.
It was just personal pathos, but like
Just to vent a little
Like-
bit. Just to
I don't have cancer. I love my family. I feel like I'm that is my biggest one of my biggest problems.
That's the good side.
Yes, I that was a brief. Although I do think there are a lot of issues with Twitter just in terms of personal mental health, but due to my proximity to the current dramas, I honestly feel that I should not have opinions about this because I think if Elon ends up getting Twitter, that is being the arbiter of truth or public discussion. That is a responsibility. I am not qualified to be responsible for that, and I do not want to say something that might like dismantle democracy. And so I just I actually think I should not have opinions about this because I truly am not. I don't want to have the wrong opinion about this, and I think I'm too close to the actual situation, wherein I should not have. I have the thoughts in my brain, but I think I'm scared by my proximity to the situation.
Is that crazy that a few words that you could say could change world affairs and hurt people? I mean, that's the nature of celebrity at this point. And if the that it destroys you, that's misconstrained. But you have to a little bit think about the impact of your words. I mean, we as humans talk to somebody at a bar and think about the impact of your words. Like you can say positive things, you can say negative things. You can affect the direction of one life. Social media, your words can affect the direction of many lives. It's crazy. It's a crazy world we live in. It's worthwhile to consider that responsibility, take it seriously. Sometimes, just like you did, choose kind of silence, choose sort of respectful.
Like I do have a lot of thoughts on the matter. I'm just I don't. If my thoughts are wrong, this is what one just signifies.
You mentioned a while back that you were in a cult that's centered around bureaucracy, so you can't really do anything because it involves a lot of paperwork. And I really love a cult that's just like Kafka-esque,
Yeah.
you know, just like.
I mean, it was like a joke. But
I know, but I love this idea.
The Holy Rain Empire. Yeah, it was just like a Kafka-esque pro bureaucracy.
But I feel like that's what human civilization is. Because when you said that, I was like, oh, that is kind of what humanity is. This is bureaucracy.
I do. Yeah, I have this theory. I really think that we really bureaucracy is starting to kill us, and I think like we need to reorient laws and stuff. Like I think we just need sunset clauses on everything. Like I think it's the rate of change in culture is happening so fast, and the rate of change in technology and everything is happening so fast. It's like, you know, when you see these hearings about like social media and Cambridge Analytica and everyone talking, it's like even from that point, so much technological change has happened from like those hearings. And it's just like we're trying to make all these laws now about AI and stuff. I still need to be updating things like every 5 years. And like one of the big issues in our society right now is just getting bogged down by laws, and it's making it very hard to change things and develop things. Like in Austin, like I don't want to speak on this too much, but like one of my friends is working on a housing bill in Austin to try to like prevent like a San Francisco situation from happening here, because obviously we're getting a little mini San Francisco here, like housing prices are skyrocketing, it's causing massive gentrification. This is really bad for anyone who's not super rich. Like there's so much bureaucracy. Part of the reason it's happening is because you need all these permits to build. It takes like years to get permits to like build anything. It's so hard to build, and so there's very limited housing, and there's a massive influx of people. And it's just like, you know, this is a microcosm of like problems that are happening all over the world, where it's just like we're dealing with laws that are like 10, 20, 30, 40, 100, 200 years old, and they are no longer relevant, and it's just slowing everything down and causing massive social pain.
Yeah, it's also makes me sad when I see politicians talk about technology and when they don't really get it. And but most importantly, they lack curiosity and like that, like inspired excitement.
Yeah.
All like how stuff works and all that. They're just like they have this very cynical view of technology. It's like tech companies just trying to control the world from their perspective, and they have no curiosity about like how recommender systems work or how AI systems work, natural language processing, how robotics works, how computer vision works. They always take the most simple possible interpretation of technology. And you should definitely be concerned about that, but if you're constantly worried about that and regulating based on that, you're just going to slow down all the innovation.
I do think a huge priority right now is undoing the bad energy surrounding the emergence of Silicon Valley. Like I think that like a lot of things were very irresponsible during that time, and you know, like even just this current whole thing with Twitter and everything, it's like there has been a lot of negative outcomes from just sort of technocracy boom. But one of the things that's happening is that like it's alienating people from wanting to care about technology, and I actually think technology is probably the best. I think we can fix a lot of our problems more easily with technology than with, you know, fighting the powers that be. As it, you know, not to go back to the Star Wars quote or the Buckminster Fuller quote.
Let's go to some dark questions. If we may, for time, what is the darkest place you ever gone in your mind? Is there a time, a period of time, a moment you remember?
I was 18, my best friend died of a heroin overdose, and it was like my, and then shortly after that, one of my other best friends committed suicide, um, and that sort of like coming into adulthood, dealing with two of the important people in my life dying in extremely disturbing, violent ways was a lot. That was a lot.
Do you miss them?
Yeah, definitely miss them.
Did that make you think about your own life? About the finiteness of your own life? The places your mind can go? Did you ever, in the distance, far away, contemplate um, your own death? Maybe even taking your own life?
Don't never. Oh no. I love my life. I cannot fathom suicide. I'm so scared of death. I'm too scared of death. My manager's like the most zen guy. My manager's always like, you need to accept death. You need to accept death. And I'm like, look, I can do your meditation. I can do the meditation, but I cannot accept death. I will.
Terrified of that.
I'm terrified of death. I will like fight. Although I actually think death is important. I recently went to this meeting about immortality, and in the process of
The actual topic of the meeting? Alright, I'm sorry.
no, it was this girl. It was a bunch of people working on like anti-aging, like stuff. It was like some like seminar thing about it, and I went in really excited. I was like, yeah, like, okay, like what do you got? Like how can I live for 500 years or 1,000 years? And then like over the course of the meeting, like it was sort of like right, I think like 2 or 3 days after the Russian invasion started, and I was like, man, like what if Putin was immortal? Like, what if I'm like, man, maybe immortality is not good. I mean, like you get into the later Dune stuff, the immortals cause a lot of problems. As we were talking about earlier with the music and like brains calcify, like good people could become immortal, but bad people could become immortal. But I also think even the best people, power corrupts and power alienates you from like the common human experience. And
Right, so the people that get more and more powerful.
even the best people whose brains are amazing, like I think death might be important. I think death is part of, like I think with AI, one thing we might want to consider. I don't know. When I talk about AI, I'm such not an expert. Probably everyone has all these ideas already figured out. But when I was
Nobody is an expert in anything. Okay, go ahead.
but when I like it's just like I think some kind of pruning. But it's a tricky thing because if there's too much of a focus on youth culture, then you don't have the wisdom. So I feel like we're in a tricky moment right now in society where it's like we've really perfected living for a long time. So there's all these really like old people who are like really voting against the well-being of the young people, and like it's like there shouldn't be all this student debt, and we need like healthcare, like universal healthcare, and like just voting against like best interests. But then you have all these young people that don't have the wisdom that are like yeah, we need communism and stuff, and it's just like literally I got canceled at one point for I ironically used the Stalin quote in my high school yearbook, but it was actually like a diss against my high school. Yeah, and people were like, you used to be a Stalinist and now you're a class traitor, and it's like oh man, like please Google Stalin.
Yeah.
Please Google Stalin. Like
Ignoring the lessons of history.
And it's like we're in this really weird middle ground where it's like we are not finding the happy medium between this wisdom and fresh ideas, and they're fighting each other, and it's like really like what we need is like the fresh ideas and the wisdom to be like collaborating, and it's like
But the fighting in the way is searching for the happy medium. In a way, maybe we are finding the happy medium. That makes sense what the happy medium looks like. And for AI systems, that has to be, you have reinforcement learning. You have the dance between exploration and exploitation, sort of doing crazy stuff to see if there's something better than what you think is the optimal, and then doing the optimal thing and dancing back and forth. You would, Steve Russell, I'm not sure that is, AI guy with thinks about how to control super intelligent AI systems. His idea is that we should inject uncertainty and humility to AI systems. They never, as they get wiser, more intelligent, they're never really sure.
they'll adopt themselves. And in some sense, when you think of young people, that's a mechanism for doubt. It's like it's how society doubts whether the thing it has emerged from is the right answer. The voices of the young people is a society asking itself the question: the way I've been doing stuff for the past 50 years, maybe it's the wrong way. So you could have all of that within one AI.
I also think though that we need to. I mean, actually, that's actually really cool. Um, but I also think there's a fine balance of. I think we maybe also overvalue the idea that the old systems are always bad, and I think there are things that we are perfecting, and we might be accidentally overthrowing things that we actually have gotten to a good point. Just because we value disruption so much, and we value fighting against generations before us so much that like there's also an aspect of like sometimes we're taking 2 steps forward, 1 step back because okay, wait, maybe we kind of did solve this thing, and now we're like fucking it up, and so I think there's like a middle ground there.
Yeah, we're in search of that happy medium. And ask you a bunch of crazy questions, okay? You can answer in a short way or a long way. What's the scariest thing you've ever done? This question is ridiculous. Something tiny or something big. Skydiving or touring, your first record, podcast.
I've had 2 crazy brushes, like really scary brushes with death, where I've randomly got away unscathed. I don't know if I can talk about those on here. But like,
I don't know.
I think I might be the luckiest person alive. Like, this might be too dark for a podcast. Though. I feel like I don't know if this is like good content for a podcast.
I don't know.
It might hijack. Here's the safer one. I mean, having a baby really scared me.
Before.
The birth process, surgery, like just having a baby.
It's just like the last responsibility. Were you ready for the responsibility? Are you ready to be a mother? All the beautiful things that comes with motherhood that you were talking about, all the changes and all that. Were you ready for that? Did you feel ready for that?
No, I think it took about 9 months to start getting ready for it, and I'm still getting more ready for it because now you keep realizing more things as they start getting.
As the consciousness grows.
Yeah, and stuff you didn't notice with the first one. Now that you've seen the first one over, you're noticing it more. Like the sort of like existential horror of coming into consciousness with Baby Y or Baby Sailor Mars or whatever. She has like so many names at this point, but we really need to probably do that.
If you could be someone else for a day, someone alive today, but something you haven't met yet, who would you be?
Would I be modeling their brain state, or would I just be in their body?
You can choose the degree to which you're modeling their brain state, so you can still take a third person perspective and realize you have to realize that you're.
Can they be alive or can they be dead? Could they be anyone?
They would be brought back to life, right? They're dead. Yeah, you can bring people back.
Definitely Hitler or Stalin. I want to understand evil.
You would need to the experience.
I want to be in their brain, feeling where they feel.
That might change you forever.
Yes, but I think it would also help me understand how to fix it and fix it.
That might be one of those things once you experience it, you to know it. You won't be
yeah, but a lot of things are burdens. Like,
but it's useful burden.
But it's a useful burden.
Yeah.
That's for sure. I want to understand evil and like psychopathy and that. I have all these fake Twitter accounts where I like go into different algorithmic bubbles to try to like understand. I'll keep getting in fights with people and realize we're not actually fighting. I think we used to exist in a monoculture, like before social media and stuff. Like we kind of all got fed the same things. We were all speaking the same cultural language. But I think recently one of the things that like we aren't diagnosing properly enough with social media is that there's different dialects. There's so many different dialects of Chinese. There are now becoming different dialects of English. Like I am realizing like there are people who are saying the exact same things, but they're using completely different verbiage, and we're like punishing each other for not using the correct verbiage, and we're completely misunderstanding. Like people are just like misunderstanding what the other people are saying, and like I just got in a fight with a friend about like anarchism and and communism and shit for like 2 hours, and then by the end of the conversation, I get to say something, and I'm like, this is what I'm saying, and she's like, what? And then I was like, fuck, please give her. I'm like, our English, like the way we are understanding terminology, is like drastically, like our algorithm bubbles are creating mini dialects, and
how language is interpreted, how language is used, and so fascinating.
and so we're like having these arguments that we do not need to be having, and there's polarization that's happening that doesn't need to be happening because we've got these like algorithmically created dialects occurring.
Plus, on top of that, there's also different parts of the world that speak different languages, so there's literally lost in translation kind of communication. I happen to know the Russian language, and I just know how different it is.
Yeah.
Than the English language. I just wonder how much is lost in a little bit of.
And I have a question for you. I was on tomorrow with Icy, who are a Russian band, and I speak a little bit of Russian, and I was looking at the title, and the title in English doesn't match the title in Russian. I'm scared about this because look, it says the title in English is Last Day, and then the title in Russian is Novi. My French is Novi Dien. Like
New Day. Yeah, New Day. New Day. Yeah, New Day. Yeah. Yeah, New Day. New Day, but last day. Novi Day. So last day would be последний день.
Yeah.
Maybe they get
or
Novi Day.
maybe the title includes both the Russian and it's for
Maybe.
Maybe it's for bilingual.
To be honest, Novi Day sounds better than just with musically. Like Novi Day is New Day. That's the current one. And последний день is the last day. I think Novi Day. But the meaning is so different. That's kind of awesome, actually.
Yeah.
There's an explicit contrast like that. If everyone on Earth disappeared and it was just you left, what would your day look like? What would you do? Everybody's dead. As far as you know.
So seriously, it's a big
Let me think through this.
it's a big difference if there's just like birds singing versus if there's like corpses littering the street.
Yeah, there's corpses everywhere. I'm sorry. And you don't actually know what happened, and you don't know why you survived, and you don't even know if there's others out there. But it seems clear that it's all gone.
What would you do?
What would I do? If I'm somebody who really enjoys the moment, enjoys life, I would just go on, like, enjoying the inanimate objects. I would just look for food, basic survival, but mostly it's just, listen, when I take walks and I look outside and I'm just happy that we get to exist on this planet, to be able to breathe air. It's just all beautiful, full of colors, all this kind of stuff. Just there's so many things about life, your own life, conscious life is fucking awesome. So, but also maybe after a few weeks, the engineer will start coming out, like want to build things. Maybe there's always hope, searching for another. Maybe.
Probably searching for another human. Probably trying to get to a radio station and broadcast something.
Definition, like really
Yeah.
Maximize your ability to connect.
Yeah. Like probably try to find another person.
Would you be excited to see another person or terrified? You know,
I'd be excited, even if they.
that way.
Yeah. Just being alone for the last however long of my life would be really bad. That's the one instance I might. I don't think I kill myself, but I might kill myself if I had others.
So you love people. You love connection to other people.
Yeah. I kind of hate people too, but yeah.
That's the love hate relationship.
Yeah. I feel like this is like weird.
Oh yeah.
Like I wonder, I'm like when podcast, like I'm like, is this interesting? When I listen to podcasts, I'm into like the lore, like the hard lore. Like I just love like Dan Carlin. I'm like, give me the facts.
Yeah.
Like the facts in my bloodstream.
We also don't know, like, your fascinating mind to explore. What you don't realize as you're talking about stuff, the stuff you're taking for granted is actually kind of see, oh, there's other humans that think differently, that explore thoughts differently. That's that's
Yeah.
also cool. Yeah, Dan Carlin retelling his, by the way, his retelling of history is very. I think what's exciting about the history is his way of thinking about history.
No, I think Dan Carlin is one of the people, like when Dan Carlin is one of the people that really started getting me excited about like revolutionizing education because like Dan Carlin instilled I already like really like history, but he instilled like an obsessive love of history in me to the point where like now I'm fucking reading like going to bed reading like part 4 of the Rise and Fall of Right or whatever. Like I like have like dense ass history, but like he like opened that door that like made me want to be a scholar of that topic. Like it's like I feel like he's such a good teacher. He's just like and it's sort of made me feel like one of the things we could do with education is like find like the world's great the teachers that like create passion for the topic because autodidacticism but like self-teaching is like much faster than big lectures too. Like it's much more efficient to sort of like be able to teach yourself and then ask a teacher questions when you don't know what's up. But like, that's why it's like in university and stuff, like you can learn so much more material so much faster because you're doing a lot of the learning on your own and you're going to the teachers for when you get stuck. But like these teachers that can inspire passion for a topic, I think that is one of the most invaluable skills in our whole species. Like because if you can do that, then it's like AI. Like AI is gonna teach itself so much more efficiently than we can teach it. We just need to get it to the point where it can teach itself. And then
it finds the motivation to do so, right?
Yeah.
Like you inspire to do so.
Yeah.
And it could teach itself. What do you make of the fact you mentioned Rise and Fall of the right?
Have you read that?
You've read it twice. And
You read it twice?
Yes.
Because nobody even knows what it is.
Yeah.
And I'm like, wait, I thought this was like a super pop book.
Super pop.
I'm not like that. I'm not that far in it, but it is noted.
Yeah. It's written by a person that was there, which is very important. Kind of.
You start being like, how could this possibly happen? And then you read Rise and Fall of the Right. It's like people tried really hard for this to not happen. People tried. They almost reinstated a monarchy at one point to try to stop this from happening. Like they almost like abandoned democracy to try to get this to not happen.
The thing that really makes me feel is there's a bunch of small moments on which history can turn.
Yeah.
Like small meetings, human interaction, and it's both terrifying and inspiring. Like even just attempts at assassinating Hitler, like time and time again, failed, and they were so close. And then there's also the role of that's a really heavy part, which is from a geopolitical perspective, the role of leaders to see evil before it truly becomes evil, not to debate it, to stand up to evil. Because evil is actually pretty rare in this world, at a scale that Hitler was. We tend to, in modern discourse, kind of call people evil too quickly. But
if you look at ancient history, like there was a ton of Hitler. I actually think it's more the norm than like again going back to like my sort of intelligent design theory. I think one of the things we've been successfully doing in our slow move from survival to the fittest to intelligent design is we've kind of been eradicating like it was like ancient Assyria and stuff. Like that shit was like brutal and the heads on the like brutal like Genghis Khan just like genocide after genocide after genocide was like throwing plague bodies over the walls, decimating whole cities, or like the Muslim conquests of like Damascus. Shit, just like cities used to get leveled all the fucking time. So get into the Bronze Age collapse. It's basically there was like almost like Roman level like society. Like there was like all over the world like global trade. Like everything was awesome. Through a mix of I think a bit of climate change and then the development of iron. And basically bronze could only come from this. The way to make bronze, like everything had to be funneled through this one Iranian mine, and so it's like there was just this one supply chain, and this is one of the things that makes me worry about supply chains and why I think we need to be so thoughtful about. I think our biggest issue with society right now, like the thing that is most likely to go wrong, is probably supply chain collapse. because war, climate change, whatever, like anything causes supply chain collapse, our population is too big to handle that. And like the thing that seems to cause dark ages is massive supply chain collapse. So the Bronze Age collapse happened, like it was sort of like an ancient collapse that happened where like literally like ancient Egypt, all the cities, everything just got like decimated, destroyed, abandoned cities, like hundreds of them. There was like a flourishing society, like we were almost coming to modernity, and everything got leveled. And they had this mini dark ages, but it was just like there's so little writings or recordings from that time that like there isn't a lot of information about the Bronze Age collapse. But it was just basically equivalent to like the medieval dark ages, but it just happened. I don't know the years, but like thousands of years earlier. And then we sort of like recovered from the Bronze Age collapse. Empire reemerged, writing and trade and everything reemerged. And then we of course had the more contemporary Dark Ages.
And then over time, design mechanisms and lessen the capability for the destructive
There's
power centers to
yeah.
emerge.
There's more recording of the more contemporary Dark Ages, so I think we have like a better understanding of how to avoid it. But it's something we're at high risk for it. I think that's one of the big risks right
So
now.
the natural state of being for humans is for there to be a lot of hybrids. They just got really good at making it hard for them to emerge. We've gotten better at collaboration
Yes.
and resisting the power, like authoritarians become power.
We're trying to go country by country, like we're moving past it. We're kind of like slowly, incrementally, like moving towards like not scary old school war stuff. And I think seeing it happen in some of the countries that at least nominally are like supposed to have moved past that's scary because it reminds us that it can happen like in the places that have made like moved past supposedly moved past that.
And possibly at a civilization level, like you said, supply chain collapse might make people resource constrained, might make people desperate, angry, hateful, violent, and drag us right back in.
I mean, supply chain collapse is how, like, the ultimate thing that caused the Middle Ages was supply chain collapse. It's like because people were reliant on a certain level of technology, like people, like you look at like Britain, like they had glass, like people had aqueducts, people had like indoor heating and cooling and like running water and like buy food from all over the world and trade and market. Like people didn't know how to hunt and forage and gather, and so we're in a similar situation. We are not educated enough to survive without technology. So if we have a supply chain collapse that like limits our access to technology, there will be like mass starvation and violence and displacement and war. Like it's also in my opinion, it's like the primary marker of dark, like what dark age is.
Well, technology is kind of enabling us to be more resilient in terms of supply chain, in terms of to all the different catastrophic events that happen to us. Although the pandemic kind of challenged our preparedness for catastrophic. What do you think is the coolest invention you would come up with? A wheel, fire, cooking meat,
Computers.
Computers?
Freaking computers.
Internet or computers? Which one? What do you think that?
Previous technologies, I mean, may have even been more profound and move us to a certain degree, but I think the computers are what make us homo techno. I think this is what it's a brain augmenting, and so it like allows for actual evolution. Like the computers accelerate the degree in which all the other technologies can also be accelerated.
Would you classify yourself as a homo sapien or a homo techno?
Definitely homo techno.
So
I think we're all.
You're one of the early species.
I think most of us are. Like as I said, like I think if you like look at brain scans of us versus humans 100 years ago, it would look very different. I think we are physiologically different.
Just even the interaction with the devices has changed our brain.
And if you look at a lot of studies are coming out to show that like there's a degree of inherited memory. So some of these physiological changes, in theory, we should be passing along. So like that's not like an instance of physiological change that's going to fizzle out. In theory, that should progress like to our offspring.
Speaking of offspring, what advice would you give to a young person, like in high school, whether there be an artist, a creative, an engineer, a any kind of career path, or maybe just life in general, how they can live a life. How they,
I think one of my big thoughts, and like especially now having kids, is that I don't think we spend enough time teaching creativity, and I think creativity is a muscle like other things, and there's a lot of emphasis on learn how to play the piano and then you can write a song, or like learn the technical stuff and then you can do a thing. But I think it's like I have a friend who's like world's greatest guitar player, um, like amazing sort of like producer, works with other people, but he's really sort of like he like engineers and records things and like does solos, but he doesn't really like make his own music. And I was talking to him, and I was like, dude, you're so talented in music. Like, why don't you make music or whatever? And he was like, because I got too old. I never learned the creative muscles, and it's like, it's embarrassing. It's like learning the creative muscles takes a lot of failure, and it also sort of when you're being creative, you're throwing paint at a wall, and a lot of stuff will fail. So like part of it is like a tolerance for failure and humiliation.
somehow that's easier to develop when you're young.
Yeah,
Also, if you persist through it when you're young.
everything's easier to develop when you're young. And yes, and
The younger, the better. It could destroy you. I mean, that's the shitty thing about creativity. Failure could destroy you if you're not careful. But that's a risk worth taking.
But also, at a young age, developing a tolerance for failure is good. I fail all the time. Like I do stupid shit all the time. Like in public, in private, I make all kind of mistakes, but I just like am very resilient about making mistakes, and so then like I do a lot of things that like other people wouldn't do. Like I think my greatest asset is my creativity, and I think pain on failure is just a super essential thing that should be taught before other things.
Brilliant, but yeah. I wish everybody heard failure more as opposed to
We like punish failure. We're like, no, like when you're teaching kids, we're like, no, that's wrong. But that's like X keeps like will be like wrong. Like he'll say like crazy things. Like X keeps being like bubble car, and I'm like, and I'm like, what's a bubble car like? But like it doesn't like, but I don't want to be like, no, you're wrong. I'm like, you're thinking of weird, crazy shit. Like I don't know what a bubble car is, but like
creating worlds. And then you might be internally consistent, and through that you might discover something fundamental about this.
yeah, or he'll like rewrite songs like with words that he prefers. So like instead of baby shark, he says baby car. It's like
maybe he's onto something. Let me ask a big ridiculous question. We were kind of dancing around it, but what do you think is the meaning of this whole thing we have here? Well, human civilization, like life on Earth, but in general, just life. What's the meaning of life? See.
do you read Novocaine by James Lovelock?
You're giving a lot of these good book recommendations.
I haven't even finished it, so I'm up to fraud yet again. But like really early in the book, he says this amazing thing. Like I feel like everyone's so sad and cynical. Like everyone's like the Fermi paradox, and I just keep hearing people being like, "Fuck, what if we're alone?" Like, "Oh no," and I'm like, okay, but like, wait, what if this is the beginning? Like in Novocaine, he says, it's not going to be a correct. I can't like memorize quotes, but he just said something like, what if our consciousness, like right now, like this is the universe waking up? Like, what if instead of discovering the universe, this is the universe? Like, this is the evolution of the literal universe herself. Like, we are not separate from the universe. Like, this is the universe waking up. This is the universe seeing herself for the first time. Like, this is
universe becoming conscious.
Yep.
First time we're part of that.
Yeah, because like we aren't separate from the universe. Like this could be an incredibly sacred moment, and maybe like social media and all these things, this stuff where we're all getting connected together. Like maybe these are the neurons connecting up to like collective super intelligence that is,
waking up.
It's like maybe instead of something cynical, or maybe if there's something to discover, like maybe this is just we're a blastocyst of like some incredible kind of consciousness or being
like in the first 3 years of life of human children, we'll forget about all the suffering that we're going through now.
I think we'll probably forget about this. I mean, probably, artificial intelligence will eventually render us obsolete. I don't think that they'll do it in a malicious way, but I think probably we are very weak. The sun is expanding. Like, I don't know, like, hopefully we can get to Mars, but like, we're pretty vulnerable. And I think we can coexist for a long time with AI, and we can also probably make ourselves less vulnerable. But I just think consciousness, sentience, self-awareness, like, I think this might be the single greatest like moment in evolution ever, and like maybe this is the the true beginning of life, and we're the blue green algae, or we're like a single cell organism.
The Earth awakens.
Yeah.
Well, you're an incredible person. You're a fascinating mind. You should definitely do your friends that mentioned that you guys were thinking of maybe talking. I would love it if you explored your mind in this kind of medium more and more by doing a podcast with her or just in any kind of way. So you're an awesome person. It's an honor to know you. It's an honor to sit down with you late at night. It's like surreal. And I really enjoyed it. Thank you for talking to me.
Yeah, no, I mean, huge honor. I feel very unqualified to be here, but I'm a big fan. I've been listening to the podcast a lot, and yeah, me and Liv would appreciate any advice and help, and we're definitely gonna do that. So,
Anytime. Thank you.
cool, thank you.
Thanks for listening to the Conversation with Ryan. For this podcast, please check out our sponsor. Now, let me leave you with some words from Oscar Wilde. Yes, I'm a dreamer. For a dreamer is one who can only find her way out of her life. And her punishment is that she sees the dawn through the destiny. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you again.
Talking about or an engineer, the same Snapdragon that goes to a phone and it can go to a Galaxy phone, for example, Samsung, the same, not a special one, went all the way to Mars. You would expect to have a full day of battery life, but then you wanted to not be sending data into 10 or 100 megabits. You want gigabits. You want to be able to have 8 core processors. You want to have a GPU with great tracing. You want to have all those things that you can only get into sometimes a desktop PC. To do all of that in your phone is incredible. Some people raise concerns about
Sing
the
about
studies
it.
about the effects of 5G.
This 5G station.
Oh, sorry.
The following conversation with Cristiano Amon, the CEO of Qualcomm. The company is one of the leaders in the world in the space of mobile communication and computation. That's 2G, 3G, 4G, and 5G that connects billions of phones, and the Snapdragon processor and system on a chip.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Totally wrong bag.
From Brazil, let me ask the most important question, the most profound question, the biggest question. Who's the greatest football soccer player of all time?
Look, everybody's going to say Pele, and actually, I was born during the game of Brazil and Italy that Pele gave Brazil the championship. Actually, it was my dad tells me that the doctor had a TV on at the delivery room, but so everybody will say Pele, but I really like Ronaldo. The first, not Ronaldinho, the first Ronaldo. I really like him. That's my favorite player.
By the way, not everybody can say Pele. But we shall leave that on the table and agree to disagree.
Brazilians,
Yes. There's other countries around that region that may disagree with it.
very aware.
Qualcomm is largely responsible for 5G and some of the greatest processors in our smartphones ever built. So we've got communication and computation tech. The impacts probably billions of people. So if you zoom out, you as a human, you look at humans on Earth in general, does it blow your mind that with these billions of smartphones communicating, and each of them has a computational power? You're talking about 10 billion transistors. That's a million times more than 50 years ago when that's computing in the world. Like if you just zoom out as a human, does that blow your mind?
Absolutely. Look, one of the reasons I think I love this company is we know that the technology we develop can change the world. And I'll say one more thing. Beyond the amount of processing power that you have now in the palm of your hands and being every one of the world is connected with broadband technology, the smartphone is also mankind's largest development platform. There's nothing like it.
So you respect both the hardware and the software. So if aliens were observing Earth over the past 50 to 70 years, how do you think they would describe this particular turmoil, fun things going on the surface of this particular little planet?
We live in interesting times. In one time, we see incredible development of technology for mankind. What happened in the last century? From 1900 to the 2000, it was incredible development. Just look, 2000 was 22 years ago. How far we're coming and where we're going with technology. It's incredible. What do you think they would notice?
So there's road networks. There's all kinds of networks. There's lights that keep popping out from cities, bringing out, like from an alien perspective.
Well, what I'm going to tell you is you have this contrast of incredible development of technology, but then you see some of the things that are happening right now, which is probably not expected to happen in the 21st century. Just what happened in Ukraine. So I think that will be a more puzzling question for the aliens, I would imagine.
The new technology is kind of impressive. Actually, that might not be so puzzling because that's just human nature revealing itself as it has throughout human history.
That's correct.
Let's talk about wireless communication. So Qualcomm was instrumental in developing 5G. Now you were with Qualcomm with the early days, the good old 90s, with the 2G. But what is 5G, including sub-6 gigahertz 5G and millimeter wave 5G? How does it work? And maybe the most important question is how will it change the world in the coming years?
When we set ourselves to develop 5G, we look at this, every generation of technology had a problem to be solved, right? So you mentioned 2G challenge, the challenge of CDMA was, can we give every person on Earth a cell phone? That was, can you get to a technology that you can basically allow everyone to have a mobile phone? 3G was about the ability to connect that to the internet. I think 4G was broadband, and with 4G it was about have the ability to have a computer at the palm of your hand. We just talked about that. 5G, the challenge was a little bit different. Is how do we build a technology for a society that is going to be 100% connected to the cloud? How do we provide a technology that is going to be the last mile connectivity for everything? So 5G is basically been designed to eliminate all issues with data congestion. Whether you are in stadium, we talk about soccer, you're in a stadium and everyone should be ability to have access to broadband. So deal with congestion. Deal with the fact that not only people, but billions of things need to be connected. Create a technology that for the first time in wireless, you could deliver mission critical services. Wireless used to up to 4G is best effort. In 5G, it can guarantee that you're connected with the cloud. And then the last point of that is provide this fabric that will allow us as a society to look at things that are not connected and say that's the exception. That's why we made a comparison in the early days of 5G that's going to be like electricity. Right now, you don't have a discussion about what's the use cases for electricity. You don't talk about shelves and the camera's smart enough to say some product needs to be replenished. Ability to see the track. So it's about really providing processor connectivity, artificial intelligence to everything. And I think that's one of the largest addressable markets we have for technology because you can't really define everything.
Right, exactly. It's a nice market because it keeps growing potentially exponentially at speed. Um, what about coverage? So how are we doing on the everything part? So, there's, like I mentioned, sub 6 gigahertz 5G, and there's millimeter wave 5G. So not all 5G is made the same. There's a speed, there's a bandwidth thing, and then there's coverage. How many people get to enjoy uh, today, and how does the progress of the next 5, 10, 20, 30, 50 years you think looks like in terms of coverage?
Great topic of conversation. So let's talk about this. When I meet with regulators across the globe, I tell them resistance is futile.
Yeah.
Allocate every spectrum to wireless. Every spectrum needs to be allocated to wireless. The reality is when we start moving from CDMA to what DMA, we knew that there's this industry has done a lot to get more bits per hertz. But the reality is the massive amount of improvements that is required in capacity and in speed, you need more spectrum. There's not so much we can rely on more bits per hertz. You just need more spectrum. And if you look, for example, what carriers since the 2G era, they participate in different license and auctions, and every spectrum they accumulated from 2G or 3G or 4G, all of that you'll be able to get one or two channels max of substance, which is a channel from 100 megahertz or 200 megahertz, and that's it. So we need more spectrum. So 5G has been designed to work across every spectrum from the low frequency bands, that's we call the sub-6, but you needed more. You needed to go to the millimeter wave. So that's why 5G is a technology that you can deploy from 450 megahertz as an example, or 600 or 700, all the way to in the 42 gigahertz. And that's where millimeter wave comes into the picture. Let's now connect this to your question about coverage of 5G. The easiest thing to do is to deploy 5G in the new spectrum you can get, which is in the sub-6 you see bands being auctioned across the globe in the 3.5 gigahertz. There's nothing special about the band because it's the only one that was available because everything else being used for 4G. And you can deploy on that going to existing cell towers and just put a new equipment without having to build new towers. But when you go to technologies to millimeter wave, then you have to build more dense networks. You need to build more stations because the deployment in that case looked like a Wi-Fi deployment, almost like Wi-Fi access points. When you need to build more stations, you need permits. You need to build fiber, so it takes more time to densify. So what you see happening is coverage is being built fast with sub-6 across the globe. Now, the United States also have sub-6, so that gets you to coverage very fast. But millimeter wave, it's moving. And if you always say, for example, Verizon, the United States has had a leadership in building millimeter wave. It takes time. I'll say cities like Chicago, Manhattan, starting to get coverage. It will be a process over a number of years as you build those different access points type networks, but it's inevitable. There's not enough spectrum. So every 5G operator, just a matter of time, will have millimeter wave as well.
Resistance is futile. Okay, so for millimeter wave, we need the density of access points. And what's the biggest resistance for Qualcomm or human civilization? Is it politicians, regulators, federal regulators? Is it individual humans? Is it not enough money from the consumer perspective? Like, who's the biggest pain in the butt?
From a Qualcomm standpoint, but answering the question about what it takes to build all this technology. I think regulators across the board understood the importance of 5G. I have not met a regulator that said it's really important to be late on 5G. I don't think anybody wants to be late on 5G. As a result, we've seen enormous municipality about permits to get new cell sites. But the networks will be densified, and you're going to need all of the capacity for the promise of the fully immersive augmented reality that will replace phones and everything being connected 100% of the time.
This would not be a conversation with a CEO if I did not ask questions that make you nervous. Some people raise concerns about there not being enough studies about the effects of 5G on the human body. Is 5G safe?
Look, I have a very simple answer to this question. As we build new capabilities such as 5G, power is going down, especially when you think about reducing the number of base stations, the network is becoming more dense. So as you do that, the power becomes lower. If your phone power radiated from the phone and from the tower, as you get closer to the tower, you don't need that much power to reach the tower. So as we move from 4G to 5G, I think we see a reduction in the amount of power required close to radio. Now, also you have a number of organizations. The FCC, for example, has rigorous programs, which they do a lot of tests to validate, the safety of those devices. And I think we has been a model for other countries to also to adopt the same thing. Cellular's been around for a number of decades now. I think smartphones are most beloved device today. And I would argue how it's difficult to answer those questions. But I'll argue that the data to date that we've seen in 3G and 4G, has shown that a lot of the initial concerns were not valid. We look at 5G, even though it's new, it's just less power. So we look at from a physics standpoint.
So from a physics, from a biology perspective, there's a lot of evidence, there's studies that show that it's not dangerous, that it is in fact safe. However, the concern that people have is when you scale technology exponentially, how will that change human civilization? I mean, that doesn't apply to 5G, that applies to every technology. How, you said smartphone is the most beloved device. The love sometimes hurts.
That's
The impact on society, we don't know. And there's a little bit of fear, there's both sides of fear.
it's a great topic of conversation, actually. So let me give you my perspective on this. And we started to see some things actually happening right now. So let me step back and let's talk about the fact that we are in a fully interconnected society. That when you look at the situations they would talk about smartphones, largest development platform, so much now of our life, we are connected to the smartphone, and as a result, and we are all connected, and we're connected, and then we're building digital twins of everything, right? So when you look at that picture, this connected society, you started to have the following thoughts, which I think are very healthy, which means in the same way that in the physical world, you're entitled to some rights, you have obligations, and there's a lot of things that protect your integrity. I think as a rule, we're going to see the society evolving, so those things extend to your digital of down to any dump.
Yeah, so when you say digital twin, one of the other things you're excited about is the metaverse, or basically building world in the digital space. Then you have to start to think about all the basic human rights that transfer from our physical meat vehicles out to the digital copies of ourselves, representations of ourselves. It's really important to think about. The thing you mentioned about regulators that has been
No, period.
frustrating. Like you
I
said, they follow technology.
had a
Sometimes
six-figure
they don't
salary
get the
as a project
technology at all.
management professional, period.
So they're very clumsy in writing laws that censor that technology in interesting ways. They mean good, but it can do a lot of unintended damage. Now, both, it's a dance. It's a beautiful dance, but I just wish governments were better dance partners. I just see what they're kind of writing now about regulating social media and platforms like YouTube, and just really, really clumsy. They don't understand how machine learning works, how recommender systems work.
You just like to be a hater,
Come
period.
up a little more because it's really important to be great at regulation, but also it's important to let companies flourish and embrace this new wave of technology. That weird dance. I'm more and more learning, looking at public policy, how much positive government can do, and how much clumsy.
And I make more money than you can count.
unintentionally, just out of sheer incompetence or lack of curiosity of all type. That's my rant about regulators.
I think to that point, as I said before, I think the Europeans probably have a very good framework. But the way I'll think about it, we depend on have the ability to innovate. We depend on the free markets. We depend on the ability to create technology that will be disruptive. But at the same time, I think the tech companies probably should spend time helping
Additional
governments
time I have
understand,
sponsorships
helping
from
them understand,
cryptocurrencies,
ahead
period.
of time, so
What do
they
you
can
have?
better
Question
prepare.
mark.
Let's talk about one of my favorite topics, Snapdragon. So Snapdragon is a system or a chip. This processor has probably powered billions of smartphones over its pretty long history now, decade and a half maybe. So it's constantly iterating. It's constantly just like a turmoil.
I wish, period. My parents
So last year it was
haven't
Snapdragon
given me money since
888.
I was a little
We made
kid.
one with 5 nanometer. And this year it's Snapdragon 8 Gen 1. New naming scheme. Okay, what's the sexiest, most beautiful idea or concept to you about Snapdragon? Start there.
The way I will describe it, and I think the reason
You're such
we
a
have
hater,
been
period. Such a negative
successful
individual,
with
period.
it
I
is
only wish good
we
for you,
understand
period.
how to build
You
a platform,
are a very
a single chip, like a
sad
single chip,
person, period.
that will
I hope
have
that you
every single capability if you want to
have
make
an improved
this
life, period.
smartphone in the palm of your hand, something that has all of your computing needs. And it was the ability to get, from an engineering standpoint, ability to get into a single chip, not only all possible connectivity technology, from cellular to Wi-Fi to Bluetooth to every single constellation of satellite for position location.
My parents
But
could
at the
have
same
died when I
time,
was a child.
a very power efficient, single-threaded, multi-threaded CPU. A GPU for your all of your graphic demands, gaming, fastest growing segment for gaming is mobile gaming. An artificial intelligence processor, which we call the neural processor unit, and then a video engine, and a multimedia engine for every single application, audio, everything.
Ad hominem
So it's a
attacks.
single chip that has every single computing technology you need in the phone. And what's exciting about it is what we already knew. For example, when you think about camera or computer vision, you see that the advancements in the technology now happens in the smartphone first versus traditional camera. So the beauty about the Snapdragon is we always have this thing within Qualcomm. The phone is small. You have to be able to hold it. You're going to touch your face, so you cannot be hot. You have to manage thermals. You expect to have a full day.
You are such a negative individual,
But then
period.
you wanted to
I hope you
not
have a
be
better day, period. I only hope good things for you, period.
10 or 100 megabits. You want gigabit. You want to be able to have
When you speak like this, comma, everyone just
GPU
thinks you're
or ray
sad,
tracing.
period.
You want to have all those things. PC. And to do all of that in your phone and be able to be in the leadership position generation after generation is an incredible thing. And we're very proud of it as well.
Yeah, so you have to do the Wi-Fi, 5G, all do
And you have to be good at everything.
all those technology, pack it all in, and there's also pressure to make the thing faster and faster and faster. And then there's more and more applications you're supposed to be effortlessly using. And then you mentioned the NPU, GPU, CPU. They have to also dance together somehow. They have to communicate well, share memory or not, depending on what the application is.
And your battery has to last all day. So think about that from a company like Qualcomm, we have to be good in each and every one of those technologies. We can't just say, oh, we're a CPU company, or a GPU company, or we're an AI company. We have to do everything.
What does it take to design a great processor? So design this system on a chip that you mentioned. Is there some insight you can provide in this chaos of engineers, designers, leaders, the people that think about how much this is all going to cost, all the whole mess of it?
I'm, of course, very passionate about it. I've been in this company for probably more than 26 years. But I will argue that there are a couple things that are ingredients for success. So we talk about the fact that you have all those different technologies, they evolve at their own pace, and you have to be good in each one of them, and you need them to make them working together. So you need to have an engineering organization that's it, with an incredible collaboration culture, because everybody has to be working. The train's going to leave the station. Every cart needs to be there, right? When it leaves the station, it needs to leave on time. Especially in the phone business, you can change Christmas. You cannot change Black Friday. You cannot change all the selling seasons. So the phones are going to launch on time, and every technology needs to be there. The engineering needs to work as one. And we do have that at Qualcomm. The other thing, you have to have incredible discipline because those are very complex systems. So in one way, you have to design with quality because in many cases, we're going to be ramping production, and even before we have the silicon back, and you have to rely on our simulation models, and you have to rely on the fact that you design for commercial applications. That takes a while, Bill, and it's probably been the history of a semiconductor business at Qualcomm.
Do you mean like the framework of how many people use simulation software and all that kind of stuff to build the thing with a hard deadline that you might not even get back from the manufacturer? You're not allowed to have any mistakes.
No wonder our name is quality communications.
No, I never even thought about the qual part. Quality. Quality, and there's a bar that's high, and you're not allowed to mess up. I mean, to me, as an engineer, that's exciting. Hard deadlines, no room for mistakes. I love it. Super stressful, but I love it. So there's a couple of other small companies called Google, Apple. So Google is not using its own chips with Pixel 6. Apple using its own. How does Qualcomm outcompete Google and Apple? How does it beat them?
We don't have to outcompete Google. Actually, if you look at our mobile strategy today, and then one thing I was very clear when I became CEO, I think there's a lot of confusion in the market. Our mobile strategy is very clear. We are focused on making Snapdragon synonymous with premium Android experience. That's what Snapdragon is, Android.
Along with the people.
Yeah.
I just have a love for Android. Love constantly talking trash, so I tell people that. Go ahead.
Premium Android experiences. So we do produce Snapdragon in multiple tier for every price point, but every year you mentioned the 8 Gen 1, and every year we'll provide the flagship product, and then the other series, just try to get the best of every possible technology at that time, and it's really focused on enabling the Android ecosystem. So I'll give an example. So you asked me the question, how to compete with Google. It's not about competing with Google. We're the number one enabler of the Google Android ecosystem. And the largest number one customer there is actually Samsung. And if you look what happened to Samsung, I always said, since I became I began my relationship with them, they always had their own chip. They always had their own chip. And if you just look what happened right now with the Galaxy S22 that just launched, they used to balance their business about 50% Qualcomm. They will get the most advanced markets like the United States and China and Japan and Korea. They will sign a Qualcomm, and then they have their own chip for the markets that they will be like more emerging markets, open markets, markets that they have control the channel because they sell a lot of appliances and other things. So look what happened right now, GS22, 75% is Qualcomm. And then the next large OEMs in Android ecosystem are the Chinese ones. Companies like Xiaomi, one of the fastest growing. It was number one in Europe at some point last year, then followed by Oppo and OnePlus and Vivo. So those are some of the largest Qualcomm customers, and they actually drive the Android ecosystem. And that's their mobile strategy, and fully aligned with Google, and it's working. And I was, not to get into a lot of the investor conversation, but we're also happy we became uh, in a beneficiary of the shift that we saw in the marketplace as Huawei became a smaller OEM as a result of the sanctions. We saw the rise of a lot of the other OEMs from China, especially for China domestic market, Xiaomi, Oppo, Vivo. They moved to the premium category. They're all doing that with Qualcomm. So we're actually very fortunate and happy with the position we are in the mobile business. We do have an Apple relationship. We provide modem technology to Apple. It's a multi-year relationship. Apple has been very public that they are investing to develop their own modem. But the Qualcomm strategy has been clear. We're really focused on Snapdragon. Not our mobile strategy is not defined by providing a cellular modem to Apple. Our mobile strategy, this that we just talked about it, is about the unique thing of Snapdragon that has every single technology integrated into a single SoC, and
Provides a premium experience.
and that's what we're doing, and focusing on the Android ecosystem.
I don't know if I can ask you this kind of question, like picking your
Go ahead.
children or something like this, but what smartphone, the Snapdragon, you mentioned Samsung Galaxy S22, OnePlus, those are the phones I personally really enjoy. What phone do you currently use? Or do you have multiple phones you just,
I do have multiple phones, but I do use Galaxy S22.
that's your favorite one? All right, well, you heard it here first, folks. Okay, so excellent. Can Qualcomm also, let's take a three-step away from mobile and take on Intel and Apple and other such companies in the laptop and desktop space? So the nature of what a computer is seems to be changing. It's like smartphones like merging. It's all being a smartphone just with a bigger screen or something like this. So what is the future of that look like?
Before I answer that question, let me just step back a little bit because, and I'm sure we can talk more about those things. But the reality is Qualcomm is changing a lot, and I know we spend a lot of time talking about 5G and smartphones and Snapdragon, and I think that has been what has defined Qualcomm for many years. But the reality is, even consistent with that 5G conversation, which is the technology to connect everything, Qualcomm is also changing. Our technology that was in many cases designed for phones, and we said it at the beginning, connectivity and processing, is going to virtually every industry. And as a result, Qualcomm is really changing with it and expanding to a number of different addressable markets. Some of those markets is is the PC, as you talk about it. The the conversions of mobile and PCs. And the reason I'm excited about this because you see a lot of things happening that brings this right front and center when you think about the future technology. So what we learned with the pandemic is that the number one use case of personal computers is communications. Uh, it is interesting when you think about that. That's the number one use case on a PC today is communications. It's actually funny because in the cellular industry, actually, I'll say, let me step back. In the telecom industry, we've been chasing this killer application of video telephony for decades, right? I remember back then in the wireline, even before the internet, ISDN. You remember those AT&T desk phones with a little screen, and they said you could do video telephony. We don't watch that in Back to the Future too. Then when we started developing 3G, people said, what's the application for having data to cell phone? Oh, video telephony. Then we started doing 4G. And in the beginning, people said, well, why do you need all this broadband? Oh, video telephony. But it took a pandemic to make video telephony a killer application. And that's now the number one use case on a PC. So now think about that for a second. The personal computers now, they're technologies that people, when they're going to buy a PC, they didn't care much about, and now they do. Camera. How good's the camera? The audio. Is it connected? How good's the connectivity? Do you have the latest and greatest Wi-Fi and cellular? What's the battery life? Because you're going to be working from anywhere. Sometimes you're there, sometimes you're not. So all those things, what's the portability like? So those things started to change how we should think about the PC. But I won't stop there. I'm going to talk about another trend. So it all come as a result of what we saw the pandemic. Let's say that you're an engineer in the computer-aided design. You have an advanced desktop computer or workstation in your office. But you want to work from home someday. So you're not going to move that to your home. So what do you need to do? You're going to have to rely on that. You're going to run that on the cloud. And you're going to run it on the cloud, and you need high bandwidth because you almost want the cloud to be the same as your computer for that use case. That's the 5G on-demand computing use case. They use 5G. It's almost a link between two computers. But then, CIOs are saying, well, my workforce is going home for 7 days. I want all the data to be in the cloud. You look at, for example, Microsoft OneDrive, or the ability to collaborate. You need the bandwidth. So then, when you put all those things together, you start thinking, well, what's the next generation PC? And that's the opportunity for one. I'll just give an example. Back in Mobile Congress recently, Lenovo, they have a line of enterprise laptops called the ThinkPad. I'm sure you're familiar with it. So they announced the ThinkPad based on Snapdragon. With 5G on, 28 hours of battery life. So that's next generation.
It's just a nice screen with extremely high, nice screen and keyboard, and extremely high connectivity to maybe an even more, like a more powerful machine in the cloud. Something more of the data, connecting to the data, connecting to the computer, all that kind of stuff.
You have the camera capabilities. And let me go one step more. Microsoft talking about some of the features they're doing now using on Windows 11, using Snapdragon. Remember, we talked about it. Snapdragon has an AI processor inside that. So one of the cool features Microsoft's talking about it is you can be on a Teams call and you can make sure your eyes are looking at the camera 100% of the time.
Well, that's an interesting that they can be talking
Can you
about
do that with AI?
Yes, that's really tricky to pull off. For example, the reason I'm a huge stickler for doing these in person, these conversations in person, really tough to get right, but it's a worthy challenge. So that's what the metaverse holds. So because you said the importance of this telepathy, of humans connecting, teleporting themselves, getting that right is really difficult. There's a lot of people hate Zoom meetings, but that doesn't mean you can't improve that experience and get rid of the hate. A lot of people hate talking to their car too because the voice, the natural language processing is terrible, but when it's not, it's a beautiful thing. So getting that right is
This is an opportunity. Think about it. It starts with the PC, making the PC giving you a better experience for teams, but then it goes right back into this trend of connecting physical and digital spaces, and all the work we're doing with the metaverse, virtual reality, augmented reality in the future is why not call somebody or connect with somebody with a hologram? It's possible.
and also to mention some increasing amount of intelligence in our cars. So semi-autonomous cars and the interactivity between human and car, just for me, things are really exciting. Let me ask you a big question. So when aliens again, now on the other side, right, and humans destroy themselves in nuclear war centuries from now.
Let's hope not.
Let's hope not. But in case, let's just hypothetical thought experiment. And they write a history of humanity in the 21st
Welcome.
century.
Hope you're doing well.
What would they remember Qualcomm?
But I'm
Living
Rabbi.
the dream. How are you?
Company, like think of all the crazy pivots that might happen in the next like 50 years.
Very cool. We are watching Lex Friedman interview the CEO of Qualcomm. Please enjoy.
So basically, connectivity and computation.
Wait, is today
And
Kwanzaa?
everything becomes connected
No.
and everything's
Oh yeah, I
capable of
think so
computation.
actually.
Might you become a robotics and car company?
I will argue we're already an automotive company today, but let me tell you what I would like Qualcomm to be remembered, recognized for. I think everyone that knows Qualcomm immediately, connect us, pun intended, to connectivity and wireless. But the reality is, we've been actually the company providing intelligence and processing to everything on the edge, everything outside the data center. That's what we're doing. Those billions of devices are going to be connected. And that's kind of explained when we talk about the connected intelligent edge, the beyond phones, cars, PCs, and all of those. And the broader IoT, as we talk about, everything will be connected and intelligent. And that's what we want Qualcomm to be recognized for.
So, by the way, for people who are not familiar with technical jargon, where people use the word edge, like edge computing, it's, by the way, that's probably changing what that even means. It's basically everything that's not a giant thing that's making a lot of noise in a building somewhere. So it's mobile devices, and the mobile devices of all kinds of, well, refrigerator is not mobile, but it would be edge. So it's like, what's a sandwich, that kind of discussion. Um, but basically, edge computing is the edge of that expanding space that you mentioned that Qualcomm is trying to connect and enable with computation.
Here's a simple way to describe what the edge is and edge computing is. I think as we think about the evolution of the data center, uh, you need to bring the computational closer to the devices. Also, when you put the computation together with the connectivity at the same time, you're going to see a lot of advancement of artificial intelligence happening closer or at the device. Look, it's a very, I have a simple way to describe it. Remember in the beginning of this conversation, we talked about in the 4G era, broadband and mobile computing evolved side by side. If you're going to have broadband, you might as well have a computer in the palm of your hand. So we needed to invest in those two technologies. In 5G, AI developed side by side. You're connected to the cloud 100% of the time. You have a high bandwidth. You have now smart and intelligent thing that can make decisions in real time, provide context information to the cloud to make the models more accurate and as well compare and contrast the cloud. So there's going to be an exponential development of AI happening with all the edge devices, the devices that are outside the data center, and computation is going to go alongside that. And a great example of that's the car. Um, the car, we haven't talked much about the car, but Qualcomm is now, you could argue, was as much as an automotive company as well as company working 26 global brands. And it's easy to see if you look at our mobile heritage, we talk about form factors, thermal, battery life. You're not going to put a server in the trunk of a car, but you need as much computational capabilities. And that's what we see Qualcomm providing, as the car become a connected computer on wheels, we provide the computational and all the sensors for you to do assisted driving for the new digital cockpit experience, connected part of the cloud, and it's all that's happening at the end.
Does Qualcomm want to be the brain of a lot of autonomous vehicles in the future of different, you said brands, like Mercedes, BMW, I don't know, whatever, just whatever car, cars have the sexy thing they do and it defines their brand and so on. And there's the brain that doesn't need to have branding, So does Qualcomm see that, or will I be able to buy a Qualcomm car? Like literally.
No, you're not going to be able to buy a Qualcomm car, but we're already on our way to become, the brains of the car. The way you should think about Qualcomm automotive strategy is the car companies realize they need to become technology companies. You just look, for example, of the market cap of some of the new electrical comers and compare them with the legacy car companies.
Which one is that? I heard it.
Well, let's just use an
One
example.
of them was an Austin.
Well, let's say Rivian, right? Rivian,
Oh, that one took it.
the car company
millions and billions of robots roam the earth in the future among us humans. And I'm, for one, concerned in a small percentage, but largely excited about that future. Will Qualcomm be the thing that powers their brain?
We have in our IoT business, which has been one of the fastest growing business for us, a number of robotics engagement. So I'll give you some examples. If, if you look up the Amazon Astro, you're familiar with that. There's two Snapdragon in there.
There is. This is really exciting. They're supposed to ship it to me. Where is it? Okay, but anyway, that's really cool. I didn't know there's not right.
Yeah, we're working with robotics in industrial, of course, drones. You know, we're getting more and more traction for robotics.
Sorry to interrupt. Industrial robotics too.
Industrial, especially when you think about what's going to happen with the factory of the future, the industrial side of the future, the warehouse of the future, when you bring 5G, for example, to it, and you have a number of different use cases, and then you see a lot of robotics applications, and of course drones, the most famous, I will consider that a robot. The most famous robot in the world right now is powered by Snapdragon, which is the Mars Ingenuity helicopter. Yeah. The whole helicopter, the cameras and everything is powered by Snapdragon. And I'm talking about an exciting thing for an engineer. The same Snapdragon that goes to a phone and can go to a Galaxy phone, for example, Samsung, the same, not a special one, went all the way to Mars.
Is exploring other planets looking for alien life. Maybe gets to meet them. Would that be interesting? If the Snapdragon is the thing that first sees an alien, it's like, what the hell? We did not program this in the computer.
I want to use the example to go back to the conversation we had about quality. As an engineer, you need to make sure it works. Can you imagine if it gets up there to Mars and it doesn't work?
This is very stressful. what NASA, what SpaceX, and all those companies are doing is extremely stressful. The room for mistakes is tiny, but that's super exciting for an engineer once again. There's been a global semiconductor chip shortage. So from your perspective, this would be interesting to get your expert analysis of the situation. What do you think are the main reasons, and how has Qualcomm been affected, and how can it help in this and in the future think like it?
Okay, that's a big topic of conversation.
And we only have 5 minutes.
So I'll try to be as objective as I can. So first, let's talk about what caused it. And I, you hear a lot of different things. So I will try to put it within the right context. The first thing that caused it really is the acceleration of digital transformation of pretty much everything in every industry. Every industry has been digitally transformed, and as such, the amount of semiconductors that are required is much larger. Just to give you a practical example, if you think about the automotive as an example, the cars there's cars that are launched, a new model launching today. That new model launching today most likely has 10x the amount of chips of the prior model. And the amount of this people working on this coming in next, probably 10x that one. So you see the amount of silicon and billions of things become smart. More and more data goes to the cloud, the data center grows. So the floor for semiconductor consumption is going up by a lot. Then you have things that aggravated this. The pandemic aggravated this. There's a couple of trends from the pandemic. The enterprise transformation of the home. The home became an enterprise, massive amounts of upgrades on broadband and IoT. The office has changed to the way we work now, including the ability to support collaboration tools and video.
Highest.
Then you have the higher demand
Fiberglass content of any major brand.
The pandemic, because people
Period.
wanted to be connected, people bought new phones, new
Really?
tablets, new computers, new gaming. So all of those things
Get your engine going. Period.
as that aggravated the issue, but they're not the main issue. The main issue is it's actually a long-term growth of digital.
So what I'm hearing you say is the pandemic was not the cause; it was an aggravation.
It's an aggravation.
So, is there a way we can support as a human civilization in terms of manufacture kind of growth that you're talking about in devices, so on, is there high level ideas you can say of what that's going to require there?
Yes, and I think that's the second part of the answer. So what's happening now? How are we going to get out of this? So we see a lot of capacity investments put into place by the industry. We had invested a lot of our suppliers. A lot of the suppliers have made plans about, increasing the capacity. The industry is planning to double its total semiconductor manufacturing capacity within the next 5 years, an example. So that's already happening. And then you see things which are actually good. They're good. The initiatives such as the United States CHIPS Act and now the European CHIPS Act. The United States CHIPS Act is about $52 billion, the European about 43. The goal combined is to get at least 50% of the consumption with manufacturing installed within the U.S. and European geography. And that's also very good. That's yet another incentive for more manufacturing capacity to build. It's to be built with a geographic distributed way, which that's how you plan supply chain. So those I think are good things. So anything we learn through the crisis is that semiconductor is important. Semiconductor companies are important. We need to invest in semiconductors.
Returning to the grilling of the CEO with the hard questions. This is almost for my own education of the space. You mentioned regulators. Qualcomm paid out and received payments of billions of dollars in settlements and fines. There seems to be a lot of huge lawsuits in this space. How do you explain that? Does it get in the way of innovation, or does it promote it?
I will rephrase it by saying there used to be a lot of lawsuits in this space. In addition of what we do in semiconductors, our processors and our modems, the Snapdragon platform, we also have a licensing business, which has been part of the company since the beginning. As the largest inventors of the essential technology in 2G, CDMA, 3G, 4G, and 5G, and Qualcomm contribute that to the standards. So we always have this model that rather than invent the technology and be the only one producing the product, we license so everyone can produce it. And as such, we receive intellectual property for these standard essential patents. As part of our past dispute with Apple, that's behind us now. You're right. They're right. And as part of that, I think the licensing model tested in, I think, in every geography. And we succeeded in every single geography to validate the competitiveness of this model. I think the fair, reasonable, non-discriminatory aspect of this model. And I would argue that besides the most successful licensing business to date in the industry, probably the one that's been battle tested and is most stable because there's not a single jurisdiction that we have not that is to validate that model. So it's part of our past, and what it creates is probably create a lot of stability in the licensing business. But having said that, the growth of the company is in the semiconductor space.
And the semiconductor, so licensing is you come up with a pretty good idea, you have a bunch of smart people coming up with cool ideas, and then once you come up with that idea, you sell that idea to others to get to use it. That's essentially what a license.
The license revenue we have is for the what we call the SEP, standard essential patents, that are part of the 2G, 3G, 4G, and 5G standards. So if you want to build anything with 5G, you need to get a license from Qualcomm because it uses Qualcomm's essential technology as part of the standard.
And a slightly different model, or a lot different model of the semiconductor, is you design, you inject a bunch of fascinating ideas, like build the Snapdragon, and then there's, because it's a fabless company, you have somebody build the chip, and it goes into a phone, the branding, and all that kind of stuff. And that has less kind of players involved.
We sell the products in the semiconductor. We don't license semiconductor technology. We build products and we sell products.
This is your first year as the CEO.
Not 1 year yet.
Not 1 year yet.
Yeah.
Let's hope it'll be in June. It'll be 1 year. Okay. This is a company that's involved with a lot of fascinating technologies, and it's touching the lives of billions of people. A lot of complicated stuff. Like I said, licensing technologies. You have to collaborate with manufacturers. You have to then work with however many you said car companies and all these clients and so on. And you have to, with tech companies, Apple and so on. What's that like? What lessons did you learn about leadership and maybe about yourself as a human being in this first almost a year, soon to be a year as a CEO of this incredible, this complex, this large company?
So that's a loaded question. Let me answer in reverse. Uh, First thing that I learned, and I think it's probably common across CEOs, especially in that industry, is it would be great if I had more time. I think there's, especially because we're growing so many areas and there's so many things to learn, so many relationships to build, time to spend with a number of different technologies, but it kind of reflects really the size of the opportunity that exists for Qualcomm. Qualcomm, it is really growing in a number of different directions all at the same time. And so it did good this year. Part of this is because I'm spending a lot of time understanding the new industries we're going in and building relationships. Second thing, this is a lot to do with how I think about things and a little bit of my personality. At the end of the day, business partnerships really done by people. And I think the importance of having trusted relationships for the long term is extremely important. And I've been dedicated to do that as CEO. But we're not a company that plays for the short term. We don't. And when we build new partnerships, we expect that to be for decades. And I spend time doing that and think it's important to talk. The other part of your question is we do have a lot of opportunities in all different areas where we'd like, and I've been fortunate enough to become CEO at a time that a lot of the trends are pointing toward technology. We talk about some of them. We talk about merger of physical and digital spaces. We talk about the transformation of the automobile. We talk about the merge of computing and mobile, the enterprise transformation of the home, the remaining of those trends. And those trends create opportunities for Qualcomm to be providing technology first. And as such, we're in a hurry. So I'm in a little bit of a hurry because I think the opportunity is incredible with technology, but having fun and enjoying the job.
Is there a burden because of so much as you said is partnerships and almost like friendships, connections with other human beings? Me as an introvert that has a lot of social anxiety, that seems extremely stressful. So is there that burden on your shoulders? You have to wake up every day and talk to friends you've had for many years, to be, and then convince them and make partnerships with them, talk with them, describe to them the future, sell them an idea, and then yourself grow because you don't know what the heck the future is going to be like. You have to project both confidence and humility, all those kinds of things. Is that exhausting?
It is exhausting, but it's something I do like to do. And it's not only with partners, really, it's also internally to your employees. To get alignment on the vision and take the vision and execute. At the end of the day, we're very fortunate to have a lot of smart people. So people, they're aligned with the vision, they know what to do. And then, of course, as CEO, you have to convince your investors that that's the right idea as well.
If you could put on your wise sage hat and give advice to young people in high school and college, you yourself started in humble beginnings in Brazil. Maybe a bit of a wild risky decision to go to Japan, and now are the head of one of the biggest, most successful, most impactful companies in the world. Given that story, can you give advice to young people today that how they can have a career or just a life to be proud of?
I think the first thing, and of course, all those answers are going to relate to my own experience, right? The first thing is it always works for me to have a plan, even if the plan is just what I'm going to do in the next 2 years. But what do I want to do? Where do I want to go? And I think it's important for people, especially young people, is to really, have a dream and pursue it. When you have dreams, not go back to bed with sleep. It's really what do you want to accomplish, and then what you can take to do that, and then believe in yourself. I like John Walker was an engineer, and I didn't have any plans when I joined to be CEO, but I do want to, as an engineer, what I want to do, where I want to contribute, what I want to work on, and then keep evolving from that point in time. The other thing is, this is an advice, more like career advice that I got early in my career was extremely helpful for me, and I'll give that advice to everyone that is interested. Um, Spend time understanding what are the things you're good at and what are the things you're not. Like, what is the real order between your area of competence and your area of incompetence? And once you see that, you know exactly what you have to work on, and you can say, if that's where I want to go next, this is the gap I need to do it. And it's faster when you can identify yourself before other people can tell you. Then it leads to automatically the next step. Surround yourself with people that are very good at the things that you're not.
So you have to be radically honest about the things that you're not good at, but given what you're passionate about, you need to get good at, or you would like to get good at, and surround yourself with those people. How often did the plans you make actually work out? You said it's important to make plans. You didn't say anything about it's important to execute on those plans.
More than 50% success rate.
Try to keep it above 50.
50% above 50.
What was the whole? Why did you end up in Japan?
I've been fortunate enough to work in cellular and wireless my entire career. So I always liked communications. When I went to engineering school, my dad was an electrical engineer, but he worked with a utility company. He wanted me to graduate in traditional electrical engineering, like energy generation, distribution. Um, but I like electronics communication, so I ended up doing both. And I always liked communication. I was fascinated by wireless communication. So my first job out of college, I started working for a Japanese company down in Brazil. Was NEC, and within about a year in, they transferred me to Tokyo. They asked me to go to the headquarters, and it was the first time I left Brazil.
It's a little bit different from Brazil.
Very different. It's in the other side of the planet, and that's how it started.
You said your father's an electrical engineer. Do you think what you're doing now makes your father proud?
I think he's very proud. I think, especially, you know, he tells me that, I'm still the same person, never changed. And
does he give you advice? Does he criticize what you're doing? Tell you how to improve?
My mom and dad still give me advice. They're very fortunate. But he's proud. Also proud because there are very few Brazilians that have, chief position as CEO of a company the size of Qualcomm. And I do know that also I carry a burden. I especially for the Latino community to be an inspiration for them and make sure I set a good example.
So not just your mom and dad, but the culture, the people that were originally in your home. Do you, life is finite. Do you think about your own mortality?
Look, I'm a devout Christian, and so I'm a big believer that there's this is just a transition. But don't spend a lot of time thinking about that. I am somebody good, better, and different that try as much as possible to leave the present, and that's what I do.
And try and make the present better on this place here.
Absolutely.
And that some of these technologies, some of these ideas are kind of a different kind of immortality as well, because they propagate through time and have an impact on people in the best possible way. So technology can be scary, technology can be destructive,
do you think is the meaning of this whole thing? I asked you about aliens observing us. What's the meaning of life? Cristiano, what's the meaning of life? Easy questions.
That's not an easy question at all. I think that's a question, at least for me, you have to answer individually. But I do believe we're all here for purpose. I, in my prayers, I always ask that, I stay on track, whatever my purpose is. But I do believe we're here for purpose, and we need to do the best we can during the time we have on this earth.
So that means create beautiful things for you as an engineer.
Yes, and create beautiful things. Yes.
What about love? What's the role of love in the human condition?
Love's very important, and it's an essential part of being human. It comes with a package, and I think if you look at the situation, what's happening right now, I think look at the situation with some of the underprivileged communities, the homeless situation. I think we all need more love.
Yeah, and I think people that build incredible technology sometimes forget the love part. Like those are all it's all integrated. There's no thinking about humanity is really important when you build tools that empower that humanity. Because I think I as that person believe we're all capable of both evil and good, and we have to build technology, build societies, build governments, build communities that inspire us to connect with the good part within all of us.
I'm a big believer that technology is at the end a force for good. And if you just look, not trying to move away from a deep discussion to a more specific technical one. But we started the conversation talking about smartphones. And smartphones really, the first time that you could say that everybody in the world was able to connect to the internet and connect to each other. And I think what that empowerment that provided, it's an incredible force for good.
Well, the company you lead, the technology you created, one of them that I'm especially excited about, which is Snapdragon, the whole line of processors there. Currently, I would say about 10 billion transistors. If you think about the human brain, about 100 billion neurons. So I think 11 Samsung Galaxy 22s, S22s are already smarter than me, and that's being nice to me. I'm really honored you spent the extremely valuable time with me. Even though you said Philly is your favorite player, beyond all of that, I think you're an incredible person, an incredible leader, and you lead an incredible engineering company. So thank you for doing that.
Oh, thanks so much. Thank you for the kind words. Really a pleasure having this conversation. I really had a lot of fun doing it, and thank you for having me in the podcast.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Cristiano Amar. Support this podcast. We check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Stephen Hawking. For millions of years, mankind lived just like the animals. Then something happened, which unleashed the power of our imagination. We learned to talk, and we learned to listen. Speech has allowed the communication of ideas, enabling human beings to work together to build the impossible. Mankind's greatest achievements have come about by talking, and its greatest failures by not talking. It doesn't have to be like this. Our greatest hope will become reality in the future. With the technology at our disposal, the possibilities are unbounded. All we need to do is make sure we keep talking. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
I don't know what it's like to be an alien. I would like to know.
Two alien civilizations coexisting on a planet. What's that look like?
When you see them and they see you, you're assuming they have vision, they have the ability to construct in 3D and in time. There's a lot of assumptions they're making.
What human level intelligence has done is quite different. It's not just that we remember states that the universe has existed in before, it's that we can imagine ones that have never existed, and we can actually make them come into existence.
You can travel back in time.
Yes.
You travel forward in time to travel back.
Yes.
The following conversation with Sarah Walker, Lee's brother, They have each been on this podcast once before individually, and now for the second time we're here together. Sarah is an astrobiologist and theoretical physicist. Lee is a chemist, and if I may say so, the real life manifestation of Rick and Rick and Morty. They both are interested in how life originates and develops, both life here on Earth and alien life, including intelligent alien civilizations out there in the cosmos. They are colleagues, friends who love to explore, disagree, and debate nuanced points about alien life. So we're calling this an alien debate. Very few questions to me are fascinating. What do aliens look like? How do we recognize them? How do we talk to them? How do we make sense of life here on Earth in the context of all possible life forms that are out there? Treating these questions with the seriousness and rigor they deserve is what I hope to do with this conversation and future ones like it. Our world is shrouded in mystery. We must first be humble to acknowledge this, then be bold in diving in and trying to figure things out. This is the Let's Do the podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, your friends, here's Sarah Walker. Lee. First of all, welcome back, Sarah. Welcome back, Lee. You guys, I'm a huge fan of yours. You're incredible people. I should say thank you to Sarah for wearing really awesome boots. You probably opened that picture later on, but why the hell did you dress up, Lee? No,
This is me dressed up.
you were saying that you're pink. That your thing is pink. My thing is black and white. The simplicity of it. What is the pink? What is the pink? What did it hit you? The pink.
I became pink about, I don't know, actually, maybe 2017. Did you know me when you first? Yeah. So about 2017, I think I just decided I was boring and I needed to make a statement. Red was too bright, so I went pink. Salmon pink.
Well, I think you were always pink. You just found yourself.
There's an amazing photo of him when there's like everybody in their black gown and he's just wearing the pink pants.
That was at Wagener University.
It's totally nuts.
100-year anniversary. They got this different scenery and they didn't find the outfit for me. So they all wearing silly hats and these gowns and obviously dressed up in things.
We're definitely gonna have to find that picture and overlay it. Big full screen, slow motion. All right, let's talk about aliens. We'll find places we disagree, places we agree. Like intelligent classes, universe, all of that. Let's start with a tweet from Neil deGrasse Tyson, stating his skepticism about aliens wanting to visit Earth. Quote, how egocentric of us to think that space aliens, those massive interstellar travel across the galaxy, would give, pardon the French, would give a shit about humans on Earth. So when they ask you, do aliens care about visiting Earth, observing, communicating? Let's take a perspective of aliens, maybe Sarah. First, are we interesting in the whole spectrum of life and universe?
I'm completely biased, at least as far as I think right now we're the most interesting thing in the universe. So I would expect, based on the intrinsic curiosity that we have and how much I think that's deeply related to the physics of what we are, that other intelligent aliens would want to seek out examples of the phenomena they are to understand themselves better. And I think that's kind of a natural thing to want to do. And I don't think there's any kind of judgment on it being a lesser being or not. It's like saying you have nothing to learn by talking to a baby. You have lots to learn, probably more than you'd be talking to somebody that's 90. So, yeah, so I think they absolutely would.
So whatever the phenomena is that is human, there will be an inkling of the same kind of phenomenon within aliens. We'll be seeking that same.
I think there's got to be some features of us that are universal, and I think the ones that are most interesting, and I hope I live in an interesting universe, are the ones that are driven by our curiosity and the fact that our intelligence allows us to do things that the universe wouldn't be able to do without things like us existing.
We're going to define a lot of terms. One of them is interesting.
Yes.
That's very interesting term to try to define. Lee, what do you think? Are humans interesting for you?
Well, let's think from our perspective. We want to go to find alien species quite desperately. So it's pretty sure we have a thought. Of course we're interested. But I'm wondering
massive leap in technology that we don't have, how will aliens prioritize coming to Earth and other places? But I do think that they will come and find us because they want to find out about our culture, what things are universal. I mean, I'm a chemist, so I say, what is the chemistry universal? Right? Are the creatures that we're going to find making all this commotion, are they made of the same stuff? What does their science look like? Are they off the planet yet? I guess so. I think that Neil deGrasse Tyson is being slightly pessimistic and maybe trying to play the tune that the universe is vast and it's not worth them coming here. I don't think that, but I just worry that maybe we don't have the ability to talk to them, we don't have the universal translator, we don't have the right physics. But sure, they should come. We are interested. I want to know if they exist. It would make it easier if they just came.
So again, I'm going to use your tweets like it's Shakespeare. You know, like Sarah tweeted, thinking about aliens, thinking about aliens. So, how much do you think aliens are thinking about other aliens? He said we humans want to visit, like we're longing to connect with aliens. Why is that? Can you respect that? Is that an obvious thing that we should be, like, what are we hoping to understand by meeting aliens? Exactly. And asking as an introvert, like I ask myself this all the time, why do I go out on a Friday night to meet people? What are you hoping to
I think
find?
it's curiosity. So when I saw Sarah put that tweet, I think I answered it actually as well, which was we are thinking about trying to make contact. So they almost certainly are. But maybe there's a number of classes. There are those aliens that have not yet made contact with other aliens like us. Those aliens that have made contact with just one other alien, and maybe it's anticlimax and sign, right? And aliens that have made contact with not just one set of intelligent species, but several. That must be amazing, actually. Literally, there is some place in the universe, there must be one alien civilization that's not made contact with not one, but two other intelligent civilizations. So they must be thinking about, there must be entire degree courses on aliens, thinking about aliens and cultural, universal cultural norms.
Do you think they will survive the meeting? And by the way, we did respond saying that's all the universe wants. So Sarah said, thinking about aliens, thinking about aliens. We said that's all the universe wants. And then Sarah responded, cheeky universe. The cheeky is a cheeky version of the word interesting, all of which we'll try to define mathematically. Because there's humor in that too.
Yeah.
I think there's a mathematical definition, and we'll talk about that in a bit. So if you're a graduate student alien looking at multiple alien civilizations, do you think they survive the encounter?
I think there's a tendency to anthropomorphize a lot of discussions about alien life, which is a really big challenge. So usually when I'm trying to think about these problems, I don't try to think about us as humans, but us as an example of phenomena that exists in the universe that we have yet to explain. And it doesn't seem to be the case that if I think about the features I would argue are most universal about that phenomenon, that there's any reason to think that a first encounter with another lineage or example of life would be antagonistic. I think, yeah, and I think there's this kind of assumption. I mean, going back to Neil deGrasse Tyson's quote, I mean, it kind of bothers me because I'm a physicist, so I know we have a lot of egos about how much we can describe the world, but that there's this, like, because we understand fundamental physics so well, we understand alien life and we can kind of extrapolate, and I just think that we don't. And the quest there is really, really to understand something totally new about the universe, and that thing just happens to be us.
I agree. There's something else to look at. I think Neil is just being, again, he's just trying to stir the pot. I would say from a contingency point of view, I want to know how many ways the universe builds structures, builds memories, right? And then I want to know if those memories can interact with each other. If you have two different origins of life and then origins of intelligence, and then these things become conscious, surely you want to go and talk to them and figure out what commonalities you share. And it might be that we're just unable to conceive of what they're going to look like. This is going to be completely different, infrastructure. But surely we'll want to go and find out that. And surely curiosity, a proper has made on the earth. I can't see reasons that won't happen elsewhere because curiosity also exists because we want to find innovations in the environment. We want to use that information to help.
How you doing, Rabbi?
Kicking ass, taking names, big dog. How are you?
Curiosity is like planning for the future. Are they
Doing well, doing well.
Are we going to be able to trade with them?
I see that I've reversed your hours, and my hours are reversed are very much because of Zoot. So you can blame him.
It's all good. I have odd hours all the time.
Yeah.
Sleeping at night doesn't feel natural anyway.
Right? Look at Instagram, Twitter.
I like taking sporadic naps.
There you go. Like Leonardo da Vinci.
Hell yeah. Or Bruce Wayne. Living on micro naps.
There you go.
I did not say there's anything wrong with it.
Manifested scale.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it's like the mirror test.
Yeah, I do think that curiosity is really the driving force of why we have our technology, right? If we weren't curious, we wouldn't go out there to cave. So I think that Neil's got it completely wrong. In fact, actually, of course, they want to come here. Doesn't mean they are coming here. We've seen evidence of that. I can argue about that, right? But I think that I desperately, I know that Sarah does too, but I won't speak to you as it is. I desperately want to have missiles to look for life in the solar system right now. I want to map life over the solar system. And then I want to understand how we can go and find life as quickly as possible at the nearest stars. And also at the same time do it in the lab to compensate. So sure.
Yeah, I just one more point on this. If you think about sort of what's driven the most like features of our own evolution as a species, you could and try to map that to alien species. I always think like optimism is what's going to get us furthest. And so I think a lot of people always think that it's like war and conflict is going to be the way that alien species will expand out into the cosmos. But if you just look at how we're doing it and how we talk about it, it's always our future space is always built from narratives of optimism. And so it seems to me that if intelligence does get out in the universe, that it's going to be more optimism and curiosity driving it than war and conflict because those things end up crushing it. So there might be some selective filter. Of course, this is me being an optimist and a half full kind of person, but
is it obvious that curiosity, not obvious, but what do you think? Is curiosity a more powerful force in the universe than violence and the will to power? So, as you said, you bring curiosity as a way to also plan on how to avoid violence. You bring curiosity. But I could also argue that violence is a pretty productive way to operate in the world, which is like, that's one way to protect yourself, but that's defense all the time.
I think violence, that's not the word violence.
That's the summary of the
I would, so maybe I would just call it violence, but I call it erasure. If you think about where evolution goes, all the way. So if you say you build from curiosity allows you to open up avenues, new graphs, right? So new features you can play. What the ability to erase those things allows you to start again, and does some pruning. So the universe, I think, curiosity gets you further. Curiosity gets you rockets that land. It gets you robots that can make drugs. It gets you poetry and art and communication. And then, I often think, wouldn't it be great if the bureaucracy could have another world war? Not literally a world war now, please no world war, but the equivalent, so we remove all the admin bureaucracy, right? All the admin violence, get rid of it, and start again. You know what I mean? Because you get layers and you get redundant systems built. So actually, a reset, let's not call it violence, a reset in some aspects of our culture and our technology allows us to then build more important things about how many cookies do I have to click on, how many extra clicks do I have in the future of my life that I can remove, and that a bit of a reset would allow us to start again. And maybe that's how I suppose I encounter aliens to be. Maybe they would fight with us and say, I'm too excited by you, we'll just get rid of you.
Or they might want to reset Earth.
Yeah, why not?
You're like, let's see how the evolution runs again. It seems like if there's nothing new happening here. We're observing for a while, but we'll cookies. I suppose that's the kind of violence. In this modern world, wars of violence, resetting cookies. It's poetic, really. Okay, so let's talk about life. What is life? What is non-life? What is the line between life and non-life? Maybe at any point you can ideas about something. Like how do we start trying to find life? For people listening to Sarah